Coffee. Now's a good time to do that. I have COVID. Just kidding. Thank you. Oh, right in front of me. I think people will be trickling in and out throughout the day, but we're going to go ahead and get started. Thanks for being here. This is the dreaded political season where there's a money-raising event almost every single night, or 3 or 4. So there's a lot of competition for your time, and we appreciate your being here. Last spring, a group of well-organized patriots. Oh, before I start, I'm supposed to tell you this. Sorry, I jumped ahead. This will tell you how to get on Wi-Fi and all the other things that you may need to know while you're here today. So take a quick look at that. Now can I start? Thank you. Last spring, a group of well-organized patriots from the state of Texas got together and decided they were tired of all of our elected officials and media and others just talking and analyzing what was going on in the country. They weren't doing anything, which was frustrating, I think, to everybody, and it's ongoing. Until today, the crisis at the southern border has been framed as an immigration issue. It is not. What the crisis really is about is, or how it could be really characterized, is it is an invasion by narco-terrorists, transnational narco-terrorists determined to destroy our country. So that group of patriots then decided to fund the first privately financed military threat assessment. So the problem of the invasion could be defined and the relevant metrics could be established. The only other time in history that an assessment was commissioned was in 2011. It was commissioned by Todd Stables, representing on behalf of the state of Texas and the asymmetric warfare group. That was the year that we first experienced a beheading, coincidentally. So I suppose at the time no one understood or realized that this was just the beginning. Legislators weren't particularly interested or attentive. They were too busy raising money. And, sorry, there's some exceptions in the room, I apologize. There was not a lot of citizen engagement as there is today, and also we hadn't yet been treated to the delights of the Biden administration. So today you'll be hearing about the military threat assessment, 391 commissions, and the hackathon. Not to be confused with a hack. This is a hack designed to make your life easier. You should get one. You'll be hands-free for picking up your children and your grandchildren. But you'll hear about all of that later. So we in this room owe a debt of gratitude to 18 Minutes, the group that summoned forth the assessment at considerable expense and personal risk. They call themselves 18 Minutes because that is how long it took us to defeat Santa Anna at the Battle of San Jacinto. So the outcry today might be characterized not as remember the Alamo, but remember San Jacinto. We intend to win. Before I introduce the inimitable Lara Logan, there's some people in this room who should be thanked. This is not the Oscars, and I hate this part in a way, but this was a somewhat complicated thing to plan, and it simply couldn't have been done without Courtney Daniel and Michelle Bouchard. I'm just the person who helped in the planning of the event, but they were the brains and the brawn. So thank you both, and please. Thanks to the many others, some of whom are here today but wish to remain anonymous. You know who you are. Financing this threat assessment at great personal risk was to be admired, is to be admired now. And as we go forth, the group, I understand, may also be participating in a summit about food and also about energy. So stay tuned after today. Someone else I'd like to thank, as I introduce her, is Lara Logan. She is brave and good and true. Some of you have had the pleasure of meeting her, and most of you know of her indomitable will and work. Lara, thank you sincerely for everything you've done for this country. I might add that Lara has just become a citizen of the United States, so we're proud and happy to have her. Lara was born in South Africa and was educated there and in Paris. During her decades-long career as a television and radio journalist and a war correspondent, she received 12 Emmys and numerous other awards for excellence in journalism. The last time I had the pleasure of introducing her, I made the mistake of saying she had won an Emmy, and self-flagellation followed when I found out she had in fact received 12. She worked for Reuters in Africa, ABC News in London, NBC, the European Broadcast Union, CNN, and of course CBS News, where she was a correspondent for 60 Minutes and chief foreign affairs correspondent for CBS News. She's reported from all over the world, including the United States Embassy bombings in Nairobi and Tanzania, the conflict in Northern Ireland, and the Kosovo War. She covered the war in Afghanistan for years and the ongoing conflict in Iraq, where she lived for 5 years. In one famous incident, Lara filed a report about fighting in Baghdad, but the CBS News editors deemed it too strong and refused to air it. Lara went public to elicit support, saying simply, "It should be seen." It was in Tahrir Square in 2011 that Lara suffered an unimaginably violent personal attack, and one that nearly killed her. She was in Cairo covering the resignation of Hosni Mubarak, and 1 week after her crew was blindfolded and handcuffed at gunpoint and her driver beaten, Lara was raped and sodomized, surrounded by a mob of several hundred Egyptian men who stripped her of her clothes, took pictures of her with their cell phones, and dragged her through the square by her hair. A group of women camped along the fence were among those who saved her. The soldiers would not touch her. One of the women put her arms around her, covered her wounded and naked body with the traditional black chador. She was flown back to the United States the next day and spent 4 days in the hospital where doctors tended to her wounds. That too was a story that needed to be seen. Remarkably, in October of 2012, Lara delivered a speech before a luncheon audience of the Better Government Association, in which she criticized the Obama administration's claims that the Taliban was weakening in Afghanistan, calling out such claims as a major lie. That was 9 years ago. Imagine the burden of being, that was 10 years ago. I'm not too good at math. Imagine the burden of being a truth teller and a patriot subjected to the despicable construct of a partisan mainstream media and a corrupt political establishment all these years. I imagine it would require bravery, brains, conviction, and integrity, all of which Lara possesses in great abundance. So please join me in welcoming Lara Logan.
There is nothing left. Any direction you walk, all you find is more destruction. Thousands of angry Somalis and heavily armed gunmen were locked in an intense battle with the Americans.
They were caught in an ambush with his troops along the frontier.
So it was a policy of total annihilation. You think they will attack you before you attack them? How many shipwrecks do you think are down there? You've been described as the greatest American rock band. Is that how you feel? Are you among the last people on Earth to speak this language? And if you look at the U.S., what are you most worried about here? This is traditional Yakuza turf. They run everything here, from the girls to the sex to the drugs. Did you kill the species because extinct was
yes, I did.
Why do you want to kill them?
Derek and Beverly took us deep into the Delta to see the lions.
What is it like to be charged by a lion? Is that what Mother Chimp would do? No. Only Mama Jane.
Coney rules by fear and claims he has mystical powers, a formidable combination in the minds of the children he kidnaps.
You were part of an army that taught children to kill, where young girls were raped.
All these people were doing atrocities, doing under constant instruction.
Including you.
Yes.
The most obvious thing when you look at these walls is that it's all men. Up there is the past directives. And you went from 0 to Prime Minister from in about 8 years. So were you high? Were you using
Oh
it?
yeah, I was.
And that's why you
I
felt
was. But the bed would be right there in the middle.
Yeah. And you don't sleep in one bed?
We'd all sleep in one bed.
Happy memories?
The best.
What happened to a lot of the other kids that were on the streets with you?
Well, unfortunately, a lot of my friends are either dead or in jail.
What kind of soldier are you?
I'm average. I'm mediocre.
This is the single greatest honor that the military can bestow on its own. And it comes right from the President of the United States himself. That's pretty good for a mediocre soldier.
Think how good the great soldiers are.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for getting up so early. I know it's horrible, right? It's horrible. And some of you were here even long before we got here. So thank you, Lynn, for hosting this event and for your wonderful introduction. Can everyone hear me okay? We have a number of people here today who you wouldn't normally hear from. So, and I know it goes all day, and so I want to get right to it because this is a very significant moment. It may not seem like it for many of you, but if you really understand what is this about, the border assessment, what is this about? This represents the failure of our government to do its job. This is what our government is supposed to do. This is the responsibility of our military, our intelligence agencies, our Department of Homeland Security, our counterterrorism personnel, our Department of Defense, our executive branch, the Department of Justice. This is their responsibility. It's not ours as private citizens. This represents the failure of Democrats and Republicans to do their job, to do it honestly, and to do it well. This is proof that the people we have had in power, now and previously, don't really care about securing the United States. Because if they did, they would have done this. It wouldn't have been up to private citizens. It wouldn't have been up to people risking their lives, risking their careers, risking their well-being. It wouldn't have been up to that. It wouldn't have come down to that. It should never have come down to this. So I want to thank you for being here because what this represents is the same on every front that's under attack in this country right now. which is that it's going to come down to you. It's going to come down to all of us standing up and doing the right thing. Why does this matter? So if you want to solve a problem, whether you're a mom and it's a problem at home, or you're running a CEO running a company, if you want to solve a problem, what's the first thing you have to do? You have to define it. You have to define it. And that is a very simple fact, right? You don't fix problems. Nobody attempts to fix a problem without understanding its parameters. Because why? Well, you don't want to make it worse. You want to make sure you're doing the right thing and so on. That's obvious and logical. So when that applies on a national security level, when that applies to governments and when that applies to nations, it means that you can't possibly have the right policies in place or channel your resources in the right place if you haven't fully defined the problem or the threat, right? And so our government has the responsibility. Every year they put out the National Threat Assessment. They tell us what the threats are facing us. And there are obviously things that happen in the classified realm versus what is in the public realm. But what we know is that the vast majority of people in this country have no idea the nature, the depth, and the scale of the threat of what's happening on our southern border, which means that we haven't even begun to really deal with it. I want you to think about the fact that our model for combating trafficking across the southern border, whether it's trafficking of drugs or weapons or people, has been law enforcement, correct? We use the DEA. Since Homeland Security was invented, we use Homeland Security investigations. We use our State Department. Essentially, they're the ones in charge, right? Because why? Because the jurisdiction of law enforcement ends where? At the southern border. So what does that mean? It means that our agencies who work across the southern border or work across the U.S. border anywhere in the world do so at the behest and invitation of the government of that nation. And so that falls primarily under the State Department. I need my water. So what does that mean? Well, it means when the government of Mexico says, we're going to strip all your law enforcement agents of protection, diplomatic, of immunity from prosecution in our court system. It means that it's up to the State Department and the government of the United States, the president, to pressure them not to do that. We didn't do that. Our government didn't do that. As Trump was heading into the 2020 elections, Mexico announced that that's what they were doing. They also created a fusion cell, and that fusion cell required every Mexican law enforcement personnel to go through that cell. Well, guess what happens when your government is really a narco-terrorist state and is completely infiltrated from the bottom up and from the top down? That means that any Mexican law enforcement officer who steps forward is putting their, they might as well slit their own throats. So what you effectively do is shut down cooperation. You shut down intelligence sharing. You shut down joint operations. Then the Mexican government gets to pick and choose just the operations that suit it. Which cartel is it more in favor with? Who's it playing against the other? What does it actually want to do? What is its interest? So what you realize is that all these years that we've been fighting the drug wars and so on, we really have done so with our hands tied, one hand tied behind our backs, right? Because we only get to do what Mexico allows us to do. That makes diplomatic pressure, that makes executive pressure of paramount significance, because it trickles down to affect every single person. I want you to know that across the DEA, the agency, Homeland Security, officers have been resigning left and right because they can't do their jobs. What does that mean? It means they can't secure the borders of the United States. None of this happens in a vacuum, as we know. It always happens when it's tied to other things. We know that when Obama was in office and the opioid crisis was on the front pages of every newspaper, we know that we had great concern about overdoses. At that time, 2015, I believe, the overdose deaths were 61,000. You know what they were last year? 107,000 approximately, over 107,000. It's almost double, but we don't hear about it. That should concern you, because the overdose deaths in 2015 were just warming up. And last year, the 107, that's just warming up. You'll hear more about that. But what it tells you is that at the very same moment as you have the worst illegal drug crisis in the history of this nation, you also have an administration that is pushing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentencing for narcotics and has poured hundreds of millions of dollars into the think tanks and the NGOs and the movement to legalize all narcotics. So I'm not making a judgment on any of those things. I'm just pointing out that these things are happening at the same time. Do you know how many millions of taxpayer dollars are spent on Narcan? Do you know what Narcan is? Okay, Narcan is a drug that reverses the overdose effects of opioids. So opioids suppress a receptor that is your trigger to breathe. They suppress it and people die, right? Because they think they can't breathe. They just don't breathe. So Narcan reverses that and reinstates that impulse. So why is that important? Well, why are our teachers and school nurses and policemen and firemen, why are they being instructed in how to administer Narcan? Why are there public service announcements paid for by taxpayer dollars? Is that the solution? Is that what we want? I mean, if I had a child who had overdosed, do I want them to have Narcan? Of course. But do I want every school nurse to be dispensing Narcan? Because the solution to the drug crisis is to legalize the drugs and give our kids more? And why are we not even having a conversation about it? What does it matter what my personal opinion is? Why are we not having a conversation as a nation? Because 61,000 overdose deaths cost this country $525 billion that year. So when you're an addict, what do you not do? You don't raise a stable family. You don't pay taxes. You don't join the army. You don't hold down a job. You don't write letters to Congress. You wonder why Gavin Newsom wants all the homeless of America? Because how many of the homeless are addicts? Most of them. And the damage being done to them physiologically is never repaired. It's not like the old days when you harvest marijuana. So we'll talk more about the drug stuff. We'll go into that. But that's just one aspect of what is pouring across the southern border. And that is a narcotic that originated in China when they took the analogs from a drug that we were using in surgery that was now being manufactured in China, and they applied that and turned it into a street drug in 2011. Before 2011, fentanyl wasn't on the streets of America the way it is now, mixed into every single narcotic there is. And believe me, your child can take one pill, one hot pill, one Xanax that they think is a Xanax, but it's not, or one, Oxy, or one Adderall, study for exams. And if they get a hot pill, it's done. The days of you having to be a crack whore in Baltimore or Vegas with a chronic drug problem to end up dead on the street, that ain't happening anymore. The leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds in this country isn't COVID. It's fentanyl. And yet we have a government that doesn't even want you to know about the people who own the fentanyl trade, who are profiting from it, and who have free access across the southern border. Don't want you to know about it. And that's the least alarming part of the southern border and what's really happening down there. So I say this to you, we have actually a really great schedule today, because for those of you who can spare the time, we have time with 4 people who know a lot about the different aspects of what is going on here. And we have time to hear from them and time for questions. It wasn't so long ago that drugs were the most valuable commodity the cartels had. Now that's no longer the case, because human beings are just as valuable. When I interviewed 2 girls who were being trafficked, I asked their pimp quietly afterwards, what if someone who sees this interview wants to buy these girls, save them from their misery? And he laughed at me. He said, how much are you going to pay? 20,000, 30,000, 50,000? He said, I could make that in a month. And they're just the gift that keeps on giving. I've had this one since she was 12. She's 17 now. I've had this one since she was 13. She's 22. I just want you to imagine, 13 years old, 9 years of being raped every day. 9 years of being raped every day. When you're sick, no days off. When it's a holiday, no days off. No freedom. That's their lives. That's actually their lives. And that is just scratching the surface. So, without, I don't want to go on too long, but I do want you to understand something. The southern border, what is happening is not random or arbitrary. It's part of a much broader plan, and it's very obvious. I spoke to someone who had the rare ability to be inside some of these high-level meetings at the United Nations with U.S. representatives there, who discussed the plan to infiltrate 100 million people into this country. At that time, which was a few years ago, they had already brought 40 million. They discussed what's called the push-pull strategy of creating the cartels so that you push people out of Latin America because life becomes unbearable, and you pull them into the United States. For two reasons. One, so that you can dilute the pool of patriots. In other words, when you're bringing people into this country, what are they learning now in school, these kids? Are they learning how great America is, how lucky they are to be here, what a wonderful country this is, and how great their lives will be? Is that what's happening? No, it's not what's happening. What they're learning instead is that this is a racist, horrible country, that they've done terrible things, that every white person they see is a threat, right? This is what they're learning. So what you're doing is diluting the concept of what it means to be American. In fact, you're diluting the very concept of patriotism and sovereignty. And that is by design. So that on the one hand, you have people who come in here who never truly understand and value and appreciate this nation for everything that it is and that it has done and what it represents to the world. And then at the right moment, once you've reached your 100 million capacity, you go to them and you say, look, your family's still suffering back in Guatemala or wherever it is. You should have the freedom to move. You should be able to bring them here. You should be able to do all these things. And you know what would help you do that? A regional government of Canada, Mexico, and the United States. That's what would help you do that. So now you can do that. Well, this is how you end sovereignty. This is how you usher in a one world type of globalist order without telling people honestly that that's your plan. And if you look throughout history, you see that the people who want to take over and annihilate your country and who don't believe that there should be countries of any kind or nationalities of any kind, they don't come forward and tell you that. They bring it in socially. They don't tell you they're ushering in a fully Marxist state. They tell you that that this is socialism, or what do they call it? Democratic socialism. So democratic socialism, becomes communism, becomes full-blown Marxism, and then, you know, something else entirely unrecognizable. So they come in with deceit, and they come with false promises and euphemisms, and they never tell you who they really are and what they really intend. And then if you are one of the people that can see it, you are pushed to the fringes of alt-right lunacy and conspiracy and everything else, and your path is hard because it's not true. And you can see the truth, but you can't convince other people because denial is one of the biggest things. So this is the first part. This is the first step in addressing denial with the truth. And the people who put this together put a lot into it and risked a lot. And one of them who has been involved in making this happen is Jason Jones. So I've known Jason for a number of years now. He's one of my favorite people. And he's been a lawman most of his life. He was a trooper when he was in his early 20s. And he worked his way up to become, he was in charge of the Cross-Border Operations Center of the Texas Rangers. And he has worked in counterterrorism. He's worked on both sides of the border. So he's rare. He's rare, and I say this to you, it's a gift to be able to hear and learn from people like Jason, because he is not someone who just worried about putting the next rank on his shoulders. He's someone who gave everything. And he has extensive contacts throughout Mexico. He listens and talks. He sat for hours with sicarios and cartel members on both sides of the border. And And he's down there constantly, sometimes calling me at 11 o'clock at night to ask if you can microwave canned mushrooms. No, Jason. Okay? No, but that's what I'm talking about. When you're home and you're planning the vacation, or you're dealing with your kids, or you're dealing with work in the office and you're juggling that and you're thinking about which restaurant you're going to this weekend at dinner, there are people who have done nothing but work on these things, because once you see the truth and you know what's coming, it's very, very hard, if you're a person of integrity, to turn away from that. We don't take vacations. It's been years since I had a real vacation. I know it's the same for Jason, and nobody's asking for a Medal of Honor for that. We're not asking for that. We're just asking that people pay attention, figure it out for themselves, and do something. And that's also what this is about, not just making people aware, but showing you that there are paths and ways to do things about this. There are things within your grasp. It's the people and the power of the people that matters in a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Jason has had more experience than most people. He gave up his whole career to travel around this country because he thought if small police stations in, say, Roanoke, Virginia, understand the connection from the murder rate that's gone through the roof as this cartel has been moving into their area and buying up real estate, that if they understand that connection to the border, they're better equipped to fight it and do something about it. He naively thought that politicians really cared and would do something about it if they knew and understood. He's learned the hard way that that's the rare politician that actually does feel that way. But we'll talk more about that. I want Jason to come up here. He's going to trace for you the transformation of the cartels from the drug organizations of the 1970s, when you were, just smoking a bit of dope at a party or whatever, to the ultra-violent, extremely powerful transnational criminal organizations that they are today. Jason, come on up.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to start with a quick video real quick. Turn up the volume, please.
Trying to show, the American people what's really happening at that border, but more importantly, too, how what's happening there directly impacts them and their families. One of the problems that Republicans and Democrats alike have had for decades is that we look at that border through the lens of immigration only. And what I'm really trying to do is illuminate the crimes against the state and against our country.
Let's try that again. There we go.
Trying to show, the American people what's really happening at that border, but more importantly, too, how what's happening there directly impacts them and their families. One of the problems that Republicans and Democrats alike have had for decades is that we look at that border through the lens of immigration only. And what I'm really trying to do is illuminate the crimes against the state and against our country and what's happening to our citizens.
Last night the guide left them, and so they just kept on walking and laid up here.
How much did they pay you?
¿Cuántos es 8,000 en americano? 8,000.
8,000 to be abandoned 3 days in.
Yes.
Is that pretty normal where smugglers just abandon them like this in the desert?
Yes, sir.
Even
All the
after
time.
they've paid all their fees, all their money, they just leave them out here?
All the time.
We've been embedded with the men and women of the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. We came to uncover the devastating impact of the Sinaloa cartel here, but also the collateral damage to the rest of our nation. Chief, what's the major change in tactics you're seeing in this area?
The big shift being over the last year from drugs to bodies as the main commodity. So they're getting more money smuggling humans than they are for anything else.
If the United States government does not designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I can tell you right now, all you have to do is look at what's happening. The American people, what's really happening at that border, but more importantly, too, how what's happening there directly.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Jason Jones, and I am really honored to be here with you this morning because what this nation is facing is much bigger than an immigration issue. what we are absolutely witnessing is the largest U.S. intelligence failure since 9/11. And I want to stress that one more time because I'm about to show it to you. What we are really witnessing in this country that has happened in Mexico and at our southwest border is the largest U.S. intelligence failure since 9/11. And I know that as soon as I said that, many in this room said, now hang on a second, this is actually by design. And that's absolutely reasonable because that's what you are shown mostly, day in, day out, by most of the news media across this country. And it's absolutely true. We have a major problem at our border with immigration. But what I'm going to show you today is that that is one layer of the problem impacting all of you and your families. And today is about you and your families. I want to be very clear on this because what you see there and what I'm going to show you today absolutely impacts every part of this nation today. And you feel it and you see it across this country differently. In the northern parts of the nation, we feel it mostly in the realm of overdose deaths. Last year, 107,622, which we should really call fentanyl poisonings. But that's how it's cataloged by the CDC. In the South, we feel it differently through human smuggling and human trafficking. But behind that are groups that are directly responsible and are in control of it all. And I'm going to walk you through their evolution and what they have become in Mexico and what they are doing globally today. And as I'm doing this, I would ask that you say to yourself, my God, why have we not been told by our government? That is their job. And if you have seen this, what we're going to show you today, ask yourself, why are they not telling you day in, day out? Never mind left or right. What about the Homeland Security enterprise that Lara talked about in great detail, whose role and whose job it is to remain independent, but ensure the national security of this nation and of our fellow citizens? Before I do that, though, I'm going to walk you through this. Usually I start with a great story about a young child that we rescued, and it grabs you, it hits you in the heart. Today I want to show you the level of violence that has been hitting us for a much longer period of time that you have not been shown. In May of 2012, I'm a captain in the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division of the Texas Department of Public Safety, in charge of one of the largest fusion centers in the country. There's a captain there. And one of my agents comes to me and he says, Captain, we got a problem. So what is it? He said, one of the sources that we have within the Las Zetas cartel has come to me and he says that in Piedras Negras there's a stash house where they're holding 40 men, women, and children from countries all over the world. Here's the problem. They're going to take them out tonight in groups of 10 to 15 at a time to a kill house. They're going to cut them into pieces. They're going to throw their bodies in the streets. Now, the reason that was important is because at the time, for the few days before he came to me, we had been having this, and many of you may remember this, as bodies were being hung in Nuevo Laredo. Ladies and gentlemen, not on the other side of the planet, in Nuevo Laredo at our southern border, right near our border. This was happening day after day in May. And so when he came to me, immediately, my job is pretty simple. How can I make this happen to help make them successful by leveraging the intelligence community, our partners who we had already established to try to save these people's lives? And I watched for 8 hours as local, state, federal components came together to do everything they could to save these people's life. And I want you to think of, this is a state law enforcement organization now literally involved in a mass rescue before these people are killed. Unfortunately, it wouldn't come to fruition. The source would call a few hours later and say that they had been moving groups of 10 at a time and they had already killed them. The problem is we didn't know how many had been lost. And I will never forget for the rest of my days the look on so many young analysts who had worked tirelessly. Agents, hardened agents who had been in the job over 25 years, absolutely destroyed that they knew that these people were dead. So I went home that night and I thought, how do I rebuild my team? How do I put these people back together as a captain? Next morning I wake up and as I'm getting dressed, I get another call. Cap, they're going to do it again tonight. Do we have approval to start the process? Absolutely, get on it. Whatever you need, let me know. As the day went on, what we learned is this was the location of the house just on the other side of Piedras Negras. The Los Zetas were involved, and they absolutely were going to kill another group. What I'm going to show you here, this is a video from a Texas National Guard helicopter of the rescue operation. I'm going to leave it muted here. I just want to let it play as I talk to you and tell you this story, because it's an important point to the level of violence that has been taking place in Mexico, directly impacting us. Behind this residence, you'll see a rail line, and you'll see a lot of people at some point there. Those are many of the victims who they were going to kill that night. This is a stash house. What we didn't know at the time is that this stash house was really just moving migrants into the United States. That's all they were. But what the Zetas were doing were killing innocent men, women, and children, making it look like they were their rival cartel members, and then hanging them from bridges. And so as a result of great collaboration and a team of teams approach between local, state, federal law enforcement, and most elite units in Mexico known as SAMAR, they conducted an operation as a direct result of this. But they said, we need one shred of proof before we will go, because we have too many operations we're running back to back. We can't pull forces. We have to know that there's a sign of life there. Wouldn't you know it, the one day they need a sign of life, every helicopter we have is down. Usually, ladies and gentlemen, on the southern border, I could pick a color of a helicopter. This day, they're all down for annuals. And a captain in the Texas Rangers Border Security Operations Center by the name of Aaron Grigsby calls me and he says, buddy, he says, I think I got one. I got a young National Guard unit in South Texas that are willing to fly, but they got a bad camera on the bottom. They got to change it out. And literally, these two young pilots are underneath this machine with a crescent wrench, trying to take off this lens to put one long enough to magnify so that when we flew the border, they could see far enough into Mexico to conduct this rescue. And you are seeing that video play out. At one time, this was the most sensitive investigation in the state of Texas. This had to get approval from the governor, which was Perry at the time. This operation resulted in the rescue of 52 men, women, and children from China, Honduras, Guatemala. This is how long what has been happening down there in Mexico has played out, ladies and gentlemen. The next day we were briefed. It was a great rescue. Most of these people had no idea that they were about to be killed. They were just migrating from one stash house to the next stash house to the next stash house before they made it into the United States. And I share that with you because what you're seeing now, we learned the day after. These are the dead that we could not save. So if you think for a second that what has been happening down there has not had a massive impact on me, it's exactly why we keep going. It's exactly why we keep doing what we are doing. And you can see at 43 dead in one incident alone. Heads chopped off, arms chopped off because we couldn't save them. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been playing out for some time, and today I'm going to walk you through the evolution of these cartels, who are not a U.S.-Mexico problem. We have to change our way of thinking. They are a global problem, and I'm going to show them to you today, right now, their evolution. In 2006, these cartels were truly organized crime. And this is when the Calderon administration began using their military to come in and go after them. And if you remember at the time, everyone said this is the exact wrong thing to do. This is bad policy. You don't use your military, because we were looking at it through the lens of us in the United States. But in Mexico, what was taking place was unprecedented. They were losing their country to these cartels at unbelievable levels, not only through the use of military-grade weapons, but through corruption at the highest levels of the Mexican government. And so when the Calderon administration began using their military, we were witnessing on your southern border gun battles raging anywhere from 2 to 6 to 8 hours at a time, as these cartels truly were fighting back. This is when the insurgency started. And then from there, terrorism in 2010 and the parallel government. But we also saw some other things. And the whole time this is happening, by the way, I'm screaming internally in the organization. I'm saying, we've got problems. We've got to think bigger. And they're saying to me, Jason, we hear you, but as long as that shit stays in Mexico, that's not our problem. I traveled to Washington, I'm briefing people at the Reagan building, head of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, U.S. intelligence agencies, and they say, Jason, we hear you. We see the reporting in classified and unclassified, but we don't see it in the data. And they weren't lying. But things were getting worse, continuing to degrade. And you see it here in how Mexican citizens have been impacted. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember, we're talking 2010 to 2012 originally. Look at the numbers killed under the Calderon administration, 63,000. Under the Nieto administration, it climbed as they continued to battle the cartels. But then under the AMLO administration, where we are today, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, his policy is hugs, not bullets. And look at the deaths of citizens. People like to argue with me all the time about what strategies really work. I can tell you what doesn't work, and that is doing nothing to stop these cartels. And you can see it in the data. When you look here and you see the missing in Mexico, it's a very important number. And the reason for that is because cartels will tell you that you can't count a body that doesn't exist. And that's exactly why they guiso them, which means you kill them, you cut them off at the head, the arms, the legs, every joint, and then you burn them in barrels. You hear a lot about acid. The truth is, acid's not readily available in Mexico. It's not readily available in the United States. So they mostly cook them in barrels using diesel. Right now, we're looking at 310,000 deaths in Mexico. And I can tell you, anybody that gives you data you need to know in Mexico, the way they collect it, it's off. But this is the best we can get using their own information. So what happened? What really took place here? Well, in 2007, this is also where we began to see something else. And that was this seizure of $213 million in currency. Does anyone remember this, by the way? This was a major tripwire because this was China's involvement in chemical precursors. But this wasn't for fentanyl. This was for methamphetamine, as they were first importing P2P, one of the most damaging methods on a human body in the creation of methamphetamine, which is why we're seeing a lot of people in the position that we are today in the United States who are addicted. But these were the individuals responsible, the Los Zetas cartel, absolutely hyper-violent. And what they brought was an unprecedented level of tradecraft to the organizations. You know, in the old days when you talked to the cartels and you were buying dope from these drug traffickers, that's exactly what they were. They were drug traffickers. And when we would approach them to go do a deal at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they wouldn't get the dope deal done until 9 or 10 at night. That's how it really works on doper time, as we used to call it, in the narcotic service. When the Zetas came, they brought discipline. And when you listen to Ocio Cardenas, the head of the Gulf Cartel, that's exactly what he would say. Not only did they bring discipline, they brought loyalty. And they were all former special forces of the GAFE, which is basically the Green Berets of Mexico. These individuals here, this is Miguel Trevino, an absolute sadist, had no problem killing people at will just to show his level of power in Mexico. Lascano, this was originally one of the heads of the Los Zetas. He was killed in a gun battle with one of the most elite units in Mexico known as Samar. This is Omar Trevino, but these four, really these five, they are the people who created the monster that we see unfold in the last decade in Mexico. And when I say monster, this is what I'm talking about. This was where we went from an insurgency, where I talked to you about how they were battling the government of Mexico, truly fighting back with everything from 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns, light anti-tank weapons, RPGs, 40 millimeter grenades on your border. This has been happening for a very long time. But then this kicked off, and I will never forget it, in 2010. The mass murder of 72 men and women, who, by the way, once again, were just migrants passing through San Fernando, just south of Matamoros, when the Los Zetas came into the Gulf Cartel's territory and executed them. Why? So that the government of Mexico would use their forces against their rivals. So when you see these mass murders in Mexico, that's very often what some of the causes of these things are, and the propaganda that then follows. But it didn't stop here. Just a few months later, we would have this unspeakable act of violence against innocent men, women, children, as an SIU unit, which is a DEA unit, had a leak, and Omar Trevino, one of the individuals I just showed you, believed that there were snitches in this town, and so they killed everyone. Men, women, children. They were executed, they were cut into pieces, and they were guissoed so that their bodies couldn't be counted. To this day, they have only been able through DNA to identify about 60 folks. How many have heard of this? A few of you. Monterey Casino fire. Again, the Las Zetas, another mass killing of citizens in Mexico. Why? Because they didn't pay the piso or the tax to the cartels. This is the violence and the direction into terrorism as they went. 53 people killed in this fire. Horrible thing here. Most of them were not shot and killed. They set the casino on fire. They ran to the bathrooms in the back, and they were trapped. The windows had been boarded up. And they died of smoke inhalation, most of them. And then we had this escalation into tradecraft, something that we were worried that was coming, but to what degree and how would it hit? We could see it in the escalating tripwires day in, day out of what was taking place. I want to set this up. I may have a little problem. You may have to activate this for me. But what you are seeing right here is an individual who was killed, private citizen. He was dressed in a police officer's uniform in Juarez, Mexico. He was then laid on the ground, and they dialed their version of 911. And as first responders came, this is what took place. They filmed it just as they had seen what was happening overseas at the time. What was it? We were in the world of Middle East terrorism, and they were watching as Middle East terrorist organizations were filming the folks that they were killing, beheading, and now the cartels, for the first time, not only were using a Tovex bomb, which is a readily available mining explosive in Mexico. It doesn't have high yield, but now we had a car bomb cook-off, but they videoed it, all a part of their propaganda machine to instill fear. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, this didn't happen in the southern part of Mexico. This happened in Juarez, just south of El Paso, as the Juarez cartel and the Sinaloa cartel were battling for control. I know many of you remember those battles that were taking place. And then 2012, this happened. We had a source on the ground very quickly afterward. The target here was the mayor of Nuevo Laredo. He was sitting in his office doing work when this bomb cooked off. And if you want to see the luckiest cat in Mexico on June 29th, 2012, watch this guy right here. And this is your car bomb here. The blast was much more focused, directly targeting the mayor. Now, you will hear from a lot of people that the cartels are not terrorist organizations because they're not trying to take over or instill their political will. That is absolutely false. Absolutely false, and has been for a very long period of time. We had people on the ground very rapidly. You can see right here, here's his office. He had just gotten up, walked to the back of the building when the bomb went off. He survived it. He was using the restroom just by sheer chance. They would get him, though. A few years later, he would be found in the trunk of his vehicle with no arms, no legs, and no head. But yet you are told that there is no political will by the cartels to take over that country. This has been happening for a very long time. The thing about this that was a major significant tripwire was the tradecraft, and how what they were leveraging, their tradecraft was getting better day after day. And why? Because when you sit down and you talk to these cartel operatives, what they will tell you is that they are at war. It doesn't matter what we think. What do they think? What is in their mind? Because the other side gets a say. And they believe themselves to be at war. They will tell you that. Lara and I actually debriefed a Halcon, a lookout, a Falcon, when we first met in Roma, Texas. And she actually got to ask him, what's going on down there? And what did he say? We are at war. 4 generations of armored vehicles, ladies and gentlemen. When we first started seeing some of these vehicles, they were what they call the monsters, like right here, what you see. And I used to think to myself, my God, how do you stop these damn things? And I'll never forget it. We brought in one of our sources who was a Zeta. He said, oh, it's no problem. He said, all you do, see right here in the sides here, where the door jambs are, he says, all you do is you just run up to the vehicle and you just open up. And eventually those rounds will skip through and make it in and hit the driver. Because what they learned is that these things were big, they were heavy, and they were slow. And that was their way of defeating them. But if you look at them today, what do you notice? And they will tell you that mobility is life because they are fighting for their lives against rival cartels and the government of Mexico. And this is where the lighter vehicles came from. First, we started seeing these armored boxes on the back. Then we started seeing the third generation, which were very good, by the way. They were very difficult to tell, except that you could see that they were armored through the glass. But they got very good at their tradecraft here. When we talk about how did they control a plaza or a municipality, you will hear from experts that the cartels are a gang. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be very clear here. The cartels are not a gang. A gang says they control a certain roadway or a group of neighborhoods in the United States. These cartels truly have control of local, state, federal law enforcement who report to the plaza boss. And I have been on a Title III. A Title III is an investigation where you're listening to them talk. When a general calls in to the plaza boss and says, I'm going to be your new general, when do you want to meet to discuss payment? This is how it really works and has been working for a very long time in Mexico. I want to show you what a QRF team is, a quick response force. How is it that they maintain control in these municipalities? When you're seeing these QRF teams, what I want you to realize is they check on and off just like law enforcement. They never shut down. It's 365 days a year. What you're seeing is a third-generation armored vehicle driving through Nuevo Laredo, being filmed at passing motorists. This is known as the Troops of Hell. They are the armed wing of Cartel del Noreste in Nuevo Laredo today. Notice the .50 caliber and the slide-in armor packages, but also how light the vehicle is compared to where they started. And the reason for that is because they learned mobility is life. And this is what they look like inside. And I'm traveling the country and I'm saying, we've got problems at the southwest border. We need help. And what do they say to me? But Jason, we hear you. As long as it stays in Mexico, they keep telling me. Back to back, all over this country. This is Cartel del Noreste. I'm not going to show you this entire video in its entirety. This is the Troops of Hell who I've been showing you. And this is them who have just taken Cartel Jalisco New Generation members in custody, and they've been torturing them for days. If you've watched any of these videos, what you notice is that usually as they are cutting their heads off, they're not fighting. What you're not told is because for days they have been tortured, and they have had mock killings up until the very end. But I want you to look at the weaponry. This looks like a military operation. In this video here, they fillet these two individuals. First one by cutting his head off with a fillet knife, and the other two have their heads bashed in with sledgehammers. It is absolutely gruesome. And I share this with you because this is not happening on the other side of the planet. This is happening at your border. The people who are committing these crimes, many of them live in the United States, in Laredo, cross into Mexico to commit these crimes, come back. Because remember, the cartels have money. They can afford a visa. And I can tell you that many of them are here and walk among us. This is Cartel del Noreste in 2020, and Sedena, which is the big army of Mexico, battling them in Nuevo Laredo. And this is why it's important, because this cartel is here in this city. This is the reason I'm showing you this one. CDN, which used to be the Los Zetas, operate and have a large span of control of the drugs coming in and out of this city. But I want to show you the level of engagement happening in Mexico day in, day out by the Mexican military against these cartel operatives. Sedena killed 17 of these sicarios in this one engagement. This happened less than 1 mile from the border in Laredo. And in addition to that, the gunfire could be heard in Laredo, which happens all the time. It's nothing new. And I'm going to show you some of those things that Lara and I have both been involved in here shortly. But when we talk about the evolution into the final phase of where we see these cartels today, it is a true parallel government. And this was the first incident that really put it into perspective that Mexico had lost its territory and its ability to truly crush these cartels, because Operation Jalisco really illuminated to what degree in the Sierra Mountains they have full control, because they launched an operation against El Mencho, a very young cartel, Cartel Jalisco New Generation at the time, who had only been in play about 2 years. But how did they make their money very rapidly, very quickly? Is that they started moving cocaine and methamphetamine globally all over the world. And in this operation, they shot down one of their elite unit's helicopters. And it stopped the whole operation. They even stopped their ground forces. And it was really stunning, because when this took place, we were stunned. You have to remember, Jalisco is the wine country of Mexico. And the level of violence taking place was incredible here. I mean, you had 19 arrested, 4 clashed, 25 municipalities involved in that state in this incident. This really was a major tripwire. And you heard from the intelligence agencies, this is the most violent cartel in Mexico because of this one incident. And I just laughed. They were so far behind as to what was really taking place. This had been all a part of us screaming, there are problems. And what did they say? The same thing they always say to me. Jason, as long as that stays in Mexico, they keep telling me. As long as it stays in Mexico. Only things were rapidly spinning out of control. And the tradecraft of these cartels were getting better and better. This was one of the vehicles that used an RPG and a light anti-tank weapon to bring down that helicopter. By 2018, things had definitely begun to shift. And we first saw the elite group. This is the Special Forces elite units of Cartel Jalisco New Generation. They are trained by special forces in Mexico from the United States who have left and now are looking to make money, who go down there to conduct this kind of training. I want you to look at what you're seeing here. It is an army. And yet most of Americans have no idea to what degree this has been taking place in Mexico, as that country has been slowly and slowly been taken over by these cartels. You would have thought that at some point after that occurred, that somebody would have said something, done different operations in Mexico. Instead, the exact opposite has happened. After the Jalisco operation failed, and it was considered a massive failure for Mexico, El Mencho, the head of that cartel, notified President Nieto that if you do that again, I'll come into Mexico City. You see, what's happening now in that country is that Mexico is their hub. You can have the northern border, you can do what you want, but you leave the Mexico City alone. But now what has happened is that this thing has flipped. They have become so powerful now that along the frontera, the cartels, and in many areas away from Mexico City, the cartels truly control that part of the government. Received this video, broke this worldwide. This thing got millions of views. This is the elite group in 2020. And I want you to look at their armament and their armored vehicles. This, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a military. These are non-state actors with this level of capability. And I ask you, what terrorist organizations around the world have this kind of capability where you've seen this? The answer is you haven't. But again, as I'm traveling, I'm sending this up to federal law enforcement. I'm saying we've got problems, and they're saying to me the same thing. Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, as long as it stays down there, it's not our problem. And yet things were getting worse and worse and worse. Now, I want you to look at the fire teams that they've got here. I know there's a lot of former military personnel here. But yet they kept telling me I'm wrong. It's not going to impact the United States. Remember, you get the threats you get. You don't get the threats you want. And in 2016, this was the first surface-to-air missile to be seized in Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the location of it. Just south of Juarez, Mexico. This was my last act as a captain before retiring. I requested that this be unclassified so that all of air traffic control and the FAA could get a copy of this, because I needed them to know, because when you take off out of El Paso, I don't know if you noticed, you make a big bank over Juarez coming back. My fear was you get one of these guys high on dope who fires one of these things off and brings down an airliner. This was the Juarez Cartel, also known as La Línea, the enforcement wing of the Juarez. The reason this was significant, though, was because at the time they were a degraded cartel. And what that immediately told us is if this cartel had this capability, that those further down, closer to deeper Mexico, who were much larger in scale, they definitely had them. This was, again, a major tripwire missed by the U.S. agencies. But what did they tell me? But Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, that's what they keep telling me. And they also would say it's not terrorism, Jason, because they're not trying to overthrow the government. They're not trying to change things. Are you aware of this? This is from CNN. Look at the numbers here. This is their reporting. You can Google this. The last election, the number of politicians in Mexico killed and staffers is incredible. How many of you heard anything about this on national news? Exactly. You see, it doesn't look good to talk bad about your number one trading partner. But Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, they told me. And I'm screaming, we've got problems. This is a seizure by U.S. Customs and Border Protection in Starr County, Texas in 2011 of a light anti-tank weapon. What was happening is as we would engage the Los Zetas on the Mexico side, they would flee to the U.S. That's right, believe it or not, your border has not been secure for some time. And what they do is what we call leapfrogging. When they're being engaged, their goal is to go to the United States, jump into the river, go to the U.S. side, and then leapfrog across the U.S. side, then go back into Mexico. But many times they would still be engaged. So they started bearing military-grade weapons on our side of the river, so that way once they crossed, they had first, second, and third exit points, and they knew exactly where to go in order to be able to get these kind of weapons. And yes, you're looking at a light anti-tank weapon right there on U.S. soil. Along with 40 millimeter grenade launchers. Back then they used a lot of the 37 millimeters and they would hone them out to 40 millimeter. But Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, they would tell me. 2013, I'm a captain in the Texas Rangers Border Security Operations Center now, and I get a call. Hey, we got something weird happening, Cap. Yeah, well, we got a murder in South Lake, Texas, but here's what's odd. FBI, DEA, and HSI are all on scene. That's what we call a clue. I said, get up there. And sure enough, what did we find? We found that a Gulf Cartel lawyer had been assassinated with such precision. This was such a major tripwire to our country, and no one told you the background. The background was that El Gato from the Beltran Leyva organization had spent almost $1 million to find this lawyer who had been in hiding. And what they did is they put some of the most advanced GPS tracking devices on family vehicles out of other states and then monitored them for months until they finally located him. And once they located him, they then used the tracking devices to follow him to the South Lake Mall where he and his wife were going to shop. And as they followed him in, as soon as they parked, they blocked the vehicle. A gunman exited from the rear of the vehicle, ran up, shot him multiple times, made sure he was dead, jumped back in and fled. But Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, they told me. Then I'm sitting in the office again one morning, having coffee, get a call from the Texas Rangers in Brownsville, Texas. Hey, we got a problem. What is it, guys? We got a body with no head. And it's floating in the intercoastal, and it's been gutted, and the entrails have been yanked out. Well, that's a clue that something's gone horribly wrong. Can we use the team to find out? It's a team that I can't talk about publicly because they are still doing amazing things to protect this nation and this great state. Absolutely. Within about 5 hours, we'd identified that the head was in Mexico, that the shooter was a Border Patrol agent along with his crew, and that they were working directly for the Gulf Cartel. And what had happened is that this individual in the bottom right here had been stealing loads of cocaine out of tires as they were putting them in there. So the hit was given, and this Border Patrol agent, Joe Luna, was responsible along with his brother and his crew. Come to find out, ladies and gentlemen, he was in the country illegally. He had gone into the U.S. military. No one had done their background. When they did his background in U.S. Customs and Border Protection, nobody did the work because he was already in the United States. He had every access to every sensor of the Texas Department of Public Safety on the border, created by the man sitting right over here today, along with Border Patrols, and had been giving it to the Gulf Cartel all along. But Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, they kept telling me, and I'm screaming as I'm crossing the country, trying to talk to leadership within the Homeland Security enterprise. We've got to look at what's happening differently. When we ran a search warrant on his house, this is what we found. Not only a cartel pistol, but I think it was about $89,000 in cash and some dope. But Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico, they tell me. And this young autistic girl had her head removed in Alabama because her grandmother was doing the same thing, stealing a few loads. Jason, as long as that stuff stays in Mexico, it's not our problem, it's Mexico's problem. Sinaloa cartel was responsible for this. And I know what you're thinking, how can this be happening? How have we not heard about this? Ladies and gentlemen, I could do this all day long. Don't worry, I won't bother you with that. I'm frustrated beyond belief at this point. And finally, I end up meeting the real deal journalist, Lara Logan, and have the ability to show what is really happening to somebody that wasn't just going to sit in an air-conditioned building. And I want to show you what the first gun battle that went nationwide by a national correspondent can look like to really illuminate a problem. Because for the first time, I thought for myself, my God, finally, somebody cares enough to at least tell the American people what the hell has been happening. And not only that, sit on the side of the river at 3 and 4 a.m. in the morning back to back.
It's 4 a.m. on the southern border in Texas, in the tiny town of Roma. Listen to that.
This is what I've been trying to warn about. Another day at the border.
We'd arrived with counterterrorism specialist Jason Jones to find war raging on America's doorstep.
Oh, there you go. There's a 40. Did you hear the 40?
Yes.
That was
40 millimeter grenade.
That was a grenade, yeah.
Yeah.
It's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right here at the border.
Oh, there's the 40. That's the 40 millimeter. Oh, and there's the... Across the Rio Grande in the Mexican city of Miguel Alemán, a resident captured this view. The people here trapped between rival cartels, fighting for control. Back on the U.S. side, Jones had been keeping track. So this is 3 nights in a row here?
This is the 4th day of back-to-back gun battles that Border Patrol has heard these things and reported them in for 4 days straight. Yesterday they had a gun battle at noon, same location where we're reporting from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can go to your border and be in certain areas at the right time, and you will capture these gun battles that will rage anywhere from 30 minutes to 3+ hours. You leveraging everything from 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns, armored vehicles, 40mm grenades like Lara was talking about, and rounds coming into the United States where our own citizens are having to listen to this multiple times a week. I am breaking these stories back to back. This week on Newsmax, I broke another story of a gun battle that took place in Miguel Alemán. They are happening all the time as Cartel del Noreste, known as CDN, and Cartel de Golfo, known as CDG, which is now becoming Cjng, are battling for control as CDG is losing its power in that region. And you say, well, Jason, at least that's Mexico, as long as it doesn't impact us. Because that's what they're always telling me. This is what's now known as the Hebronville incident. This was another major tripwire. You've seen this from the governor of Texas, and this came from a human source after a phone was recovered, and we got this out nationwide. What I want you to pay attention to is the lights on the dash. I want you to look at the weaponry. I want you to look at the clothing that they're wearing. And what you're seeing is what we believe is Cartel de Golfo moving a group of high values into the United States further. But remember, this is Hebronville, Texas, 80+ miles into the U.S. It's the tradecraft of Mexico that I'm asking you to look at here, from what I've shown you earlier.
In half a mile, your destination will be on the right.
Dale todo derecho. Que no se haya movido este güey, márcale, dile. Ahí está el... ¿Está en línea? Sí, está en línea. ¿Cuánto falta? ¿Cuánto falta? Ya 1 minuto. Sigue derecho. ¿Seguro que derecho? Simón, ten cuidado.
They're getting ready to come up to a state highway, and then they're going to do a pass-off of these folks. I want you to look at how fast this happens.
Your destination is on the right.
Aquí. ¡Django! Sobre, vatos, ahorita la verga, corto la verga. Sobre, todos a la verga. Todos a la verga. Córrele, güey, córrele.
Most of these trucks are stolen out of San Antonio, ladies and gentlemen, here. They're taken down, the seats are ripped out. The vehicles are used to make armored vehicles in Mexico. If they're on this side, then they're used for smuggling like this. So this is, what they're doing is staying off the main roadways, going from one ranch to another ranch. We showed this to Border Patrol. They knew the location immediately. That's how we were able to identify it, and they were able to send extra folks out there. But I want you to think of this. Imagine being a single lawman conducting a traffic stop. Your closest backup is 40 miles away, or even more. That's your roadway to your personal ranch. And this is what's coming up and down on our roadways, 80 miles into the United States. But yet they tell me, Jason, as long as it stays in Mexico. June 3rd, 2022, Interstate 10, Phoenix, Arizona. What you're seeing right here is a 50 caliber rifle known as a Barrett. This is an Arizona state trooper, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to see another Arizona state trooper being passed. And I want you to notice the kit, the body armor that the suspect's wearing. I want you to notice the 4 Glock pistols he has, along with on his hand here, or in his hand, it's either an SKS or an AK-47 with a drum round. But as long as it stays in Mexico, Jason, they keep telling me. There was the other trooper they just passed. Notice they do not care. They did not move because they do not fear us. They have no reason to, ladies and gentlemen, and we have done nothing to stop what has been taking place. And they will tell you that there is no spillover violence into the United States. Do you know what the term for spillover violence is under the federal government? There isn't one, because you can't get DEA, FBI, Office of National Drug Control Policy to agree to a terminology. I can tell you that for a fact because I worked it for over 2 years trying to create one so that we could build policy in the state of Texas behind it. As long as it stays in Mexico, they told me, Jason. This is June 22. I want you to look at the bodies. Thanks to the Texas Department of Public Safety's elite aircraft division and the leadership, they were willing to share this so we could get it out to the American people. I want you to see how they dumped 2 migrants on the side of Interstate 10. You are literally looking at feet from Interstate 10 near Van Horn, Texas. These migrants that crossed, we believe they died from heat exhaustion. Not exactly sure. But look at how they were just dumped and laid over on top of one another as if they're nothing. Because to them, they are nothing. They are a commodity. And they will tell you that. And Lara can speak to this because she's been with me where we have debriefed some of these people. And they will tell you that killing these folks is like nothing. It's like, I think if I remember correctly, didn't he say, Lara, it's like squashing a bug? Is that the right term? Like a fly. But as long as it stays in Mexico, they would tell me, Jason, and the whole time, I could do an entire presentation on this slide alone. I want you to look at where we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is CDC data going back to the 60s. And there are some major tripwires here that showed us what was coming. Look at where we were in the 80s. Most of us remember the crack epidemic in this nation when we had about 10,000 overdose deaths per year. Major tripwire happened here in 2005. I'm an undercover narcotics agent in Houston, Texas, assigned to the high-intensity drug trafficking area. And we were working meth labs, domestic labs. And what happened then, you may remember, is when at the state and at the federal level, we began outlawing the ability to get pseudoephedrine so that domestic labs can make meth. 1 week, it was like overnight. Our meth labs almost shut down completely. And Mexican meth began coming into Texas, just pouring into the state. And the addicts didn't like it at first. They would tell you that it's shit dope is the way they would put it. But Jason, it's free. You see, this is another thing they don't tell you about how the cartels operate. The way they take over a market is they push it onto the streets for almost virtually nothing. And when you already don't have anything, this is a way you can get high on something else. And this is how they take over markets. Same way they did it with fentanyl in this country. So this was a major change. This is the rise of Mexican methamphetamine into this country. Right here, this is 2015, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first year that we began seeing fentanyl manufactured by the Sinaloans. 70 pounds was seized by U.S. Customs and Border Protection on your southwest border. And look at what happened every year after. And yet Republicans and Democrats did nothing differently policy-wise to stop what was taking place. You know, this breaks my heart because when we talk to families and you listen to the pain they're in over losing their children, they're right. These are poisonings. These are not overdose deaths. These are people who go to study in college, young kids, who take a pill they think is Xanax. Really, their friend bought it from a drug dealer, and now they're dead. These are poisonings, and yet most of us are not aware to what degree these cartels have played a major role in this transition. And what are we doing right now? If I was to ask you, what programs do we have in place to stop it? Exactly. How can you be in the leadership position of the DEA, FBI, DHS, Office of National Drug Control Policy, and yet you hear virtually almost nothing about what's taking place? Well, the DEA administrator did admit the other day that Snapchat's a huge problem. Not kidding you. This is true. Now, she's not wrong. Dealers at the smallest level are using Snapchat to sell narcotics to young people. That's absolutely true. The problem is, that's not the problem. You've got to go after these labs and you've got to go after these cartels. How could this have taken place? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to close here. This happened for a multitude of reasons. Failed leadership, what I call institutionalized cowardice at the highest levels of our government. And I don't mean elected officials only, ladies and gentlemen, the Homeland Security enterprise whose job it is to fix this problem and protect our citizens. But there's another part of this too, and I know you're going to think, my God, this can't really be a huge issue, but it is. The Uniform Crime Report was created in 1929, was implemented in 1934, and until 2021 was the main mechanism for which we collect crime data in this country. So as I'm traveling saying we got problems, the data didn't validate it. Yet at the southern states, what were we dealing with? Everything I've shown you today, right? Public corruption, kidnapping, extortion, drug trafficking, human smuggling, money laundering, weapons, cyber, etc. None of it captured under the Uniform Crime Report, so that as local, state, and federal law enforcement of 18,000 agencies can share with you where we really are. And so the problem that we are facing is transnational crime. Now they have what is known as NIBRS, the National Incident-Based Reporting System, what they call the new system. It was created in 1984, implemented in 1988, and is a total failure. Is it better? Absolutely. Captures 52 new index crimes, which do capture some of the transnational crime, but it will not fix where we are. I want to close with this, and I want you to listen to this sheriff for a minute. This is an interview I did of Sheriff Shelton, just south of San Antonio, Texas. And I want you to listen to this case, because this is, I think, with a sum of all fears of where we have gone with transnational crime now. I want you to listen to what he has to say, because what we are really seeing now is what I call the convergence, ladies and gentlemen, where crime has come into this country from foreign state and non-state actors to such a degree that now we're seeing a reverse of what's now going south. And it's not just people and drugs moving north.
The thing that sticks in my mind is a stop my chief deputy made. It was two individuals, young man and young woman.
How'd you hear?
And turns out he was transporting her to the border to sell her for $10,000. He was going to traffic her. They had been on the road for 16 hours from up north, and she just got in too deep, didn't know how to get out until my deputy made that stop.
He saved her life.
Absolutely. And had my chief not stopped her 80 miles from the border, she would have disappeared. She's going to graduate from high school this year because of him.
That is one sheriff in one county with 10 deputies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have problems. These problems have solutions. Those solutions involve designating these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. I want you to know I've been at this for 5.5 years. We are not going to stop until we get it done. I want you to know that this problem is absolutely fixable. The immigration issue, that is a layer. We know exactly what needs to be done to fix the immigration issue in this country. We can fix it. The problem now is the national security issues that we are facing at unprecedented levels. And I can tell you this, as of 2 years ago, where we were and where we are now are night and day differences. We will have to make massive changes. We will have to be extremely aggressive. And for those families who have lost everything, they deserve justice, both in Mexico, in our country, and so many migrants who have crossed through these nations trying to get here. Thank you all for having me, and know that we're going to get this done. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, so we have a couple minutes now for you to ask some questions of Jason, if anyone has any, and then we're going to have a conversation. I think you'll find this fascinating because Jason can bring into the present exactly what has been coming across the southern border from the beginning of this administration until now. This lady over there, we do have some volunteers, right, who have microphones who are going to take the questions? Who's doing it? Where have we? Okay, if you can come to the mic to ask your questions, and please, no statements. I'm not a morning person. I don't need to listen to people go on for 10 minutes before they get to the question. I'm out of patience with that, okay? It's about my 5th event this week, so I'm just warning you.
Sit on. Okay, so I have to get really close. The question I have is, I've always been concerned or confused as to why they put the poison in the drugs, because they're basically killing their customers. What is the purpose of killing the customers?
Did everybody hear the question okay in the back? What is the purpose of killing their own customer base? It is a great question. I'm asked it all the time. And when I talk to them, I ask them that. I want to be very clear here. Ladies and gentlemen, they do not care. You have to remember, we in the United States, you are always told, what are you told by most of the media? That if we did not have the supply and the demand issue in this country, we wouldn't have the supply problem. What you're not told is these cartels are global. We are just one economy of the drug trade today. Sinaloa cartel is in over 54 countries. Cartel Jalisco New Generation in over 50. How many of you knew that before today? Of course not. Because you're still told these are drug cartels. Remember, drugs is something they do today. It is not what they are. They have diversified in everything from extortion to taking over their own country. And I will tell you, if we think for a second that they are not coming here, I have shown you today that they are. And it's a fantastic question. You know, I remember in 2004, I'm a narcotics agent in Brownsville, Texas, and we're still reeling from 9/11. And we get notified from headquarters that, hey, there's some kind of information coming in, intelligence, that there's supposed to be some kind of dirty bomb crossing the border. Debrief every source you have. And I'll never forget this. We brought in one of the Gulf Cartel lieutenants. We have him in front of us. He had been a long-time source. And we're telling him, hey, do you have any Chinese in any of your stash houses? He's like, yeah, of course. I got some over here. I got some over there. But why? What's the worry about the Chinese? And we said, well, we're concerned that they may be bringing in some kind of device. He laughed. He said, what are you talking about? These people are half dead. He said, the trip that they make is incredible. I go, but let me just ask you something. Would you guys move these people in if you knew that they were going to destroy a city in the United States? And I will never forget this. He looked over at my partner, who he'd been working with much longer than me, because I was new at the time. He looked back at me and he looked at my partner, and he kind of gave him the nod like, hey, look, I'm going to say some shit here a little forward. And he looked at me and he said, look, I don't know how long you've been here. He said, but you need to understand something. These people do not care about anything or anyone. A city can dissolve in the United States and they'll never think twice about it. And I want you to look at it that way, because if you look at what they've done to their own citizens and what they are doing to people, you really get to understand it, because it is a fantastic question.
So I have another one. What can we do about it?
What can we do about it?
You're giving us this great information. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's horrific information. Yeah. And thank you for illuminating us. But as citizens, what can we do?
Here's what you can do. And I truly mean this. And I'm asking this question all over. We have got to make sure that our elected officials understand what we are facing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you, and this is a great example, and I'm going to get to your question. How many officials are here today? Any elected officials here? Right. Here's my point to this, why I ask this, is that this is what I see as I cross the country. And when I brief elected leaders and I've briefed senators, I've briefed congressmen, I've briefed state senators and state reps. What I now do, the very first thing is I ask them this question: when was the last time you were briefed by either the U.S. intelligence agencies, federal or state law enforcement, classified or unclassified, on what's happening in Mexico, the cartels, or the border? You know what the answer is? Never been briefed. I had one congressman said that he was briefed by a CBP officer at the Reagan building in a classified briefing, but he hadn't worked the border in 10 years. We have a real communication problem. And so what they need to understand from you, to answer your question direct, is that you expect more. That you expect to come. We will not make change with what we have. And if you think the Republicans are going to fix the problem, I can tell you right now, that's not going to happen right now with the folks we have in charge. I am briefing them routinely. But what can we do as citizens? Mandate that this is not okay and that we're not going to lose more citizens as we have.
Why hasn't the government designated these cartels as domestic terrorists? Is it because they're all bought off? What is John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, who I like, doing?
Did everybody hear the question okay? Why in the world has our government not designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations? I have to tell you, I've been at this 5.5 years. There are a multitude of reasons. There are many. One is that Mexico is one of our #1 trading partners. It doesn't look good that the country to our south has degraded to the degree that it has. That's one part of it. Second, the battle. Do you remember in 2019 when President Trump stood on the national stage and said, we are going to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations? Ladies and gentlemen, at the time I was going on Lou Dobbs, and he called me back to congratulate me that, my God, we had done it. We got it done. And I'll never forget it. And then 2 days later, it never happened. Why? Well, what we now know is that the U.S. intelligence agencies, the FBI and the DEA were battling for budgets. Who would have authority? Because if you designate these cartels as terrorists, is that an FBI issue because they're not terrorists, or is it a DEA problem? You get the gist of where I'm going with this. That's part of the major problem that's happened here. The other part of this is the data that I talked to you about. Not being able to see the impact, yet as a nation we feel it. But you haven't been able to put it into data until recently. The only data you really have right now of the level of impact to our nation and to our citizens, ladies and gentlemen, under the failed systems that we have, is the overdose death data. That's it. If we didn't have that, right now, most Americans would not realize the impact from Cjng and from Sinaloa, who are responsible for that.
So what do you do? Move the Third Army in, or a covert operation?
Here's what you get with the terrorism designation. And this is why it is so very important. It does not mean we go to the war with the cartels. We can, because every T is crossed, every I is dotted. Every attorney is now on board, whether they want to be or not. And every agency from the Pentagon on, including U.S. intelligence agencies, now have the requirement. So that's why it's very important we get that designation. But here's how and what you get from it. First, you cannot be a terrorist in this country and here illegally. So it allows us to very rapidly go after them, apprehend them, and remove them from this country, instead of working a 1 to 2 year case on them in order to get them out of the nation. Second, it limits their mobility globally, because now you can't fly legally and now you can't hit the waterways legally. So we're limiting mobility to Mexico and to just a few other countries unless they take clandestine flights out. But third, you always hear from the so-called experts, and I love this when I watch them on national television. We need to target the money and we need to go after the assets. Hell, it sounds right, doesn't it? It does. Here's what you're not told. We've been doing that for 20 years. The problem is that domestically, under the Fourth Amendment, the finest amendment, in my opinion, this nation could ever have, our system through investigations domestically moves very slow, and that's exactly what we want when our government comes after us. But globally, it allows us to go after their assets very rapidly, very quickly, the speed. That's why this FTO designation is so important. But you have another issue too, and that is a lack of will from the leadership of the Homeland Security enterprise. Not just a lack of will from the White House. A lack of will from the State Department, and I can tell you right now, those failures from the United States State Department are incredible. And you're going to hear more about that today from one of the former HIDTA directors that's here.
Okay, this is the last question before we go to our conversation.
Yep, last question. It's a two-parter, but the first part is just a single answer out of curiosity. Was building the wall a facade, in your opinion? That was a distraction?
No.
Okay, thank you. And this is a little sensitive because I back the blue and I'm very, very supportive of our law enforcement. But I have heard that certain counties in other states specifically have been infiltrated with like straight up gangs are now like the entire law enforcement within counties. Do you know if that's accurate?
From Mexico or domestically?
It's domestically, but I don't know, like to your point, the fact that that guy was, came in and was never a legal citizen and was in the military.
Yeah, here's what I can tell you when it comes to the cartels and what they're doing domestically and going after and being involved in public corruption issues domestically. We have seen along the southwest border, if you take some time tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you can Google it, sheriff apprehended, not just the deputies, the sheriff in Hidalgo County arrested, working with them. Many deputies, many state troopers, CBP agents and others. So that is absolutely happening, and they have initiatives in detail that they conduct just as they do in Mexico, where they push in people into our country with a lot of money, and their job is to attend different rallies with political people, bring them in. As soon as they come to their house, I can tell you of one case that we work specifically, where they put up in the home, big beautiful mansion in South Texas. They have it wired with video cameras. They bring over young girls from Mexico and drugs, and they catch them on video. Now they own them. That was one way that I can tell you that they do it. And then they have individuals whose job it is to do this. So is corruption from Mexico real? The answer is absolutely. Now domestically, I can't speak to that. I can tell you from what the cartels do very, very well. You bet.
Thank you, Jason. Will you come and sit down?
You bet.
Thank you. So some of the solutions that you are looking for are in the threat assessment. We'll be talking more about that throughout the day. But if you have the time to read through it, you'll see that there are the whole point of this threat assessment is not just to say, here's the problem, and now leave you not knowing what to do with it. It's to show you real pathways and things that can be done by the citizens. The model of waiting on your elected officials to act is a failed model because they haven't acted. So this is about giving us practical solutions, and some of the people involved in this, unfortunately, are not able to be here because they're threatened by the agencies that they work for. And I think one of the things that's very significant and little understood is the amount of risk and commitment that goes into doing this. You know, you might give up a day of your time, and maybe you got a lot of other things going on, and and kids and grandkids and work commitments. But the people who are doing this, some of them have given up everything, like literally everything. And so when you're looking around you at the situation in the country and you think, why is nobody doing anything? And should I just quit? Right? Because it seems like I'm outnumbered and it's easier just to go along with what's happening. Well, I can tell you that's not true. There are people who've given up their whole lives and who are losing their jobs. There are Border Patrol agents who are taking their own lives because of what they're experiencing every day, and because they no longer have the backing and support of the people they work for. So it's never been worse for them. And Jason, can you give us a sense, because you're down at the border so much, of what it looks and feels like right now?
Yeah, sure. How's my volume? Okay back there? Can y'all hear me okay in the back? All right, great. I'm on the border, ladies and gentlemen, about every other week, trying to embed with law enforcement as Newsmax's border correspondent and illuminate these crimes and what's taking place. First, you need to know that when you're down there, what you see from Border Patrol is a level of defeat I've never seen in my career. These men and women's job right now is to process people, and they're to do it rapidly and quickly. And for them, that is the rub, because the national security side of this is not being upheld between the ports of entry. The second thing you see is just people everywhere. I mean, you see men, women, and children coming from countries all over the world there. I've never seen anything like that. My last trip to Roma, Texas, just a few weeks ago, I put out a video. I was stunned. I've never seen this many infants, small babies. And I was talking to one of the Border Patrol agents in Roma, Texas, and they're processing at that time about 250, somewhere in there. And I said, man, am I wrong here? Am I seeing more infant children? And he said, no, we've been seeing that recently. He said, Jason, he goes, you see that Tahoe right over there? He said, the smugglers crossed a woman in a raft, dropped her on the bank. Texas National Guardsmen picked her up, carried her up to the mobile processing center. They put her in the back of that Tahoe to try to drive her out, and she had the baby right there in the back of the Tahoe. So that's just on that side of it. That's one of the latest things. And that's what you see when you're in Roma, Texas. Then it's the entire other side, Lara, the gun battles taking place. I was down there about a month and a half ago, and again, I'm in Roma. You know I like to go there because you get to see the totality of it all, not just the people crossing. You get to see the gun battles. And while they're processing around I want to say just right at 300 men, women, and children, they got a gun battle going on the Mexico side. It's a few hundred yards from where we are. And they call it firecrackers now. Hey, on the radio, they won't even call out gun battle because if they do, it messes everything up. They got to fill out forms. I can put it, really, let me sum it up in one word. Overrun.
So if the southern border is overrun, what does that really mean? We know we have a small sense of what it means in terms of narcotics. Fentanyl is being mixed into every drug in existence today. Everything in existence. I've interviewed DEA agents whose even their confidential CIs on the streets cannot find pure heroin, cannot find pure cocaine, cannot find pure marijuana. It's all mixed with fentanyl. And that question, about why would they want to kill their customers, they don't care because they've got many more customers where that comes from. They're doing so many things now where drug dealers are telling their customers, well, we've run out of this drug, and they're giving them free fentanyl to get them addicted. It's so addictive. They're creating new markets where none have ever existed. And we're hearing nothing about it because we don't have authorities in positions of power who want to stop this. Jason and I just had, a robust conversation about the head of the DEA because Jason was saying she just cares about her next job. She's marked to go higher in the administration, and she just has to do nothing to get there. And my point to you was, when the policy is do nothing and that's how you get promoted, that is a real policy, right? That by intent is creating a certain outcome. So it's not just a failure of leadership. It's that in order to be recognized and rewarded today in this government, your job is to ensure a national security failure on the southern border. That's how you get ahead today. So you are in touch with people down there who wouldn't normally talk to reporters or anyone dealing with the public. What are they telling you about the national security risks and terrorists crossing the southern border?
They're absolutely terrified, Lara. I mean, you have to understand your border, despite what you are being told, is wide open. And what you may hear from elected leaders is that, we have operational control of our southwest border. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be very clear. We do not have operational control of your southwest border. And this is what bothers them the most, Lara, because to the point of your question, they know that everything is getting through. About 2 weeks ago, did you all witness the seizure? And an example of this is 2 weeks ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico, there was a massive seizure conducted by Albuquerque PD, the FBI, and DEA did some great work. It was a little over a month-long investigation where they took down 1 million pills of fentanyl, 142 pounds of methamphetamine, and $4 million of U.S. currency. Now, why is that important? Because the people they took it from were domestic gangs, and the Sureños, another domestic gang operating in New Mexico. The price of a pound of methamphetamine, the guys told me, was $3,700. I've never seen methamphetamines so low. What that means is that we have such large amounts of narcotics flowing into the country right now. And I was talking to some DEA guys who you know personally, right, who are the best of the best at the cartels. They are getting everything through that they need to. They have never seen the ability to load up and order up so much dope from Mexico and get it pushed in volume like we're seeing. Now, what's the validator to what I just said? Look at the seizures occurring in Nogales, Arizona of over 1 million pills. Look at the DEA's recent seizure in Los Angeles of over 1 million pills. Ladies and gentlemen, these are numbers we've never seen before. Now they're routine. So that validates what I'm saying, and that is their concern, because when we're looking at the overdose death crisis that we're looking at, that's one part of it. But when it comes to high values, those people who come from a country with a terrorism nexus, we now know publicly that 60 have gotten into this country in the last 10 months alone. Those are the ones the government tells you about, ladies and gentlemen.
So if you wonder how some of these pieces tie together, the most effective narco-terror operation in the world was run by the Taliban. And their rat lines from Afghanistan into the United States are extremely well developed. What the Taliban was able to do was to take narcotics and use it to raise money for terrorism on a scale and with a level of efficiency that had never, ever been seen before. And then in comes the Biden administration and gives them their own state and turns them into the first narco-terror state in the world, whose stated objective is the annihilation of the United States and everything that comes with that. So for people who are sitting here, well, 60 terrorists have come across the border, but nothing has happened, right? I'm not affected. Why does that matter? And you can hear on the television 50 reasons why, you know, you're still safe. You don't have to worry about it. What exactly does that penetration into the United States mean? How does that and why does that concern you as a lawman?
The cartels have all of the logistics through their alien smuggling organizations, their Halcon network, and U.S.-based gangs to get whatever you need into any state, any city, any county in this country. Here's where I'm going to come full circle with that question. And you saw that play out in the world of terrorism, and I believe it was 2010, we have it in the assessment, where a Los Zeta was contracted by the Quds force in Iran to kill an ambassador in Washington, D.C. Just by pure chance, DEA here in Houston, where one of my analysts was assigned at the time, that individual happened to be a source for the DEA. That's well publicized now. Anybody can Google this. And I'll never forget it. My analyst called me. She was assigned to this specialized unit and said, Cap, you're not going to believe this. We just identified the guy, and no shit, he's a Quds force operative trying to bring in an assassination on an ambassador from Saudi Arabia in Washington, D.C. If you get a chance, look it up. This is how far back it goes, where the perception by Middle East terrorist organizations is that if you want to get into the United States, here's how you do it, and here's who you work with to do your dirty work. The same way the cartels leverage our tier 1 gangs who work with them, like Eme, Sureños, Latin Kings, others, MS-13, to conduct their dirty work in cities and streets all over our country, moving narcotics. They control it all. And that's why you hear me say what I'm saying and show what I'm showing, because if we go after the heart of the problem, they may still be doing what they're doing globally, but we kill the ability and the logistics to get into our country and every part of it at will.
So a lot of people don't realize that the Mexican cartels have pretty much taken over the global trade in narcotics. They control roughly, depending on who you talk to, 90–95%. And the number 1 currency of every street gang in the world is narcotics. The Colombian cartels, who were once so feared, now report to the Mexican cartels, right? They get that cocaine as far as Mexico, and then the Mexican cartels take it from there, because it's not worth their while to take on the Mexican cartels. Why? When you can distribute it for me. The Chinese were happy to hand over production of fentanyl. They, in fact, trained the Mexican cartels. Can you speak to that piece of it? Because even in the field of narcotics, people don't understand how different that business is today and the power that it gives the Mexican cartels.
Yeah, absolutely. What is a cartel? This will really sum it up to that question. A cartel, by definition, by word, is an agreement. That's what the word means. It's been bastardized today, but cartel means agreement. And what they do very, very well, those that excel, is that they work and they collaborate with anyone that will work and collaborate with them to meet their initiatives and their objectives. That includes anyone globally. You see that with Cartel Jalisco New Generation very clearly. Why? Because the way they became so big, so quickly, so fast, is that they began pushing their narcotics globally and then using the Valencia cartel, who El Mencho married one of the daughters, and to move the money back south. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a time in Australia that a kilo of cocaine was going for $180,000. I mean, think of that. 2018, 2017, Australia was like Miami Vice was in the 80s, just being inundated with cocaine. Now methamphetamine, the prices have dropped dramatically. But so to answer your question, this is really the real failure of understanding why they've become so powerful, because they will collaborate and work with anyone, and they are the hub of everything. One of the reasons that I became a narcotics agent and worked in narcotics most of my career is because one thing you find of the criminal underworld, and what you were saying, is that dope is the currency in that world, at every form. And if you want to work hits, assassinations, you want to work anything, the criminal underworld nexus to narcotics, it's all there. One day you think you're going after a drug trafficker, the next thing you learn he's involved in something totally else, and you're taking him down. And that's what I really liked about it. What concerns me today is the level of tradecraft that we see. We have never witnessed that collusion between military-grade capabilities, tradecraft, and discipline in that underworld as we see today, Lara. And that is a global problem. I want to, one last thing here. 2016, I'm getting ready to retire, and I'm invited by the New York City Police Department, who I worked very, very closely with. They have a lot of people are not aware, due to the failures of the FBI after 9/11, the failure to collaborate, they pushed their intelligence officers globally. So they invited me to one of these global partnership relationship in intelligence briefings. While I'm there, the head of Eurocom, if you've never heard of Eurocom, it is, you hear of Interpol. The truth is Interpol is no good. It's an 8 to 5, Monday through Friday job. Europol is the real deal. What Europol does is they conduct the investigations, and the head of it, Mr. Rainwater, was there, and he asked, was there anyone that understood the cartels? And they said, hey, we happen to have the guy, he's here. So they came to me and said, would you mind briefing the head of Europol? I'm like, what? It's like, well, yeah, sure, but why? So I came down, and we had about a 30-minute just one-on-one discussion. And at the end of it, I'll never forget this, he looks at me and he says, Jason, do you understand why I asked for this meeting? And I said, no, sir. And he said, because when we see a murder in our country and we see a nexus to the Mexican cartels, I had no idea of the level of violence that was being portrayed in Europe now, directly linked to cartels in Mexico, until that conversation, Lara. And it made me realize that you may think you know it. You may think you've got this figured out. You may work at 12 hours a day, but they are moving at such speed, and they are committing crimes that we had no idea that they were doing that in Europe.
And they still are.
Absolutely.
Because in Holland, just recently, they had a boat explode off the coast that was a mobile meth lab. It's all over Europe, it's all over the world, and yet our own government doesn't even bother to define the threat for us. So something's wrong there, right? That's a disconnect, because it doesn't make any sense. So what I want to ask you about now, Jason, since you touched a little bit on it, in that after 9/11, a lot of fuss was made about cooperation between the agencies, right? And how's that looking right now?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be very clear here. I have never in my career witnessed the degrading of relationships and collaboration in the federal system to where it is today. And anyone in the system who works it day in, day out between the DEA, the FBI, and these are incredible people who are doing the job for you every single day. And you have no idea some of the things that they're involved in, trying to protect this country. And literally were like me, and are like me, screaming at their leadership to get things done. They will tell you they have never been this frustrated. DEA Special Operations Division right now is a mess. You know, this is the hub of the Federal Fusion Center Collective that really brings together the intelligence agencies to work global narcotics investigations. The relationship between HSI leadership, DEA leadership has degraded at unprecedented levels, and that's very important when you look at what HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, does for us domestically. And it's all a part of a leadership failure to collaborate and work together. And I can tell you that the relationships are very degraded. And all the effort that was done to build these fusion cells at local, state, and federal level, to bring things together at a level we had never done so that we didn't have another 9/11. I can tell you the Homeland Security enterprise is in bad shape right now, and I'm stunned by it because of the classes and the courses that have been, lawmen have been going through to try to work together better, and to see the level of failure right now from the executive leadership. You see it every day in every way. I mean, it's bad, Lara.
So, it really comes down to people like Jason pushing the envelope in their jobs as far as they can, personal commitment. I remember Jason telling me that many of his letters to his boss used to start with, "Dear Sir, no one was more surprised than I." Because why, Jason?
Yeah, that's when you do things you're not supposed to do, or you make mistakes. And you've got to write these memos in the federal government, right? And so that's how you just start them.
Because?
Which one do you want to talk about? Which letter are we talking about right now?
Well, give us a sense of what you really have to do when you're, everyone has limitations in their job, right? And there are people who are willing to go further. I mean, if you're people who are risk averse, they don't want to push at all because they're worried about their career. But I know through you, I have met people in DEA, people in the agency, people in FBI, people in ATF, even some people who have really, I don't think anyone really understands the level of the burden that you take on when you're willing to be one of those people that doesn't just say yes to the boss or yes to the limitations and really pushes this. I mean, when we hear that there's been an attack, we don't bear responsibility for that, right? If something comes over the southern border and there's an attack in the United States, it's not our problem. But we're ready to point fingers and look who is responsible for that. So when you're the ones responsible, like you were responsible, you still feel responsible. That's why you've had no life for the last 4.5, 5 years. That's why you gave up your career, right? You gave up everything. I mean, for people who don't understand, a captain in the DPS is like an admiral in the Navy, right? I mean, it's very, very senior. You could have stayed in and gone all the way to the top, but you gave all of that up. And you pushed the envelope and you found the other people in the other agencies willing to do the same because you care.
I appreciate that, Lara, I do. But I will tell you there are many of them out there, ladies and gentlemen, and they are fighting. I mean, truly fighting their agencies, being demoted, screaming at their bosses, trying to get the word out. And these are incredible people. You have some folks in DEA Houston that are the best of the best. They are the people who held the indictments against the people that I showed you today. They are the ones who have built programs that have saved lives of Americans all over this country, and no one has any idea. And every day they're fighting a broken system. And I made a statement earlier, and you heard this. I said, we are suffering with institutionalized cowardice of leaders in the Homeland Security enterprise at unprecedented levels. And I truly mean it. If you realize the level of fighting that you have to do when you're in these agencies to get something done. And one thing I never wanted to be, and I know they are all the same, and I'm just one guy out there, that's all I am, but they will all tell you nobody wants to be the guy in the agency who was screaming on September 10th, we've got problems, and then look what happened as those buildings fell down. The truth, though, is that we have failed. Look at the number of dead we now have in our country as a direct result last year of overdoses. We have failed. That's the truth of it. And I hear people tell me all the time in the community, they're like, Jay, man, we're going to have another 9/11 before we can open this up. The truth is we've already had it, ladies and gentlemen. We've had it. Most Americans aren't even told.
3,000 on 9/11, 107,000 last year alone. And most of them kids. That's the other part they don't tell you about. Most of them kids. I mean, I had a DEA agent in charge, special agent, tell me, my agents are dropping like flies. They weren't built for this. They were built to fight the cartels, and they're going into bedrooms in suburbs, suburban homes, and they're picking out kids, taking them out of their bedrooms in advanced stage of rigor mortis, and they can't do it. Day after day after day. A 12-year-old girl, a 13-year-old boy, 14-year-old girl. And their parents, I mean, they went to bed the night before, say good night, and in the morning found their child dead in their bed because they took a Xanax that they thought was Xanax, but it's not. And where did the pill presses come from? China. Where did the counterfeiting machines come from? China. Where did the precursor chemicals come from? China. Right? It's happening right under our noses, and the Chinese understand about drug warfare and unrestricted warfare. We are in the midst of a war right now. It's called fifth generation warfare, where this country is being taken over from within, and the plan is to take it over without us knowing, right, before a shot has even been fired. And that's well underway. I don't know where we are in time, but I want to close with one question for Jason. This will be the last question. So a few years ago, DEA did a massive operation. They arrested more than 700 members of Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, Cjng, and they seized more than $1.4 billion in currency. Those operatives, you know where they were arrested? Those members of the cartel? They were not arrested in Mexico. They were arrested in towns and cities across the United States of America. What happened to the price of narcotics and to the operations of Cjng as a result of that?
What we learned from Operation Python, which is what she's talking about, is that Cjng, Cartel Jalisco New Generation alone, was operating over 100 methamphetamine labs. The DEA administrator, Udom Dillon at the time, admitted that publicly, and that these labs were massive. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these could produce anywhere from 2 to 5 tons of methamphetamine a week. So when you wonder how is it that we're now seizing thousands of pounds of marijuana at your border at a time, numbers that I have a difficult time, and I know any agent, any lawman in here, wrapping your mind around, when in the old days, a pound to 2 to 5 pounds of methamphetamine, Lara, was a massive seizure. I mean, you were going to get a national award for that. And to see the level of this poison coming in now, it's unprecedented. And that's also why you hear me talk about the terrorism designation being so important, to add speed to the system, but also to go after the labs. We cannot arrest and seize our way out of this. They're just too big. And that operation really highlighted that, because do you know what the impact was? Nothing. They were back up. We didn't impact the labs. We hit them domestically. And that's the problem. Anything that you see from your federal government, that if they come out, and they haven't, by the way, but if they do, if the initiative does not go after the labs or the cartel as a network, not as a capo, as a boss. You have to understand these are dark networks. You fight a network differently. You use different methods of whether they're a hub, a spoke, a wheel, a mesh network, and there are many of them. That's when you will see a winning model. If you hear another domestic operation, as we always hear about, you need to know right now that it's going to be a failure, just like the other 10,000 we've had over the last few years.
And I just, in closing, I just want to say, you know, what fuels the riots, what fuels the children of Antifa, the skinny white kids that run around covered in black, right, burning down your cities? What do you think is fueling those riots overnight in Chopped and Chaz and all these sort of independent territories that they're creating? Anyone who's on the ground there will tell you it's drugs. Right? If you look at the police reports, anybody can look at them. If you look at Minneapolis police reports right after the death of George Floyd, what you can see in evidence photo after evidence photo after evidence photo is bags and bags and bags of cocaine and meth and so on. And I'm not talking about little bags. I'm talking about Ziploc bags, gallon Ziploc bags bursting with cocaine. And if you look up a man, I want everybody to write this down if you're really interested, Yuval Noah Harari. Yuval Noah Harari is an Israeli professor of history. Yuval, Y-O-V-A-L, Y-O-V-A-L, and then Noah, N-O-A-H, and then last word, name, last sentence, last word, Harari, H-A-R-A-R-I, Harari, H-A-R-A-R-I. So Yuval Noah Harari, when he talks about the next revolution being bigger than the Industrial Revolution, the gap of people that will be left behind, and he's talking about the technological revolution, artificial intelligence, and he says that the mass of humanity, most of Africa, most of India, and so on, will be left behind in the next revolution, and that these people will be, which is, you know, most of us, will be useless eaters, whose lives will have no purpose and no meaning. and that the biggest problem with these people is boredom, because they'll have nothing to offer. And so what must be done with the vast majority of people on the planet? He says it. He says we don't have a fully developed plan yet, but right now my best guess is narcotics and video games. Narcotics and video games. This man is an advisor to Bill Gates. He's an advisor to Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum. He's an advisor to who else that we don't know about, the Bilderberg Group and so on, and all of these people. So if you're wondering how to connect the dots between what is happening on the southern border, it's the plan to infiltrate, create regional government, and break down the sovereignty of this nation. Look at the orders that Mayorkas has issued since coming into office. They're unconstitutional and illegal orders. They suspend sovereignty in U.S. law. They give the rights of U.S. law to non-U.S. citizens and to illegal immigrants. That's what they actually do. And nobody says a word, and nobody does a thing that you know of. But there's people like Jason working tirelessly. So you should take encouragement from that and figure out ways to support them and stand up for them. And it comes with not bowing to the tactics, right, of cancel culture and everything else. It comes with not hiding who you are, not teaching your children when they go off to college, pretend you're not, that you don't believe in what you believe in. Just keep your head down and hide. Don't let anyone figure out who you really are, and maybe you'll be okay. Is that what we're teaching our kids? That's not how you win this problem. Okay, so I know now it's time to take a break. Let everybody stretch their legs. And thank you so much for listening, Jason. It's always a gift to listen to you and to have you share your insight. People like you never do what you've done. And without you, we wouldn't know so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Larry. And thank you for you've been a real help. Thank you so much.
There is nothing left. Any direction you walk, all you find is more destruction. Thousands of angry Somalis. with them. Otherwise, they're just voices crying in the wilderness, right, in the dark. And then they're left to figure it out on their own. And it's a rough life when you go outside the accepted narratives. So without any further delays, I'd like to ask Jeffrey to come up on the stage and welcome him and thank him for his time and his courage.
Thank you, Laura. You know, we live in an age where it's demanded that we see everything through a prism of nuance, through moral and cultural relativism. But you know, sometimes things are really just about black and white. So is terrorism, and so is everything in between. And we're actually going to spend the next hour talking about that entire broad spectrum. Former U.S. Attorney Andrew McCarthy once said that civilization does not come about, nor does it survive by accident. It must be defended. It must be upheld by those committed to civility, decency, and adherence to the law. Our society is not some naturally occurring evolution, but is actually the imposition of human good over human evil. And as we know, the good requires constant reinforcement, whereas the bad just needs permission. And as we go about fighting our various enemies and adversaries, both foreign and domestic, there will be no easy political fix, no magic bullet. What we do is hard, and it's hard all the time. Now, this quote comes from the former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan. And to be fair, he was actually just talking about trying to stem the flow of narco dollars to the bad guys and the terrorists in that country at that time. But this applies to us all right here, right now as well. This is not a war on drugs we're fighting, not literally. It's a struggle. It's a hard, perpetual struggle against complex social, criminal, and pharmacological forces pushing constantly and insidiously against the safety and well-being of our citizens. And as drug trafficking and international terrorism increasingly converge and intersect into that realm we now call narco-terrorism, this problem is no longer one that simply involves our public health and public safety, but our very national security. Now, if you take a look at the tactics and the methods of both terrorist organizations and traffickers, they're remarkably similar. The only difference really is just a matter of degree. You see, terrorists look to overthrow the entire existing political order, replace it with perhaps a form of communism or socialism or an Islamic caliphate. Drug traffickers, not so much. They only look to degrade and erode those government forces that oppose them so they can continue to use the weakened husk of the nation state to make money off the backs of addiction. They're both highly compartmentalized, operating in cellularized structures. They both depend on what we call shadow facilitators, those support players that provide weapons, chemicals, communications, money laundering services. They're both single-minded, zealous, highly ethnocentric, and shockingly violent. Oh, and one more thing, whether we like it or not, they both take our forgiving multiculturalism and our moral and cultural relativism as weakness. Now, everybody knows about the ABCs of WMD, right? But for the most part, these are potential threats to Americans on any given day. It's actually the next letter in our alphabet soup that's killing more than 107,000 Americans every year and rising. That's that's almost 300 every single day. Let me ask you, what do you think our media would say on the news every night if 300 dolphins were to wash up dead on our beaches every day? Huh? Well, you know the answer to that. But in addition to the deaths, 4 million Americans every year enter substance abuse treatment. 2 million visit hospital emergency rooms with drug poisoning symptoms. 1/4 of them from that supposed safe natural drug, marijuana. And lastly, we have recently crossed the threshold of illegal drugs costing our society more than $1 trillion a year in lost productivity, criminal justice, health-related, and social costs of every kind. If I were going to introduce a substance to hollow out a society from within, I could think of nothing better than drugs to do it with. Now, of all the foreign terrorist organizations as so designated by our U.S. government throughout the world, more than 1/3 of them have been definitively linked to the drug trade, supporting themselves in whole or in part by narcotics distribution. Every political stripe, religious orientation one can think of, pretty much all over the globe, on just about every single continent, with one glaring exception up here. Specifically, we don't see anything to that country just to our south, and we're going to talk about that. But let's take a look at what happens when we overlay drug production zones globally, and we're just talking about the organics, principally cocaine and heroin, not the synthetics, which can be produced anywhere. As well as those drug flows to international markets. As those flows pass through territories controlled by or at least occupied by foreign terrorist groups, they would be remiss if they didn't try to parasitically attach themselves somehow to the drug trade. And increasingly, they do. We know the money to be made from drug trafficking is actually not in their production, it's moving them to market. So using cocaine as an example here, you can get a kilo of cocaine today in Cartagena, Colombia, for instance, for about $2,500. Move that same kilo to Houston, Texas, Kansas City, Seattle, New York. Increase your profit tenfold. If you move that kilo to Western Europe, 20-fold. And if you have the guts and the connections to sell a kilo of cocaine in communist China today, that can fetch you as much as $200,000. There simply is no more lucrative illicit product on the global stage better than dope. Not weapons, not human beings, not even cigarette smuggling. $400 billion is the annual level of international drug trafficking globally, according to the UN. So going after drug trafficking organizations is not just critical to protecting our own citizens. It actually becomes key in denying revenue to foreign terrorists throughout the globe. Let me just talk about a few of these very briefly. The Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, sort of the quintessential narco-terrorist organization, been around for many years. They are actually the paramilitary army of the Communist Party of Colombia. Long supported themselves with kidnappings and extortions, targeted assassinations, have become highly adept over the years at not just drug trafficking, principally cocaine, but also heroin, but also trading cocaine for military-grade weapons throughout the world, not just destabilizing their own country to overthrow the democratic government in Colombia, but increasingly bringing drugs to the rest of the world. The Sendero Luminoso, the Shining Path of Peru, consisting mainly of indigenous people from the Apurimac and Huallaga valleys of Peru, the principal coca growing and cocaine production region in that country, long supported themselves through taxing the cocaine trade. But over the years, they ended up evolving and became one of Peru's biggest drug trafficking groups, still dedicated to the overthrow of that government. They were beaten back greatly in the 2000s, but thanks to new left-wing governments in that country, they've actually been allowed to resurge and flourish and become larger than they ever have in the past. Hezbollah, sort of the poster child for Middle Eastern terrorism, consisting of Lebanese Shia militia members dedicated to the overthrow, or excuse me, the complete destruction of Israel, as well as the United States. Thanks to sanctions against Iran, their major supporters over the years in recent history, much of their support has dried up. So they have increasingly turned to international drug trafficking, not just hashish and heroin, but also a cheap amphetamine called Captagon throughout Europe. And due to the Lebanese diaspora throughout the world, a lot of people don't realize we have about 200,000 Lebanese immigrants currently living in Mexico, many of them supportive of Hezbollah. The Kurdish workers have long fought a separatist insurgency against Turkey, support themselves primarily through heroin trafficking in Western Europe. Europol will tell you that 80% of all the heroin sold on the streets of Paris, Brussels, Frankfurt is done by ethnic Kurds with ties to the PKK. Europol will tell you that somewhere between $1.5 to $3 billion a year is what they garner in heroin sales, which buys a lot of military weapons to target our NATO ally, Turkey. Our old friends in Afghanistan, as many of you may already know, Afghanistan has always been a traditional opium and heroin producing nation. But under our watch, in the last 20 years, as we tried to turn a medieval society into a Jeffersonian democracy with billions and billions of dollars in taxpayer assistance, they actually have morphed into the largest opium and heroin producer of the world. They now produce 90% of the global supply of heroin. 70% at least of all the support that goes to the Taliban government right now to fund their operations comes from the drug trade. And now, after what many people consider to be the greatest foreign policy debacle of our lifetime, they now also sit on $80 billion worth of some of the finest military hardware in the world. Many of you might recognize the gentleman on the left, Victor Boot, in handcuffs there, also known as the Merchant of Death. Former Soviet intelligence officer turned one of the world's largest black market arms dealers. At the height of his activity, he was actually moving as many as 6 Ilyushin 76 cargo planes full of military goods and weapons every single day into Afghanistan, supplying the Taliban. Where he really ran afoul of U.S. law, however, was when he agreed to sell surface-to-air shoulder-fired missiles to the FARC guerrillas in Colombia in order to shoot down U.S. aircraft operating there, conducting counter-narcotics. That's him in 2011 in handcuffs being escorted to U.S. federal court from a DEA sting in Bangkok, Thailand. And now, you may have seen the news lately, our current administration is offering up the Merchant of Death in a trade for Brittany Griner here, who was arrested for smuggling marijuana concentrates into Russia. She is not a political prisoner. She's a drug smuggler. What do you think? Fair trade for the Merchant of Death? Okay, let's bring it a little closer to home, just to capitalize on what Jason has already talked about so well. Americans currently spend over $150 billion a year buying illegal drugs, where roughly half of that, $75 billion, ends up finding its way into the coffers of the various Mexican cartels. That kind of money doesn't just destabilize governments. It allows these criminal cartels to be more powerful than the federal government itself in large swaths of the country. Now, if many of you remember the Colombian cartels, the cocaine cowboys of the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, you know that they were very, very good at combining international drug trafficking with violence. But the Mexicans today make them look like pikers. Not only the violence, but the Mexicans have become very adept at what global economists call market diversification, both the vertical and horizontal integration of markets. Vertically, meaning they've come to dominate every level of production, trafficking, smuggling, wholesale distribution, right down to retail level drug sales, not just in our country, but in more than 50 others throughout the world. But also horizontally, the various cartels have branched out into drugs not traditional to Mexico, beginning with methamphetamine in the 90s, and of course lately fentanyl, but also beyond drugs themselves into new types of organized crime, not just human trafficking, auto theft, piracy, but illegal mining, illegal logging, illegal wildlife trafficking of exotic species to China. There's a slang term now they use in Mexico called a huachicolero, which roughly translates into an oil pirate. Every 90 minutes there's an illegal tap on a Pemex oil pipeline in Mexico in order to sell oil on the black market, each one sanctioned by one of the criminal cartels. It's about to bring that state-run oil company to its knees. Now, you don't necessarily need to be an expert on the territorial boundaries in Mexico of the various cartels, but you might want to know who's in your own backyard. DEA puts this map out from time to time, and I think they're due for an update, showing various cartel presence inside the U.S. With various levels of ownership, if you will, in some of our big cities, along with unspecified presence in the shaded areas here, which roughly correspond to our population density across the country. Homeland Security will tell you that the various Mexican cartels have a presence in over 3,000 American cities and towns. They are here solely to sell dope to Americans. I can think of no greater example of Cicero's warning to his fellow Romans about allowing an enemy within the gates. Now we know, just like the terrorists, the drug cartels today practice terror and barbarity to actually accomplish two goals. The first, quite obviously, is to cow and crush any opposition, be it the government, rival traffickers, or the general public. But it also serves a second purpose, which may in fact be more important, and that is it tends to invigorate and intensify faith among their membership. We've actually had just a handful of Mexican sicarios, or hitmen, who have cooperated with American law enforcement and talk about how absolutely exhilarating it is to kill on behalf of your organization, your team, to cut somebody's heart out, to skin somebody alive and then cut his hand off, placing it on his throat to tell the world that this guy was a snitch. I would remind you that terrorism is not a specific entity, nor is it a particular ideology. It's a tactic. And it's a tactic being deployed every day by every single one of these Mexican cartels to control corridors into the United States. You know, several years ago, the world was aghast when ISIS in Syria and northern Iraq was using young boys to cut the heads off of infidels. They've been doing this for a long time in Mexico. Only now we welcome these little dreamers into our country, hoping one day they're going to be valedictorians or Harvard graduates, when in fact the vast majority of them end up gravitating back to the only life they know, which is the gang life. And quite simply, the retail level distribution handled by gangs across the country make them really the foot soldiers, the proxies for their big brothers in the cartels. And like those big brothers, they too are single-minded, zealous, highly ethnocentric, and very violent. By the way, anybody know how many law enforcement officers we have in this country entirely? Badge carriers of every kind, local, state, federal, tribal? 800,000. That's all. So with all the other tasks that law enforcement has every single day, 24/7, they're already outnumbered nearly 2 to 1 just by the gangbangers alone. Okay, let's talk about the origins and the genesis of the most violent and terroristic of all the Mexican drug cartels, Los Zetas. Story begins in 1999 when the government of Mexico creates the GAFIs here, consisting of 350 of the finest men that the Mexican military had to offer, given the finest equipment, weapons, training, much of it compliments of Uncle Sam and Fort Benning. These guys were very good, designed to go after the heart of every single one of the cartels. They were exceptional at aerial assaults, counter-surveillance, secure communications, redundant systems of every kind. But almost immediately, one particular subunit among the GAFIs, a 30-man unit known as the Z unit, and Zeta is simply the letter Z in Spanish, defected en masse to go to work as the private mercenary army of the Gulf Cartel. With them, they take their tactics, their weapons, their training, and they begin to incorporate new levels of terroristic acts they pick up from watching videos posted by Al-Qaeda from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now, all 30 members of the original Zeta unit have been killed or captured, but not before they rapidly expanded and by franchising gangs all across Mexico, training them in those same tactics and terroristic acts. Here's one such training camp they set up. As you can see, not just small arms, but military-grade weapons, RPGs, law rockets, fragmentation grenades. Oh, and by the way, this particular camp, just 60 miles from the U.S. border. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been fundamentally unserious about protecting ourselves at our southern border, not just from drug smugglers and human traffickers, but from narco-terrorists. After violently separating themselves from the Gulf Cartel, the Zetas literally roll onto the scene when 5 severed heads are thrown onto a crowded discotheque dance floor in Acapulco, Mexico, announcing to the world that they were now a new cartel. This didn't just shock the world, it took rival traffickers completely by surprise that such new levels of barbarity and terror would be used in trafficker-on-trafficker disputes. And of course, the rival traffickers didn't then just respond in kind, they had to up the ante in an escalating game of quid pro quo. You couldn't just cut heads off anymore, you then ended up dismembering entire bodies, scattering the pieces in macabre public displays, along with what became known as a narcomanta, a narcotics messaging banner. This one here announcing to the world the presence of another new cartel, La Familia Michoacana. And unfortunately, this kind of violence didn't just stay contained within the traffickers and the bad guys, it would engulf the good guys. And I'm not talking about corrupt Mexican cops. They get killed every day working for the wrong side. I'm talking about trained, vetted, hand-picked Mexican federal agents working with their counterparts in DEA and HSI, targeted precisely because they were uncorrupted. Captured, tortured, killed, stacked like cordwood on the side of the road in violation of every civilizational standard I know. This is not mere crime. This is terrorism. And this calls for the tools of counterterrorism. And here's one of the byproducts today. 5 of the 6 most dangerous cities in the world are in Mexico. And this is not about real war like in Ukraine or sectarian strife in the Middle East. This is just about controlling plazas or corridors into the U.S., as well as controlling other global organized crime. Okay, I want to bring it, change gears just a little bit. The term war on drugs actually has become so defiled and corrupted over the years, it's produced an untold number of so-called experts who claim that they have a better way to go. America's been doing it all wrong. Experts like Brad Pitt, who says America's war on drugs has been a charade simply because he can land in any American city and buy whatever shit you need in 24 hours. Yeah, that makes him an expert. Or Richard Branson says America's drug war has been a failure because he thinks we now run a police and prison state imprisoning masses of our citizens. Well, even Time magazine has described Sir Richard Branson as a man filled with too much hubris, too much hucksterism, and too little knowledge. And then there's former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, who says it's useless because his country, Mexico, has paid an undue price, being sandwiched between drug producer and drug consumer nations. Well, with all due respect to Senor Fox, not only is Mexico a drug-producing nation, it is the principal drug-producing nation in terms of methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, as well as the shipment of ton quantities of both cocaine and, yes, still marijuana into our country. What all of these so-called self-anointed experts are selling is actually not expertise in any way. What they're selling, to use a highly academic term that I've encountered in my 40 years of experience and research in law enforcement, is bullshit. Now, excuse me for using a vulgar term here today, but I actually do mean that in a quasi-academic way. Because many years ago, Harry G. Frankfurt, professor of philosophy at Princeton University, wrote a scholarly paper called On Bullshit that analyzed the social consequences of a diminishing respect for truth in our culture. The bullshitter, he said, does not oppose himself to the authority of the truth as the liar does. He simply pays no attention to it at all. So in this way, bullshit is actually a greater enemy of the truth than lies are. Professor Frankfurt further defined bullshit as simply an indifference to how things really are. So the danger to our society lies precisely in this regard for the truth as insignificant, as irrelevant. Think about that tonight when you're watching the mainstream news. Now, to get to the truth on our nation's current ordeal with drugs, we have to go back to the 1960s. It didn't start then, but it certainly exploded. Our current problem with drugs in this country, according to social scientist James Q. Wilson, is due to two factors. Number one, we happen to be in this country simultaneously the most free and the most prosperous society in the history of the world. And in the 1960s, all that free time and disposable income led to new forms of recreation at precisely the same time that modern chemistry was bringing online new forms of psychoactive substances, uppers, downers, all-arounders. Number two, the baby boom generation, having come of age in the 1960s, was so large and so sudden that instead of being absorbed into the dominant culture, we allowed them to sort of bend the broader culture toward theirs, as they promised a do it if it feels good, do whatever's your thing, man, kind of mentality. We simply allowed the 60s generation to replace self-control with self-expression in our country. And now many of these flower children are in charge of so many levers of power in our country, in academia, media, big government, big tech. Now, the term war on drugs does, in fact, actually come from Richard Nixon in 1971, but it was not a literal call to arms. It was designed to be a metaphorical call to arms, a moral equivalent to war, in exactly the same way that his predecessor, Lyndon Johnson, had done with his war on poverty, or subsequently Jimmy Carter had done with his war on cancer. By the way, how are we doing with those two other wars, huh? But it's little remembered today that Nixon's principal weapon in his war on drugs was actually drug treatment. Nixon increased funding 8-fold within 2 years, consuming fully 2/3 of the total drug control budget and dwarfing the monies allocated to the supply side or enforcement programs across the federal government. But the president and the nation would come to learn the limitations of government's ability to affect behavior solely through compassionate or therapeutic means. You see, without the ability to compel drug users into treatment and to keep them there, initial drug treatment failed 90 to 95% of the time. In fact, fast forward to today, initial drug treatment fails 90 to 95% of the time. That's why it's called a chronic relapsing condition. In fact, Boston University recently did a study that showed the mean number of drug treatment episodes was 6.9 times over a 6.5-year period before finally taking hold. And as far as long-term effectiveness of drug prevention programs, we've learned that unless we bring down drug supply at the same time, drug prevention programs have been minimally effective. What made a difference in Nixon's day was actually targeting the Corsican Italian mafia supplying the vast majority of heroin to Americans at that time, known as the French Connection. It was law enforcement that brought down this nation's first opioid epidemic, and it would be law enforcement that would do it again and again against future drug threats and future transnational criminal organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, here's one of my main points today, and that is that given the limited effectiveness of treatment and prevention programs, law enforcement may actually be the most effective and the most compassionate treatment and prevention program available to us today. And we should say so without apology. And since many of our critics are fond of using the language of science, let's meet them on the same playing field, shall we? Every drug crisis, like a virus, spreads like an epidemic. And in fighting viruses like yellow fever, for instance, we cannot just target the pathogen itself. We also target their vectors, in this case, the Aedes aegypti mosquito. And so, too, with every drug epidemic, we cannot just target the pathogen itself, the drugs. We also must go after their vectors, i.e., the drug traffickers. Now, the homeless crisis across America, as you know, is actually a crisis of addiction. It's been estimated that 80% of all of our homeless population are addicted to opioids today. The other 20% actually to methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, alcohol, glue, some combination thereof. In Los Angeles County alone, 65,000 people live in these filthy and squalid tent cities, ushering in diseases not seen since medieval times. Typhus, bubonic plague, leprosy, not to mention skyrocketing levels of crime for miles surrounding these places. You know, it's been said that our city leaders are paralyzed with indecision on what to do with these things. No, they're actually paralyzed with tolerance. Their only answer thus far has just been to pass out more and more in the lock zone, more benevolent programs, and of course a continual strategy of obfuscation and denial. The White House Office of National Drug Control Policy estimates that the average heavy opioid user today spends over $1,800 a month buying illegal narcotics. So using this as our baseline, we can project out that just supplying these West Coast homeless populations from Los Angeles to Seattle earns the various Mexican cartels almost $2 billion a year. That's why they're lined up servicing these camps, further exacerbating the problem. This has been allowed to flourish not because of our liberal progressive policies have been incompletely applied, but rather because they've been perfectly applied. But we're made to believe that our prisons are filled with drug users, that mass incarceration has been spawned by the drug war. These aren't just misguided notions, they're dangerous lies. On any given day in our country, there are roughly 1.4 million people behind bars in our various state prisons. And of that total, less than 15% are there for drug violations. But that's not the figure I want you to look at. I want you to look at the other side of that equation there. 85% of our state inmates are there for rape, robbery, murder, aggravated assault, grand larceny. Ladies and gentlemen, our prisons are not filled with drug users. They're not even filled with drug traffickers. They're filled with violent criminals and serial thieves. And they are exactly where they need to be if we care one whit about the protection of society. It's become fashionable, though, to mock and vilify those who enforce the law as the bad guys, the ones standing in the way of unrestrained liberty. These are the children of chaos. They've been allowed to flourish and threaten us all by both a polluted popular culture and politicians who pander instead of lead. These protesters take to the street to express their indignation of what they consider to be systemic police racism and oppression. But I would remind you that indignation is not a counter-argument or an opposing principle. It's an emotion. At its core, it's an emotion of selfishness, of narcissism. Simply allows these protesters to feel good about themselves. And I would remind you that although law enforcement does in fact bear an immense responsibility for building and maintaining trust with their community, we should never forget that the community shares in that responsibility too. Now, by now, everybody knows that we're in a catastrophic emergency with overdose deaths. As I said earlier, more than 107,000 a year and continuing to rise. But it's not just fentanyl. Clearly, fentanyl is driving about 3/4 of the current overdose death rate. But also, principally, cocaine and methamphetamine overdoses are out of control. And it all has to do with one thing: supply being pumped into this country by the various Mexican cartels. And as we know, Border Patrol seizures are just an indication of the total amount of drugs being smuggled into this country. With fentanyl, we've seen a 500% increase in just the last 3 years. They are simply trying to addict as many people as they can in the United States. As was said earlier, they don't care one whit about us. They just care about profits. Now, this quote actually comes from a opioid addict who made this statement to a journalist just a few days before he overdosed and died and presumably met God. But this is actually a very insightful comment which says the same thing that many scientists try to tell us in scientific terms, that given the fact that drugs, especially opioids, provide such an intense pleasure to the human brain that many of our citizens, in fact many people throughout the world, choose not to care about the potential consequences, including death. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why drugs are controlled. That's why they're illegal. And by now everybody knows the evidence is not just incontrovertible, it's overwhelming that the American pharmaceutical industry caused our current forest fire of opioid addiction that continues to burn out of control. Since 1999, when they got approval from the FDA to prescribe prescription opioids for pretty much anything they wanted to, 500,000 Americans have been killed. That's 500,000 people. But the prescription pill phenomenon, which has largely or somewhat been controlled lately, of course it's been completely eclipsed by the Mexican cartels with counterfeit pills, exploded the myth that it's actually the illegality of drugs or the war on drugs that's been the problem. Legal, regulated, taxed, yet still highly abused. The prescription pill phenomenon proves the point that it's not been the illegality of drugs or the war on drugs that's been the problem. It's the drugs themselves. It's about availability and acceptability. And as I said, it's about the drugs themselves, which don't merely provide euphoria or intoxication, but godlike sensations. And as I said, here's the problem today. Counterfeit pills containing just fentanyl, designed and marketed to be Percocet, oxycodone, you name it. Unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are not real good at uniformly blending fentanyl with the various binders and fillers. So many of these pills here have a hot dose, a lethal amount, which is what has spurred DEA to have their one pill can kill public relations campaign, which is absolutely appearing to do nothing. Now you can buy a kilo of finished fentanyl still from a rogue Chinese chemist in Guangzhou or Shanghai, China, for about $3,000 to $5,000. Turn that into about $1.5 million on the streets of the United States. There simply is no better low-volume, high-value product out there better than fentanyl, and that's why it's not going away anytime soon. Our most tolerant and compassionate nation welcomes into this world now one baby born every 15 minutes suffering from the horrid effects of opioid withdrawal. That doesn't even include the number of babies born to mothers on other drugs. And although modern science has come very far in trying to treat these tiniest of victims with microdoses of drugs like buprenorphine, their suffering is still said to be excruciating. You know, it's been said that the moral worth of a people can be judged by how they treat the most vulnerable and innocent among them. By this standard, our modern culture's stupefying indulgence of the irresponsible at the expense of the blameless and defenseless suggests a culture that has become enfeebled and cowardly in the face of vice. But as I said earlier, it's not just fentanyl. It's driving overdose deaths. Methamphetamine imports into the U.S. from the Mexican cartels have increased tenfold in the last decade. They're simply flooding this country with more methamphetamine than we've ever seen before, producing it in these industrial-scale laboratories scattered all across Mexico with a never-ending supply of precursor chemicals from China. There was some good news recently. Back in 2018, acting on a tip from DEA, Mexican authorities raided a complex of underground meth labs in the mountains of Sinaloa belonging to Ismael Zambada, the heir apparent to the Gulf Cartel after Chapo Guzman's demise, seized 50 metric tons of methamphetamine in various stages of production. That was a hell of a hit for law enforcement that day. That's 50 metric tons that never saw the streets of the U.S. That's good news. But here's the bad news. Since these Mexican cartels adapt and evolve in Darwinian fashion, they no longer put their eggs in these large single baskets. What this did was break up meth production in Mexico into more numerous, atomized, industrial-located meth labs all over Mexico, making it that much harder to attack the problem at the source. Okay, October 17, 2019 marks a critical turning point in Mexico's response to the drug cartels. On that date, Mexican military forces launched an operation to capture Ovidio Guzman, the son of El Chapo, known across Mexico as El Chapito, or the Little Chapo. They did in fact capture their prisoner in a daring raid, but almost immediately, the Sinaloa drug cartel responded with such a violent, overwhelming, and militaristic response of their own that it resulted in, excuse the pun, a Mexican standoff. Ultimately, the president of Mexico himself, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, or AMLO as he's known, personally interceded and ordered his own troops to surrender and cough up the prisoner, saying, "We do not want war," obviously failing to realize he was already in one. Such a stunning decision, one that would have lasting and profound impact, not just for Mexico, but to the U.S. and the world, had just led to the surrender of an entire sovereign nation to the thugs and desperados. Here's who's in charge of Mexico now. Just like the warlords in Afghanistan, it's the drug cartels who control large swaths of Mexico. And Americans had better start thinking about what that's going to mean to our own national security, to have a failed state right on our border. Now, just want to make a couple of quick comments about marijuana. It's what I call the cultural fault line of our time. Marijuana legalization advocates have been surprisingly effective at convincing the public that legalizing weed can all in all be a good thing. But I believe people who believe that have been duped. Pawns in a colossal con at the hands of legalizers who have been very effective at utilizing two things: an appeal to emotion and endless repetition, the two key ingredients to any piece of propaganda. That and, of course, a whole bunch of money from people like George Soros, who, as you know, is out to completely transform not just the U.S., but the world. Wants to create a one-world socialist government, open borders, mass immigration, and his favorite topic, the legalization of all drugs. Known as Daddy Weed Bucks to the marijuana legalization lobby, he's personally contributed over $52 million trying to get weed legalized in every single state across the country. 2012, the National Academy of Sciences issued a landmark study that's been confirmed many times since that smoking marijuana in adolescent years decreases one's IQ up to 8 points permanently. There you go. That's why it's called dope. It makes you stupid. It makes you burned out, stupefied, and lazy. It's turning an entire generation of young Americans into a dumbed-down segment of our society, something we're all going to suffer from. But it's not just the bad guys we're fighting. We've got wealthy investors lining up with Wall Street trying to legalize marijuana at the federal level. How many of you know that one of the most prolific lobbyists for legal marijuana in our country right now is former Republican Speaker of the House, John Boehner? As far as I'm concerned, he's become nothing but a whore to the marijuana trade. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no such thing. No other medicine in our pharmacological field has been approved for ingestion by smoking its raw form versus medicines that are carefully isolated, purified, measured, and then administered in exact accordance with a particular illness or condition. Medical marijuana is just like the snake oil sales of the 19th century, where apparently any ailment can be cured for anyone at any time and any amount, simply on the recommendation of a doctor. It is nothing less than the triumph of bullshit. The average medical marijuana smoker is actually 30 years old, has been smoking weed for 15 years, and has no major medical condition. Recently, the commander of the U.S. Army Recruiting Command said that 3/4 of our young people today, 3/4, are unfit for military service. Either physically, meaning they're too obese or out of shape to pass the PT test. Cognitively, they can't pass the Armed Forces Vocational Aptitude Test. or morally, meaning they have an arrest record or are using some other drug. Marijuana has been a huge driver in all of those. Okay, back to Mexico, the border. This just happens to be one of many tunnels that was discovered, has been discovered over the years between Mexico and the U.S. to smuggle drugs and God knows whatever else into the United States. But this particular tunnel in 2016 was just a little bit different. This tunnel, based upon certain engineering traits that the Border Patrol hadn't ever seen before, to include the particular gauge of the rail system designed to rapidly move drugs across the half-a-mile-long tunnel here, or the sophisticated nature of the ventilation system, caused them to call over experts from the Israeli Defense Forces, which confirmed their suspicion that this particular tunnel, based upon certain telltale engineering traits, had the hallmarks of Hezbollah tunnels dug from Lebanon into Israel to conduct terrorist operations. You tell me what that might mean. Ladies and gentlemen, our greatest enemies in the struggle are actually not the bad guys, the gangbangers, the narco-terrorists. It's our own ignorance and indifference. And as we know, those are both contagious. But so are courage and engagement. You can push back. You must push back. Every night in your city, there are parents praying that their children not get exposed to drugs. No matter who you are and what you do, you can help be the answer to those prayers. Now, I want to talk about 4 broad areas real quickly about what I think as a nation, as a culture, as a government that we need to do to fight back. And my law enforcement audiences, I always talk about how law enforcement is at the forefront of this, not just because of their inherent authority, but because they're in it every day. They see it every day. First thing we need to do is tell the public, teach the public what law enforcement knows, that drugs doesn't just simply destroy individual lives and steal individual souls. It devastates and decays entire societies and communities. That law enforcement is not engaged in mass incarceration, nor are prisons are filled with mere drug users. That marijuana is in fact not just a gateway drug, but a kind of catalyst that primes the brain for other types of drugs. That treatment and prevention have not been largely very effective unless we bring down supply at the same time. Now, we're constantly lectured that we must not stigmatize those who are addicted and thus need our help. Well, I don't believe anyone, public or private, actually targets for abuse those who willingly step forward seeking help for their demons. No, that's a straw man argument designed to absolve drug users of any responsibility. But since we know that the vast majority of all drug addiction starts as recreational drug taking, that's precisely the kind of behavior we must stigmatize, at least every bit as much as our society has done with tobacco. We have to stigmatize the 15-year-old boy who thinks he's cool smoking weed after school with his friends, the college girl who thinks she's sophisticated ordering fentanyl pills off the dark web or Snapchat or Instagram and then paying for it with some virtual currency like Bitcoin or Zcash. And most of all, we need to stigmatize those media and social influences that normalize and glamorize drug use. What I'm talking about here is responsibility. This is not Washington, D.C.'s problem to solve. Yes, they're part of the solution, but the only way we're going to get a handle on this is if individuals take control of their own lives, demonstrate what I call their first policeman, individual self-control, personal responsibility. Quite simply, individual character and lawful behavior matter. They matter for self, and cumulatively, they matter for society. If not, then as Edwin Delattre has warned, the country's resources will be exhausted in efforts to save the citizens from themselves. Lastly, we must commit to resourcing law enforcement better in this country at every level, local, state, federal, internationally, and absolutely at the Mexican border, where we know the threat emanates from. Drug trafficking is not a non-violent crime. In fact, at more than 107,000 drug poisonings in our country every year and rising, it has rightfully been called the most murderous criminal activity in the history of America. We know after 50 years of experience since Nixon declared his war on drugs that treatment and prevention are only strategically effective when law enforcement reduces drug availability. We proved that law enforcement worked in the 1960s against LSD, against our nation's first opioid epidemic, heroin in the 1970s, cocaine in the 80s, crack in the 90s, meth labs in the 2000s. All of those reductions were not complete, but they were greatly reduced by aggressive and fair law enforcement and the application of the rule of law. We also need a whole-of-government approach. This is not just a law enforcement problem, it's a societal problem. We need to have every single cabinet-level agency in government involved in this, just like the current administration is doing with their green agenda. And now I'm not against environmentalism, but this stuff here is actually much more important than electric vehicles. You know, back in the 1980s, when cocaine was first pouring out of Colombia into our country, President Reagan called up his Colombian counterpart and he said, you know, you guys either need to start doing something yourselves about the production and export of cocaine, or you might as well stop sending us your coffee and cut flowers. And you know what? Colombia stepped up and became one of our greatest allies and partners over the years. That's exactly what we need to do with China today relative to precursor chemicals. And lastly, this is the most important. We can do this right now. We need to declare every single one of our Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations to bring new tools to bear. Now, getting ready to wrap this up here, I spent some time with my law enforcement audiences talking about what I call the 5 C's, but I just want to mention bullet number 4 here. We absolutely need to have compassion for our fellow citizens, but not just for those who are addicted today, for the hordes who will be victimized tomorrow, for the children today who have a right to grow up in a drug-free environment, for the 90% of Americans who do not use illegal drugs and therefore uphold the law and not degrade and demean it. Compassion is different than sympathy. Sympathy is merely an emotion. True compassion is actually sympathy coupled with action, the kind of action designed to achieve justice and fairness. Now, these are my 3 kids, and obviously they chose to fight in a little different way than I have. But they know the same thing all of you here today do, that civilization must be defended, that this is our society, one worth fighting for, and fight we must, not just with caring and compassion, but also with an aggressive and wide-ranging drug law enforcement response that upholds the rule of law and what is right, against a constant onslaught of predators who only look to get rich off the backs of addiction. To not target, arrest, and imprison those who prey upon our fellow citizens, sometimes with unimaginable violence and barbarity, would not just be cowardly, it would be immoral. Now I'm going to finish up here in just 1 minute, but I wanted to at least mention my book I published upon my retirement from DEA. I couldn't publish it as an agent, but it's got every argument you'll ever need for why we need to enforce our legitimate drug laws in this country. It's absolutely true, unfortunately, that the bad guys have certain tactical advantages over the good guys in America. First of all, they obey no laws. They adhere to no policies and procedures that we must in law enforcement, given that we're accountable to government at the local, state, or federal level. And lastly, as we've seen, they comply with no civilizational standards of any kind. But by God, they're not smarter than we are, nor are they more committed to protecting our society. So when you leave here today, don't ever let the critics get you down. Don't ever let the critics make you think that enforcing our legitimate laws is anything less than the most critical tool at our disposal. Remember always the words of Teddy Roosevelt, who said that it's not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man or woman who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best, in the end, knows the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get back in the arena. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we have some time for a couple of questions, and then I will briefly close before lunch. So if anyone would like to ask any questions, you can come up to the microphone. That was pretty extraordinary, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. To learn from you and all your years of experience is quite something. If no one has a question, I have a couple of questions. We can sit down for a minute. Do you want to go up to the mic? Sure. Thank you.
By the way, I hate being in a position because I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch. But.
Well, there is me.
So obviously this has been going on for quite a while. We've had Republican presidents from Bush and now Trump. Why hasn't this just been stopped or pushed back to a point where now we're looking at it like it, no pun intended, but it looks like a virus that's just spread all over the country. And then the other question I have, and I know Laura told me she had a reason why, but why can't the state of Texas just shut the border down? I mean, just shut it down. I don't, it's like I'm missing something here as a citizen. I mean, I got involved in politics because I lived in New York and I stopped a bike lane. And now I'm here and it just seems like, it just seems overwhelming. And I don't know what the answer is and how to, and just want to hear your thoughts on that.
To your first half of that question, I think the drug issue really is sort of a dichotomy in our country between liberal versus conservative orientations. My book talks about that in great detail. I think for the most part, we are so concerned about tolerance and infringing upon individual rights, we don't necessarily realize as a society, and much of that blame falls on media, because all of them are liberal, that we must not infringe upon people's individual liberties. I think for the majority of the country, they don't realize that this is not just a public health issue. It's not just about people dying from overdoses, as tragic as every single one of those are. Actually, there's been a study that shows about 67%, two-thirds of all crime in this country, both property and violent crime, is driven in some way by the drug use and drug trafficking problem in our country. We simply don't have the political will to do what's necessary because we're afraid to be intolerant and bigoted and interfere with people's lives. As much as that sounds like a dodge, I think it goes back to the psychology of individual people as well as the collective nation. To your second part of that question, whether Texas as a quasi nation, given its history, can do it, I don't know. But the federal government, can we shut down the border? Absolutely. When Kiki Camarena, DEA agent, was killed and captured in 1985 by Mexican authorities, we shut down the Mexican border. We proved we could do it. Unfortunately, ever since that time, the international trade between us and Mexico has grown to the point where most people, especially in our federal government today, don't want to impede commerce in any way. So the drug issue, even though it's escalated to the point of narco-terrorism and our national security, simply takes a backseat to commerce, which is a very sad commentary in my opinion.
So just to add to that, there's also the fact that if you look at the State Department, they give country-by-country ratings, safety ratings, right? So if you're going traveling anyway, you can look that up. Mexico is the only country in the world where they break that up state by state. Because if they had to give it a country rating, it would have the highest non-safety rating, right? As high as any war zone in the country. More people are murdered in Mexico every day than die in Syria, Iraq, or Afghanistan. And they don't want you to know that. So there's a political dimension to this. And, Jeffrey just mentioned Kiki Camarena. Kiki Camarena wasn't just murdered by Mexican drug cartels. He was murdered by Mexican drug cartels acting along with and perhaps on the orders of the CIA. Right, so there are layers of complexity to this, where we have different and competing interests within our own government who have an interest in keeping the cartels alive and in keeping this problem going. And you can see that that straddles both sides of the aisle because successive administrations from both sides have had an opportunity to address it, and they've chosen not to do so. So that's in addition to the fact that if you look at in the entertainment industry, our children today are growing up with the idea that drugs are cool. That's what they see on television. Drugs are cool. My son told me years ago, he's 13 now, must have been, 8 or 9 at the time. He told me, Mom, you can get marijuana out of a machine just like you get soda. I said, really? He said, yeah, you just put your money in and it drops out. Now, he's seen this where? On YouTube, which is what you can get in California. That's how it's dispensed. And in Colorado and places like that. And he told me at the time, meth, he said, there's another drug, Mom, it's called meth. And meth, he said, that's much harder to make. You have to cook it, and sometimes it goes wrong. I said, uh-huh. And he said, and then there's another one called cocaine. He said, I don't know a lot about cocaine, but I'm going to look that one up. And I'm telling you this because I then proceeded to say to my son, what did those drugs cost? And he said, well, I don't know. And then I said, well, what do you be willing to pay for it? And I started to go through the cost from a price that you pay to the physical cost. Would you give up your dreams? Would you give up your family? Would you give up, what's the most important thing, do you ask? Would you give that up? Some people give up their teeth, their hair, their brain. And his eyes got bigger and bigger and bigger as I went along. And I said, you know what? If you're big enough to tell me all about drugs, you're big enough to know about the price. And it ended with him having tears pouring down his cheeks. My brother says to me, you're a terrible mother. But I say this because we want today, this is what we do. We tell our kids only the bad things about the United States as a country. We don't want to tell them the whole truth. We don't want to tell them about the bad and the good. We tell them the terrible things about that have been done in the name of religion and Christianity and hypocrisy of, Christians and blah, blah, blah. But we don't tell them about anything good that's been done. We tell them the good things about drugs, the fun, right? It's so much fun. We glorify and glamorize it. We don't tell them about the negative side of drugs. I grew up in the just say no generation, but we don't want to bother with that, right? No, we don't want to bother with that because, drugs are fun, right? That's why people do drugs, because they're fun, and so on and so on. And so if you look at what we're teaching our children, this is not accidental, and it's by design. There's a plan behind it, and I referred to that plan. Part of it is about infiltrating this country and tearing it apart from within, getting us to tear ourselves apart. I mentioned that people who are addicted don't join the army. And look at the statistic that Jeffrey just gave you. Do you think that's an accident? And look at the pharmaceutical industry. We have put our children on drugs for being their own true nature. We put boys on drugs for being boys. We said, oh, no, 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 no. You move around the classroom too much. You don't concentrate. So we're going to drug you. And I'm sorry if you're a parent who drugged your child or your grandchild or stood by silently while that happened in your family. But you need to know that you put your child on amphetamines. That's what Adderall is. That's what Ritalin is. They're amphetamines. They're no different to methamphetamines. They're just a lesser form of the same drug. And what do they do in children? They suppress your appetite. So those children never grow up to their full potential physically. They don't grow up to be big and strong. When we were kids, what was the aim of eating? It was to grow up to be big and strong, right? Well, you know what you can't do if you're not big and strong? You can't fight. You can't join the army. You can't become the greatest generation, can you? No, what you can do is you can become a kid in Antifa, a skinny white kid who's whacked out on drugs. And if you don't believe me, take a look at the arrest records from the riots. They get arrested, it's catch and release. And if they are actually charged with something, don't worry, because the National Lawyers Guild and the ACLU, they're right on hand to make sure they never face any charges. And why does Antifa travel across the country? Why do they fly in and out of the riots? Because most of the time, you can't press charges against them across state lines. So they evade accountability. But who does bear accountability? It's the young black kids in that town who are left behind holding the baby, right? They're the ones who are left with an arrest record, whose lives are destroyed. and the ones who are funded by the Soroses of this world. They're not alone. The Knight Foundation, the Kellogg Foundation, the Arnold Foundation here in Texas, they're responsible for a lot of that. If you know it, the Arnolds, take a very close look at your social roster, because you're financing this. Buried beneath layers and layers and layers of foundations and red tape and bureaucracy and everything else is the tearing away at the fabric of our society. And drugs is one component of it. One component of it. And the southern border is another massive component. And you have it within your grasp. So if you want to know, can the border be shut down? Find Jason Jones. There he is still at the back. Ask him. He shut the border down in 2015. He can tell you exactly how Texas can do it. You don't have to pay your taxes to the federal government. They're not upholding their side of the bargain, are they? Their job is to uphold the Constitution. You can ask your governor to put your taxes in escrow and use those taxes to defend your border. You can create your own border agencies. You don't have to have federal agencies do that job for you. The Border Patrol agents are committing suicide because they're not allowed to do their jobs. And because the human suffering that they face on a daily basis is overwhelming. And they're demonized and made the enemies. How many of you know what happened to the Horse Patrol unit that was accused of racism for doing its job? You know why they went after the Horse Patrol unit? Because they are the symbol of Border Patrol, going back to the early 1900s. If you want to take the heart and soul out of the Border Patrol, take away the horses, take away the Horse Patrol units, demonize these agents for doing their job, and then have your politicians stand up on a national scale and convict them before any investigation is even done. Do any of you ever think about what happened to those agents? How their lives were destroyed, their careers were ruined, what happened to their families? You want to know, everyone wants to know, what can I do? What can I do? Find those agents. Stand up for the Border Patrol. You care about a closed border, stand up for the agents that are doing that job. How many of them lost their careers or are about to lose their careers because of forced mandates? Forced to take the vaccine. What about the National Guard when they get set up and accused of being so corrupt and being in league with the cartels? Is that really what happened? No. There are, undercover agents who are here in your territory and on the southern border, not to assist. They're the darling of the conservative talk circuit. Anthony Aguero and other people. Look at what they're doing. They went and filmed Border Patrol agents, National Guardsmen, whose job they were ordered and asked by the Border Patrol, we want you to liaise with the cartels. You know why they liaise with the cartels? You know what liaising with the cartels is? Yelling across the river. How many you got? How many women? How many children? How many babies? They were ordered to do that. And Anthony Aguero and his crew, they went down and filmed the National Guard doing that. And then they went down to the river because, look, they're going down to the river now. They've taken their orders from the guys they're in league with in the cartels. And they filmed them then receiving the people. And they put that online and it went viral. National Guard is corrupt. They're fueling the problem. They are the problem on our southern border. Wake up. That's a lie. This went viral. Ruined the careers of those E4s. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom, right? You realize we're talking about low-level National Guardsmen. Why did they do that? These are conservatives, right? These are conservatives. No, they're not. They're not conservatives. They're not trying to fix the border. They're not trying to help. Everyone who deals with the border knows that while the cartels move people here, they're moving money and drugs and weapons and high-value targets somewhere else. So what did they do? They tried, we're going to address this strategy. Isn't that what you'd expect your border agencies to do? You're going to just let them get away with that? Every journalist out there who's ever reported on this has reported that that's the strategy. So they said, let's have the National Guardsmen deal with the cartels and the people. Because as you know, one person gets hurt, one person drowns in that river. And it's a big national scandal, right? Apparently not under Biden, but certainly under previous administrations, especially the last one. And what do you not want? You don't want people drowning in the Rio Grande, do you? You don't want people dying on your ranches in South Texas. You don't want people dying as they come into this country. No. So that's what they do. They take them and they receive them and they hand them over to Border Patrol. Those were the National Guard's orders. So they were filmed doing their job, and then these guys went down and confronted them at the river, and they discredited them everywhere. But you'll go all over. You'll see Anthony Aguero reporting on, I think it's Real America's Voice. Pay attention to what these people are doing. It's a setup. They cannot believe that Border Patrol and National Guard and veterans, law enforcement all across this state of Texas haven't taken the bait and risen up and given this government an excuse to crack down on anyone that doesn't agree with it. They have honored the oath they took because it means something. It absolutely means something. And so you see people promoting and supporting people like Anthony Aguero, you better ask yourself a question about why. Are they either that dumb or are they complicit? Because these are not good people. They've been sent down here to discredit the people who are out there every day doing their jobs. And they crippled that strategy. They crippled Border Patrol. They crippled the National Guard. Look at the effect. Was the effect of exposing that, so, and let's just say it was true, was the effect of exposing that, was it to enhance our border security and our border operations? No, it was not. It was to do the exact opposite. That is a red flag indicator for you to figure out what the truth is. So if you want to know why it doesn't happen because our leaders don't want it to happen. They say they do, but they don't, because they have the ability to change it, and they don't change it. And besides
voting, which we all can do, what else can we do?
Well, you make sure that you keep asking the questions. Keep asking what has happened to that horse patrol unit. What is the outcome of that investigation? Make your presence felt. You can go down to the border and see it for yourself. You can pressure your own leaders. You can pressure them at the county level. It's not just the state level. You can go to the state capitol, participate in these hearings. You can also support, create funds. I mean, what is it that you do best? What's your job?
I'm an actor.
Okay, so as an actor, I mean, good Lord, Matthew McConaughey's been busy, right? You can be busy on a local level. Pressure your local media to ask these questions. Ask your local journalists. You can work on a local level to get answers. If you're not getting attention on a national level, don't worry about that. Work on a local level where you can get attention.
I mean, that's what I've been doing. I mean, just so you know, I was in the World Trade Towers, and since then, I've been honoring veterans for the past 8 years. And I moved out of New York because I couldn't take New York anymore. And I got out of New York for, little small progressive stuff that I was fighting. Now I've come to Texas, and I thought Texas was a panacea for me. I grew up here. And now I'm realizing that Texas has got as many problems or more problems than New York does. And so I'm getting involved locally. But I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, petitions are a good way to show that the support of citizens, right? Petitions are one way that you can start, and you can go door to door. And you can also build up a database of people who care, and you have their information. This is what, I know this because this is how an operative on the left explained to me what they do. So you can start petitions. You can start a peaceful 1 minute of silence. What about a running death toll of all the illegal immigrants who are dying as they come across the border? What about a running death toll matching that against all the people who are dying of drug overdoses? I mean, we heard 300 people a day. 300 people a day. What about the organizations of parents who are desperately trying to get some form of justice for what's happening to their kids, who are being blocked in that by the universities, colleges across this country, who are literally going after the parents of children of overdoses because they want drug dealers prosecuted. And they say, oh no, you can't prosecute the drug dealers because then they won't come forward with information. How well is that working out? Right? How well is that working out? Do what they do. Call Governor Abbott's office every single day. When you wake up in the morning and you have your coffee, call Governor Abbott. Call your senators. Call your congressmen. Call your local state officials. Show up at those hearings in Austin, in the Capitol. Be relentless. Don't let it stop. Show up at the polls. Volunteer as an election worker. Ask the difficult questions and hound your media. Be the problem that never, ever, ever goes away. Be relentless. Ask the questions that they don't want to answer. You know, I hear people say to me all the time, well, they'll never answer that. Sometimes that's not the point. Sometimes the point is ask the question. And I know you still have Jeffrey here for a minute. I don't know if there's anyone else who has a question.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Lara, for bringing attention to the methamphetamines we've been giving our children. 11 years ago, I woke up to my son in a full-blown seizure because I trusted those things. And he hasn't been on it ever since. So thank you for that, because a lot of us don't know that. But my question is, Mr. Jeffrey, I know a lot of us are told, legalize marijuana, it'll get everyone off the opioids. What do you suggest besides that?
I don't want to use my favorite word up here, BS, again, but you know, it's really not about marijuana anymore. The vast majority of what the legalization lobby likes to call today cannabis are really marijuana concentrates. It's vapes, dabs, concentrates of every kind. This is not your grandpa's weed from Woodstock. Not only are just regular smoke forms of marijuana approaching 20% with new botanical innovations, but for the most part, they're marijuana concentrates. If you take a look at just about every single one of our mass shootings at schools with young white males since Columbine to the latest one in Uvalde, every single one of those kids had developed schizophrenia from daily marijuana use. The connection is overwhelming today, but we choose not to believe it because it's out there. There's so much misinformation out there. You have to be better consumers of what the facts are, and I know it's really hard. But many of our political leaders, they just love to pander to certain groups, and the marijuana industry has all the money. 96% of all the money that's gone into legalization initiatives throughout the states have funded the pro side. That's because regular moms and dads out there aren't going to write a check to keep the law as it is. George Soros, you know, just to go back to that previous point there, you know, George Soros really gave us a great playbook here, which nobody expected. When Donald Trump became president, he sort of redirected his artillery fire away from the federal government to the local level. And he started funding DA races in local elections to not just undermine prosecution at the local level, but to completely gut it. So we need to do the same thing and make sure at the state level that we maintain the illegality of marijuana if it's not too late. But it's going to be the death knell of this country slowly through the degradation of our citizens.
Okay, very quick question. So you talked about the need for not going after necessarily just the drugs, but going after the vectors of the drugs, the cartels. How do you see it important to go after the banking apparatus that are running these drugs? The biggest vector, Wall Street, the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank. What can be done to make sure that that too big to fail apparatus is shut down?
Great question. Obviously, I think the question came up to Jason earlier. A lot of people think they've got a really brilliant idea. We have to go after the money. No, we have been doing that. The problem is not so much just Wall Street. That's certainly a problem with the legalization movement. But much of the drug money going back to Mexico today is actually smuggled in bulk currency. In fact, a lot of people don't realize today that those millions of dollars, and Jason had a picture of $215 million seized in Mexico from a Chinese precursor chemical dealer. Much of that money now is from Mexico being bulk shipped to China, where they launder it for free to the Mexican drug cartels because they can make enough money on the back end to make it profitable for them. So clearly, we have to do a better job at international money laundering controls and Wall Street and our politicians, but it's like everything else. We have to be...
Holder didn't do that.
I'm sorry?
I said we know Eric Holder didn't do that under Obama.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So we have to do all the above.
Okay, last question.
I see that you're videoing this. Is this going to be online? Is there...
Yes, it's live now. Epoch Times is putting out a live stream.
Oh, okay.
So you can find it on the Epoch Times website. Okay, so one of the things that Jeffrey touched on was Woodstock and the explosion of drug use. So how many of you really understand why that happened? Why did that happen in the 1960s? Was it just organic? Suddenly everybody just, you know, woke up one day feeling hippie love and wanted to smoke some weed? No, that's not how it works. right? It's not how it works. So if anyone is interested, you can look up a video online. It's called The Origins of Cultural Marxism. Okay, it's on YouTube. And what you will learn from this video, and I've done some research into this, is something called the Franklin Institute. These things never come out of nowhere. They always come out of a place of organization, manipulation, and by design. The Franklin Institute was originally in Germany, in Frankfurt, and when shortly before the start of the Second World War, they migrated to the United States and to the welcoming arms of Columbia University in New York. And it is out of that university, along where the Franklin Institute began to spread the ideas of cultural Marxism in the United States, which ultimately led to Woodstock. So what you are seeing was designed and implemented in American society because the Marxists realized, Lenin, Stalin, they realized that in the United States, coming as a Marxist and running on that platform was never going to work. So they developed a program of cultural Marxism, of infiltrating the culture of the United States. If you want to know how deeply ingrained that is, think about the McCarthy era. Today, how many of us believe there were no communists or Marxists in the United States? McCarthy was just a lunatic. This was a dark period in our history. They went after, innocent Americans, and it's better that we just we consign that to the annals of history and we never repeat that terrible mistake again. That is the image of the McCarthy era that we have today, which is perpetuated by Hollywood and by films and books and so on and so on. It's not just Hollywood. It's East and West Coast and media. And if you go back to the original testimony of those who were on trial during the McCarthy hearings, you will hear one American leader after another, some of them as high as the number 2 in the Pentagon, admitting that they are Marxists, proudly stating for the record that they are hardcore dedicated Marxists. And so I cite that as an example to you of understanding that even though it may be cool and fun to remember Woodstock, I mean, this is an era of history that is still romanticized for our children and is held up as a pinnacle of where, we're meant to go as a society. It is symbolic of this whole idea that hedonism is natural and we should all, and that's what our freedom is all about. And it's not about self-restraint or discipline in any form or another. And the other part of that is that there's no price. And do you start to see the common themes of how these things replicate throughout our society in all forms? And that's why it's important to teach your children about the price, right? Just throw them the real price. What do we know today? You can find it online. You can show your children the faces of meth. There's no faces of ordinary marijuana or weed from the 80s, are there? There's no faces of that. Why? Because we have introduced a biological, pharmaceutical, chemical component to narcotic use. And that was a major shift. You saw that on Jason's graph. Or was it your graph? I think it was your graph. You saw that shift. That's what methamphetamine was all about. And then look at a TV series like Breaking Bad. My kids all think it's cool to cook meth because Breaking Bad is cool. And every year when we go and our actors and actresses go and they attend these award ceremonies and they get, awards and then they get held up as influences, right? And this is something to aspire to. Every part of our society is built around glorifying and glamorizing all of this so that your children will look at you when you try to talk to them about it and say, geez, or it's not cool, right, to be conservative. It's not cool to be against drugs. It's not cool to be about national security. It's not cool today. So if you think those things don't matter, looking at the nexus, they're at the root of it all. And what the Marxists did with the origins of cultural Marxism, that story doesn't begin there. Take it back a little bit further and you will see that Lenin sent his emissaries in the early 1900s to come and identify fishes in every society that they wanted to overtake. And what they identified in the United States was race. And in fact, Lenin's emissary wrote a book on this. It's a very small book. We ordered it at home. You can order it too. And so think about where we are, the nexus of those things, right? And how we go back to the CIA introducing crack cocaine onto the streets of this country. The answer to your question, why is nothing being done about it? Well, think about that. The CIA were responsible for introducing crack cocaine on the streets of America, so they could finance operations in Nicaragua and El Salvador and other parts of Latin America. Go back to the push-pull strategy. Make it unbearable to live in those countries, pull them into the United States so that you can ultimately tear this country apart and nobody will even say a word because we're too scared. Worried about our membership at the country club, or, how will people look at us? Will they call us names? Okay, on that happy, cheerful note, let's break for lunch. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. sheriff makes in rural Texas? Oh, please. 30 grand after 20 years of service. Harris County just lost, they just voted here to reduce salaries of the officers you see around you here protecting you today. 3% pay decrease. Why, Houston? Why? So all these things that you know, you're here because you care about them, they're all being allowed to proliferate because these people are being screwed. That's what's really happening. And there's enough money in Houston for that not to be happening, right? There's just no political will. So that's on every one of us. You can't just blame that on somebody else. That's on every one of us. And who suffers most because of that? Well, Fritzy's dealing with that every single day, right? She's dealing with a lack of law enforcement. Recruiting numbers are down. Retirements, resignations are up. Would you do this job and have no political support and be attacked if you were earning $1,400 every 2 weeks? That's what a sheriff's deputy that's been on this force for 7, 8 years, that's what they earn. That's what they earn. So those are the people that you turn to, right? Those are the people, it's local law enforcement that make the difference here. The federal agencies, many times their hands are tied. U.S. Marshals, I would keep an eye on them because they've been doing a lot of work in this regard. But I want you to meet a woman now who, if you really want to understand trafficking, not from what you read on social media, not from what someone says online, but this is the first-hand account. Fritzy deals with it all day long and all night long. And she has done for many years. And she deals with law enforcement at a local and a national level. And her perspective is not only rare, it's truly valuable. So I hope that you will join me in welcoming her on stage and giving her your full attention.
Hi there. Okay, we are with Shepherd's Watch Foundation. We are an investigative intelligence group, and what we basically do is we work to aid and close the gap in response time for law enforcement, meaning we help them identify victims, predators, and traffickers. But first, before I start, I would like for everybody in this room to give a round of applause for law enforcement that's in this room. They are your front line. These are your heroes. And they deserve it. Thank you. So there's a few things that we do outside of investigations. We do create awareness in our areas. We work with the rural areas, but also the inner city areas. Out in the rural areas, you have a little bit more difficult of time than you do inner city because there's a lack of resources. There's just not that many nonprofits out there doing the work. You've got reduced law enforcement. You have reduced services. So what we're trying to do is build that bridge and find out where those services can be connected together so that we can get support for the rural areas and our law enforcement, because law enforcement's frontline guys. These are the guys that are out there in the street every day coming across traffickers and victims. Many times it's not recognized because of lack of education, but these guys, everyone that I've met, that I've worked with, oh my gosh, they want the education, they want to do the job. I've not seen one yet, and especially in a rural area, that wasn't open and receptive to our help. The other part that we're talking about is legislation. If any of you in here are a politician or running for office, hats off to you guys. Because that's one of the things that we've noticed in dealing with these different communities is that a lot of legislators don't want to touch the topic of trafficking or child trafficking. It's like taboo. They don't even want to talk about it. And that's a problem because there's not a city on the map in Texas right now that's not being affected. If you've got an RV place, if you've got a hotel, if you've got a truck stop, you've got trafficking, my friends. We can skip this because these guys will know what this is. Okay, stats. This is not my favorite topic, by the way, because this changes every single day. Every minute of every day, this changes. It says the average entry is 15 years of age. I'd say that used to be the case. Right now, since we've got an open border, a lot of the girls that we're seeing online are probably about 12, maybe 13. 55% of the survivors reported they attended school during exploitation. That's true. As long as we have 17-year-olds that are considered to be adults, that's going to continue to happen. 17 is a really tricky age, right? If you're 16, you can't consent to being raped, but apparently if you're 17, you can. And I know because I've had those cases where I've had a victim in front of me that's 17, and I'm being told by law enforcement that we have to let her go. We can't continue to pursue this anymore because she's an adult. This child was 17 less than 3 days, and she was in her senior year of high school. And I had my eyes on her, and there was nothing I could do. I talked to the sheriff's office, I talked to the police department, I even talked to adult probation because her trafficker had an 8-year no contact rule with her. That's the situation that we're in, and believe me guys, you don't want your 17-year-olds as victims, and these traffickers know that they can go after the 17-year-olds, they can dress them up to look 14 and deal with that sect that's sick, that has a predilection for youngsters. And guess what? They're of legal age. Those are your children in high school. Stats continued. This does change. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually victimized. We don't think about boys being victimized. It's not a topic that we like to talk about, but it's true. Out there on the internet world, I mean, I pick up my phone all the time when I'm sitting with people giving presentations or somebody that doesn't have the buy-in that it's in their county, in their city. You'd be surprised, especially the ones where it's a city of wealth. They don't think this happens. It's usually a lower socioeconomic issue, right? That's not true. I will pick up my phone and I'll say, okay, well, let's play a game. And I will pull it up and I'm like, within 3 miles, I can find male and female. I can find youngsters. I can find redheads, blondes, brunettes. And now I can find different cultures, nationalities. Just give me what you're looking for and I'll find it. This is startling. 917,771 registered sex offenders. You know, that's really crazy that 53,000 are non-compliant. That means they're out there roaming around and they are reoffending and reoffending and reoffending. Think about that when you are living in counties that are letting these offensives go. Because I can assure you that online solicitation of a child is not a victimless crime. And those guys will reoffend, and they will reoffend, and they will reoffend over and over and over again. The next one that says 450 trafficking victims new in U.S., scratch that. I promise you that that number is far, far, far beyond that right there. The 150,000 new escort ads posted online every day. Well, I'll tell you what, I believe that. Because as soon as they take down one site, I promise you 5 more fly up. So if you go in and you take down a specific online site that targets escorts or sex workers, if you take that down, within days, you'll have 3 to replace it. Since we've opened the border, I have seen sites grow en masse, even with some predilections or with looking for certain things, a site that's specifically tailored for that. And the sad part about it is that people can't keep up. You know, you go out there looking for a missing kid and you're looking across 30 different sites in one night. And then you might the next night have to cover another 30. Well, this should be shocking to everybody on the ages, because most of the time that we've thought of trafficking, we focused on, you know, what we thought fit the age group, right? I want you to look at that number, 9 to 17. Look at that right there. That is shocking. Those are children. And what is really sad about this is that by the time they're 23 to 25, in the trafficking world, many of them are considered to be aged out. I had a case in North Texas, and there was a girl that I had tracked down. She's 23 years old. She's living in a $500,000 house that had a stripper pole and a webcam in it. She's on OnlyFans. The reason we caught her is because she was trafficking another girl that she'd plied with ketamine at a rave and taken a bunch of photos of her and put her online on OnlyFans with having group sex with her and her boyfriend. This girl became suicidal. Mother called us. We got involved. We were working with law enforcement to gather information. The girl that was in the house was on 39 different porn sites at the age of 23. She had actually registered her porn star name. That's craziness at 23. She's that much of a pro. And she's living in a $500,000 home. When you think about the kids that are 12, 13, 14 years old, I think what haunts me every night, I think about the children that are here, that are being trafficked, that this is not their country, this is not their culture, and this is not their language, and they have no idea where they're at. They have no idea of how to get assistance and help. We're seeing kids that are Romanian gypsies, right? Romanian gypsies, that's common, right? Not in rural Texas where they can't speak the language and they're being trafficked and they're 14. How did they get by themselves from the border to rural East Texas and they're being trafficked? And you're having to use a translator to find out what they're even saying. They have no idea of how to speak English. They have no idea where they're at. They're lost. And we have this situation popping up in all these cities all across Texas with these children, and they're not all Central American speaking Spanish. We have Armenian children. We have Brazilian children. We have Russian children, Ukrainian children, Romanian children that don't speak this language. They don't know anything about your culture. They don't know how to get around. They don't have any money, and they're being trafficked, and they have no way out. That is the realization of what people are dealing with. Don't take my word for it. You ask these law enforcement officers what they see every day, things that they can't talk about these kids and where they're coming from, because on these pullover stops, that's what they're seeing. Well, I can tell you right now that this slide, that's all wrong. That's all wrong. That's way underreported. This is actually one of my favorite slides, to be honest. How many of you know what the Introduction for the Protection of Children is, class, put on by DPS? Well, let me tell you something. That's some of the best training out there. It is free. It's put on by DPS. And they will come out and teach your law enforcement officers how to recognize trafficking, how to recognize a victim and a trafficker. It's amazing. It's free. And these classes are filled. And, you know, that's one of the things that Shepherd's Watch has been doing, is going out into the rural cities and saying, hey, you know what? Let's look at getting one of these classes scheduled for your area so that your law enforcement officers can get the training that they need. And they do it, and they want it. In fact, we went up into Hunt County, and their officers not only put this training in on the calendar, they sent their guys to Dallas to immediately get trained. I will tell you right now that they are the most proactive that I've seen so far. I love dealing with these guys. Their CID guys are spot on. You're dealing with officers that are seeing the worst. State troopers are seeing the worst of this all the time because it's going up and down the highway. The other thing that I would say for sure is that this SARS program don't take that light. This is a really cool program. That is a suspicious activity report, which means that you can call in and you can report suspicious activity. It might be not enough for someone to make an arrest, but it might just be something that you saw that's stuck in your mind that that's just not right. It might be the behavior of the child sitting there. It might be the behavior of the adult sitting there. But you can report that because you don't know if that specific situation is something that's being hunted from Oklahoma or something that's being seen down in Houston up into Louisiana. So the SARS program is very interesting because these guys are talking infusion centers and they're going, we've got, I think, a total of 80 of them in the United States. So they're talking to one another, and that's awesome because now we're starting to see coalitions pop up and fusion centers start having to work together. Because let me tell you something, if our government's going to let us down by not assisting us in this fight, we have figured out a way to work together. Indicators for the community. People ask me this all the time. They're like, oh, how do we spot trafficking? How do we spot traffickers? I'm not going to go through all of these, but I will say this. If you see something, say something. If you see something that's unusual, then you can absolutely report it. If you're wrong and you're reporting it to law enforcement, okay, you know what, no harm done. But if you're right, you could have saved the life of a child or a young woman that's being held captive. Because a lot of times it goes beyond us. We'll see it. And, you know, we were at the human trafficking conference sitting there on a break and there was trafficking going on at the bar. Bizarre, right? You've got all these people that are being trained for a 2-day conference. We're sitting at the restaurant and I just can't shut it off. It's a lens that's in your eye. And all of a sudden I'm looking at our teammates and saying, hey, there's trafficking going on at the bar. Can you believe that? At the human trafficking conference in Dallas. Yeah, it's that prevalent. And they will do it right out in the open, right in front of your face. But if you're out somewhere and you see something that doesn't seem right, please contact law enforcement and let them know, or contact one of those fusion centers. Oh gosh, parents and educators. Parents, we have a duty to our children. Educators, you have a duty to every child that's in that room. If you see something that is abnormal, you need to be contacting law enforcement. I will tell you that I have seen so many cases of kids going to school with things that are going on their Snapchat or on TikTok or on Instagram, and it doesn't get reported, even by school counselors. Why? Why are we not reporting that we're taking naked selfies of one another and we're sending it out there? There's some very dangerous apps out there, and there's some very dangerous environments for our youngsters, including Fortnite, which is a gaming community, Snapchat. These traffickers are on these sites, guys, and they are grooming and they're trying to recruit your kids. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine was house sitting. One of the kids there was 9 years old, and she saw something go across the phone. She picked up and called the parents that were on vacation in Mexico and said, hey, do I have permission to go through this phone? Then she panicked at what she saw on a 9-year-old little boy's phone and called me, and I said, don't take pictures, don't download anything, call law enforcement. 9 years old. There were 3 apps on that phone that traffickers were trying to reach out to this kid. And that was Fortnite, TikTok, and Snapchat. Hospitality industry and traveling industry, oh boy. Well, where do you think all of this trafficking goes down? It's not in a van down by the river. It's in hotels, it's Airbnbs, it's rental homes. And you'd be surprised, you could go to some place like Plano, Texas and go out to Legacy West and sit at a restaurant in a hotel or sit in the lobby and it's going on right in front of your eyes. So how is it that nobody sees this and they don't report it? I think they're benign to it and they're blind to it. I think that's where we have to start opening our eyes and start reporting it. When you go to some of these casinos, let me tell you something, everybody knows. Everybody's in on it. I get asked that question, well, who knows about this? I'm like, everybody. Your doorman, your concierge, your blackjack dealer, your bartender, your housekeeper, they know what's going on. They see it all the time. But it's not getting reported. Please, please, please report. I can't stress this enough, and I can't tell you how many cases we've had that by the time they get to us to help out law enforcement, it's too late. They've moved out of that hotel. They've moved off that site. It's very, very difficult because I can tell you that they're keeping these women and children in these hotels anywhere between 24 to 72 hours, and they're gone. That's going to be down most of your highways. Houston, by the way, you have a problem. Big one. And your hotels, they're going to move everybody out of there within 72 hours before they know that law enforcement's going to come down and descend upon them. What we see a lot of times is in the rural areas especially, it doesn't get taken seriously because they think, well, that's mostly familiar trafficking out in the rural areas. I beg to differ. No, it's not. We're seeing border kids trafficked through these hotels. The length of stay is 48 hours, and they're moving on to the next site. Next slide. Financial wealth. Boy, oh boy, have we got one here, right? How much money do you think these guys are really making? It is amazing to me that we have the situation that we have with missing children in this state alone, and we're not doing more to track this. We're not doing more to go after the money. We're not going and putting out emergency shelters so law enforcement has a place for these kids to go until help can get there. With as much money as these guys are making in trafficking, you would think that we would have the availability to go seize it and do something about this. But the recordables challenge. Well, most cases go unreported. But let me tell you something about statistics. In order to have a statistic, you have to have a recordable. In order to have a recordable, you're going to have an outcry, an incident report, or an arrest. So if you have a situation where law enforcement has no choice but to let a car go, even though they suspect everybody in that car is being trafficked, and they're being told, well, they're migrants, let them go. We've had that happen. We've had cars pulled over, reported it to DHS, and they were told to let them go. And there were children in the car. No idea whose kids these are. So unfortunately, when it comes to recordables and statistics, if you have a reduced amount of law enforcement out in the rural areas and you don't have support for a place for these kids to go, I promise you it's getting let go. And I've been asked before, hey, what are the statistics for this area? And I'm like, I'd give you that if you quit letting them go. And they're like, ouch. I'm like, well, that was meant to hurt. That's the truth. That's the sad truth about it, is that we have to get our law enforcement the support that they need, we have to give them the education that they need, and we have to have a place for these kids to go. Because you can't take these guys off the street all night long for one kid, because that's what it's going to take. They've got to do arrests, car impounds, kids being taken and processed. It's a major nightmare when you've got a county that might have 4 officers on duty. That's not enough, guys. But we can make a difference, and I will get to that. The online crisis. Here we go. You've heard me mention most of these. Twitter's another one. But garage sale sites. Can you believe that we advertise for children on garage sale sites? Online? On Facebook? Yeah, they do. Right in front of your face. Right across that banner where you see create a story. We're going to get to that slide in a minute because that's real and I got snapshots of it. But yeah, they're doing it right in front of your face. Sex trafficking in rural Texas. Yeah, you wouldn't think it would be such a problem, right? It is a huge issue. I know that there are communities out there that might have one hotel or maybe no hotel, but you'll have an RV park, and that might be set up for pipeline workers, whatever construction project they have going on out there. And you wouldn't think that that would be an area that you'd have a trafficking problem. Did you know that the cartel goes in there at night and they drop these kids off with money and drugs, and they go knocking on the doors of every RV in that park looking for a buyer? And I asked someone once who was at that RV park, I said, why doesn't anybody call the police? Why doesn't anybody do anything to save these kids? He said, are you kidding? We know all those kids are cartel kids. We're not doing anything about it. This was in West Texas. This is the U.S. soil where we're afraid to even call police when they're dropping off kids at an RV park with drugs and money, where we have that kind of fear injected into us because we're afraid that the cartels are going to find out who reported it. Okay, here we go. So these two ads came off of a First Monday Trade Days garage sale site in Canton, Texas. These girls had been up for 20 hours. When, by the time I had seen it, it was Sunday morning, 8:30, having coffee. I looked at it and I immediately got in the car and drove to law enforcement. The thing that had bothered me so much about this particular ad was not that it had been up for 20 hours. It's that the little girl that's on this side with the dirty tennis shoes, her shoes are dirty. Traffickers will, even 17-year-old pimps, will buy $5 flip-flops from the Dollar General because they're not going to send a dirty kid out there in the world of trafficking. That bothered me because I knew that that was a Danger 911 ad. When I took that to DPS and I talked to them about this and showed them that photo, we both had the same conclusion. That little girl was in trouble. So I can tell you that I followed these two girls probably about 72 hours and the ad disappeared. There were 50,000 subscribers to that garage sale, two garage sale sites or two different sites. 50,000 subscribers, and I'm the only one that reported it. And it was on a Create story that when you pick up your phone, you can see it scanning across if you have Facebook. This was off of the same number. It was a WhatsApp number. And these are two ads. The girls over here are Venezuelan. This is the same girl that was in the photo with what I would consider more than likely a minor. And this is a ad. This is pulled down off of a different site. And this is the type of jargon that they give you. Barely legal Latina. Nice. Now, I followed this girl for a while. The supposed minor, who I suspect is a minor, didn't show back up in the ads with her, but I did follow her for a little bit. And she showed up in places like Fort Worth, Boston, Texas. Actually, she originated, first time I'd ever seen her was out of Splendora, Texas, if you know where Splendora is. But we tracked her all across. She was in Vegas, Salt Lake City. And then she fell off the grid for about 5 months. These are disturbing. And by the way, at any point in time, if any of these pictures or any of this information bothers you, disturbs you, you are welcome to leave. There's no judgment here. This is not an easy topic, guys. And these are kids. And these are kids that are being trafficked and sold for sex. And it makes a lot of people very uneasy. It's not a conversation that people like to engage with you, especially at Thanksgiving. But these little girls, this one right here in the green bathing suit, this is a common tactic that we see with the minors, is they don't put them in lingerie. A lot of times they can't fill out the lingerie. They put them in bathing suits. And a lot of times you'll see one-piece bathing suits in these ads. I assure you that this was a sex ad because the language was so graphic I couldn't put it up here. The other little girl to the bottom, she was in a bra and panties. She was probably anywhere between 12 and 14. And that's to the conclusion of every single law enforcement officer that has seen that photo. Here's two more. Very young. These are recent, by the way. These aren't pictures from 10 years ago. These are very recent photos. In fact, I I could probably step off and pull up 5 more, you know, within the next 30 minutes and track minors like this online. This is very sad to me because this little girl over here that's smiling, she's not happy. She's being told to smile for the camera. If you had seen what they said that you could do to this child on this ad, you'd be horrified. One of the things that we did notice about little girl in the turquoise, there is a blow poster on that door. What does that mean? Well, the experts that I've shown this photo to tell me that that's more than likely a cartel kid. It's definitely not a little girl's room. And narco fandom, with the narcotics posters and movies and things like that, that's very common in what you see. And that's a movie that's over 20 years old. So these are very recent photos. Like I said, I couldn't put everything on here, but you can see I'm available for sex for pay. She's for sale. Yeah, I pulled this up. This is Tyler, Texas, right here. Tyler is a hub and a hotbed. It's in East Texas. A lot of times when you go to these different sites, what they'll do is they'll pick like major cities, major hotspot cities. That doesn't mean they don't service the surrounding areas, because they most certainly do. But it means that they'll pull up like Tyler, but that could be, you know, you can cast out a net, and 35 miles from Tyler is where they're going to go out to service to. These are all very, very, very young looking girls. And again, we have bathing suits. That's a very common theme for a lot of the minors. Most people don't know that, but you know, you might even not recognize that when you're looking at Facebook, because you'll scroll by it, you know, and you'll see a little girl that's dressed up in a bathing suit, and you're just not paying attention to the language. And the language is that this child's for sale. I will say that it's hard for me to tell. I can tell you one, obviously, that's not from here, but the other 3, it's very difficult to tell you where they're from. One thing that you should understand about searching online and working the streets is that since the border's been open, we've seen an influx of minority children and foreign children in this trade that is just off the charts. It is amazing to me that we don't have more people talking about this, and I keep asking the question, where are the children? Because it's not just Central American children that are being trafficked across that border. It's Romanian gypsies, it's Ukrainian, it's Russian, Korean. We have IMBs, which are illicit massage businesses that are popping up everywhere. Everywhere. You want to know why they're getting away with it? Because law enforcement can't go undercover to get the massage. That's what they're thinking, right? There's nobody that's going to rat them out. And the number of girls that they're trafficking through these massage parlors are of all different ethnicities, but from what I understand, most of them, like in the North Texas area, are Korean and Chinese. So a lot of these different ads, the girls could be any nationality. We know that stash houses might be Romanian gypsies, might be Russians or Ukrainians. People that are working the streets and concentrating on the sex clubs and the trafficking that's coming in and out of there. You know, we've kind of got a system down where we can tell you, oh, you're looking for a Russian or a Romanian girl. Well, I can tell you what club they're probably being shopped out of. That's pretty sad that it's gotten to that point. We pulled up some ads to try to show the connection between the casinos, and this was probably about a month ago. I had a local representative who's very interested in fighting, you know, this fight with us. He asked me about the casinos, and I said, well, you know, I pulled up the ads, and I had one cell of girls that was popping in between Choctaw and Windstar. And they were Armenian, Ukrainian, and Russian. And it was amazing to me that the same ad was popping up with the same casinos in Oklahoma. Here are some more very young girls. Now, the girl in the first picture, I actually had some help from some amazing software development diggers. You know who you are. That particular girl, we found her on a porn site. I do not know if she's of age or not, but she's dressed to look very young. She looks very young, and she's marketed very young. And unfortunately, it's very difficult for investigators to tell you who's an adult and who's not adult a lot of times, because they have this genre of dressing up girls that are already, you know, young looking for their age, and they'll dress them up to look like children. And they'll put them out on these escort sites. But these are all very young. Case scenarios. How many of you guys know where Merkel, Texas is? There's nothing there, is there? No? There's some RV parks. There's a lot of construction workers out in that area. You've got a couple bars, one hotel, one spring grocery store. This was the case that I was talking about, where they were walking around and knocking on the doors. West Texas, El Paso. I'm sure you guys heard of this case where they recovered 70 missing children. Operation Lost Souls. Did you guys hear about that case? It's amazing, right? 70 kids that they recovered out of that sting. Well, they're starting to recognize that East Texas has an issue. They're talking about it on the news channels, finally. It took them forever to get to the party, to be honest with you. They didn't want to recognize the eastern part of the state as being a trafficking nightmare. And again, the problem was resources. The problem again was education. The problem again was having the place for these kids to go to. Well, rural Texas has a sex trafficking problem. I cannot stop saying that, because these are the areas where we don't have recognition, where we don't have representation, and there are very few people out there fighting the fight. As far as I know, there are very few doing investigative intelligence that are actually boots on ground, that are going into the field like we are, that are working with law enforcement. And what we need as a community is we need to work with our rural areas, ensure that they've got the training, the IPC training, which is put on by DPS for those officers, to ensure that they have emergency shelters for these kids so that these officers can get back to doing what they need to be doing, because they're going to have DWIs, they're going to have murders, rapes, all those things that might be happening in that community, and they're pulled off the road to deal with this one case because they don't have enough officers and they have nowhere for this kid to go, so they've got to go hour and a half, 2 hours away to get to a shelter. I want you guys to watch this video. This is Houston. This investigation, and they're having trouble with getting this to come up, this investigation was put on the news, and what this is they talked about the missing children that were lost in Houston, Texas. And they're lost in Houston, Texas by HSI. That is scary to me. Where are the children? When they can't answer that question, we've got a big problem, guys, because we're hearing more and more and more that these kids are going missing and nobody's accounting for them. We've heard that there's 143,000 unaccompanied minors here from the border. Where are they at? Why are they not answering questions of where these kids are going? And we need to be asking those questions to all of our legislators. We need to be asking them, why are you not in front of this asking where are the children? Where have they gone? And how do you lose them? HSI? Homeland... I'm sorry? Homeland Security. So, I will say this. I'm an animal lover. I am. And I can remember when Michael Vick's dogs were the biggest thing on the news, right? Can you imagine if you lost 100 pit bulls of Michael Vick's victims, what we'd be talking about? The nonprofits that would be popping up, the people that would be in pursuit to try to find out where these animals are. If you had 1,000 beagles that were tortured in Fauci's labs, seriously, I mean, we'd be turning over every stone to try to find these dogs. But why are we not looking for these kids? Where are these children? How you guys can help, and every single one of you can, because you have the hand of God on you, is you can work with your local community to ensure that you have nonprofits set up, that you have a coalition where you've got communities talking to one another and working with law enforcement, because a coalition is a very powerful thing. That brings law enforcement together with nonprofits, private investigators. We're all talking, we're all sharing information, and we're working with other coalitions and task force. And you have them in Texas. Now they're starting to work and talk together because we're overrun and we need assistance. And the greatest thing that I've seen through the coalitions is that the communities are standing strong. When they realize that they've got a problem, they're coming together and they're forming and they're talking and they're working together. And you and your community, you can ensure that that's happening. And if you've got one here, get active in it. Find out what's going on. Also, find out what your legislators are doing. Are they attacking this problem? Are they talking about this problem? Is there any funding that's going to resolve this problem? What an emergency shelter will establish for your area is that it will give a place for these law enforcement officers to drop these kids off so that they are properly processed. Who in here knows what a SANE nurse is? Okay. That's a sexual assault nurse examiner. They're very, very important. We need them. And they're critical when it comes to working with trafficked kids, because they're going to get the forensic interview that's going to be monumental in making these cases in court. We have had the wonderful, wonderful godsend of working with a university who is funding training for SANE nurses to go out into the rural areas. They're going to be putting together RV-type buses that will go out and be on spot, so they'll go to the safe houses, so that the safe houses are not having to transport the kids to the hospital, which is great, because guess what? That's 90% of the time how we lose them on transport. They also are going to be looking at a telehealth program where the SANE nurses are actually going to be working with other medical professionals to do that SANE nurse exam over Zoom. That's amazing, guys. That opens up the door for more cases to be made, kids to be seen, predators to be identified. So please, please, please pray for all these kids that are out there. Ask everybody the question, where are the children? Hashtag it, ask everybody the question, make them start giving you answers, and work with your local communities so that together we can make a difference, because right now it's us. Nobody's coming to save us, guys. We got to do this ourselves.
Okay, don't worry. We have time for questions now. And I wanted to ask, do you want to play that video? Are you able to play that video? Okay. All right. So so now we have a few minutes, Fritzy, for you can't escape. Not yet. Okay, we have time for to take some questions, sir. Homeland Security Investigations. What is ORR?
Office of Refugee Resettlement is responsible for this. But if you believe the problem that all these kids come up from Central America across the border because they're seeking the American dream on their own, at ages 4 through 6, you're doing some serious drugs in your own right. Out of these that are placed by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, because CBP has to turn them over to them within 72 hours, okay, on the processing, and they are not allowed to take biometric
They get turned over to
information.
Health and Human Services.
Okay?
They
That's
get
why
turned
you
over
see
to
these
Health and
kids
Human
being
Services,
recycled.
not ORR.
They're not allowed to take fingerprints. They're not allowed to take retina scans or anything of that nature. So then these kids are turned over to ORR.
Well, they get turned over to Health and Human Services first.
Right. But
H-
ORR
HHS.
Now, when that happens, they're supposed to do a follow-up well-being check within a month. Okay? That check is not in person. It's done by phone. Now, you tell me how you're going to be effective checking on the safety and well-being of a child that's dropped off by phone. Do you have voice recognition that you can pull this kid? Of course you don't. So this is what's going on. And as a result, out of the unaccompanied children placed by ORR throughout the United States, 75 to 80% of them never show up for their court appointment date to be checked on. So what you're in effect having is we are, through our government policies, facilitating trafficking of kids coming across the border throughout the United States. And if anybody wants to tell me different, please explain how that's not happening.
Okay. No question?
IPC for law enforcement only, or is it for various, like my brother's going back to medical school, so would he look into IPC if he wanted that kind of training, or was there one for medicals?
I believe that IPC is open to NGOs as well.
Okay.
The best thing that you can do is call DPS and try to, or that slide, the information is, you can contact one of our reps and they will give you the information on how to contact them and see if you have a IPC training in your area and try to get signed up to get there.
So shouldn't we have this training in schools too? Because a lot of these kids who are being trafficked are in high school.
Well, the IPC training is actually geared to identify the traffickers. That might be an idea to pose to DPS, is to put something on a high school level.
So that kids can recognize when other kids in their class are being trafficked. I live in Fredericksburg, Gillespie County. We have friends who, they had, their daughter was, they attempted to traffic her in high school in South Texas by having new kids come in, older girls who are clearly older than they say they are, and befriend these girls and invite them to parties and so on and so on. I think what a lot of people don't understand about the trafficking is that there's a lot of grooming. Not every girl is whacked over the head and abducted, right? A lot of them are enticed into it. And when you say they're these apps, what these apps do, where you can, there's apps like Fortnite where 100 kids can play on a team during this game. Anyone can join once you reach 100. You know, and now they're in communication. There's apps like that for watching movies, right? So you got 100 kids watching movie together, except then you don't know if it's a kid. And what they're doing is buying all the other data from Google and on all these other companies that have data, and they're watching to see, is this child a middle child or the youngest child or the oldest child? Do they fight with their parents? When are they most vulnerable? And they watch and they see the text messages, and they know when your child is upset. They can spend a year, 2 years grooming your child. This is a very well thought out process. And it is very manipulative, and it is an enormous amount of money behind it. And they are waiting. It's, you know, if you hear somebody say, I'm not doing anything wrong, I don't care that they're, you know, collecting my data, I'm just not going to buy what they're trying to sell me. You're I want to say you're an idiot, but I'm going to try and be nice, and I'm going to say you're asleep. You're blind to the reality in front of you. They are mapping out every moment of your life, finding the vulnerabilities and ways in, whether it's political pressure that they're going to put on you, whether it's the job that you have that they're interested in, the technology that you're developing, whether it's your child. Because that is who the target is. Your child is the target. I mean, most of us were in the second half of our lives, but they're not. And you cannot just blindly let your kids and your grandkids get on these apps and get on social media and not follow what they're doing. And by the way, everything they do online, the companies who create the software and the hardware own an unlimited, worldwide, perpetual copyright to everything that's put on there. So your kid thinks it's going on Snapchat, huh? And it's disappearing. And guess what? They own a copy of that photograph. They can do whatever they want with it. They have the legal right to do whatever they want with it. They just don't tell you. They're not quite exercising their full rights, but they can if they want to. And what are you going to do about it? And how many of you teach your children How many of you tell them, go on Google Classroom and do your homework? Or we're going to Zoom with the doctor? Or we're going to do telehealth, right? Or we're going to do online classes. How many of you are telling your children at the same time how vulnerable they are as a result of that? In the state of California, several years ago now, 5, 6 years ago, they announced that they will now be tracking every child throughout the school system in California to make sure that every child has an equal opportunity to the same education, blah, blah, blah. They can give whatever the reason they like for it. What they're doing is monitoring your child, and they're creating a human terrain map that reveals all of their vulnerabilities, that reveals every mechanism or form of control over them, and that decides their life for them. There is nothing more dangerous today than the surveillance devices we carry around with us 24/7. I mean, I know a case of a man who was convicted for ordering the rape of 400 different children live from sites on the dark web at the same time. He wanted to watch 400 children being raped for his benefit at the same time. What technology does, it takes pickpocketing and turns it into global credit card fraud like that. That's what technology is doing. Everything has a price. But if you're not honest with your kids about the price of technology, if you're not honest with yourself about the price of technology, then you are doing them a disservice, because the world that they're entering is a very, very, very dark one in which there is no escape from any of this. So I know we have some more questions for Fritzy here, so go ahead.
I don't have a question, but if you want to know more about trafficking in Harris County, or if you want to volunteer to help with an anti-trafficking organization in Harris County, slip me your name and number and I will call you. I have an anti-trafficking organization, but I am not a frontline organization, but I can get you in touch with people who go into the bars, who monitor websites, and who rescue children, and who also on the other side, who help the victims once they come out, get them into rehabilitation, get them housing, get them jobs, job training. So if you are interested in that, just write your name on a piece of paper, and I'm sitting right back over there. I will call you and I will get you in touch with an organization that matches what your interest is, because there's a bunch of different organizations, about 20 in Harris County, that are doing this. Okay.
Okay, so here's a disturbing statistic for you, and I'm interested, Fritzy, in knowing your opinion on this. There's a girl in Oklahoma who's been working in trafficking for many, many years, and she told me one night that around about half, by her estimation, based on her research over several decades, about half of the organizations involved in anti-trafficking efforts are trafficking kids themselves.
Wow. I would say that I would suspect that's true in some of those cases. One of the things that we notice, and we're grassroots, I mean, we're boots on ground. One of the things that we notice when we see a lot of the bigger groups pop up, we go out and we check their guide star, we look at their funding, and we want to see where their funding's going, because we do partner and align with a lot of different groups, because what we do is pretty niched and specific. So we look at that, and you know, when we're shocked when we find out that the money is not going to safe houses and shelters in the area that they're set up in. I'm sorry, I mean, I get that you need a CrossFit gym, but that's not more important than a shelter for minors. It's just not. So I would say there are some groups that, you know, bother us a little bit, some that we just don't align with, we won't partner with. I think there's some that might need investigated, to be investigated.
So since this administration came in, you have, for example, so the process is it goes from Border Patrol, they hand them over to Health and Human Services, and many of these kids get handed over now to NGOs, which are non-governmental organizations, nonprofits. There are nonprofits, if anybody cares to look at this, and you can question your elected officials about this, there are nonprofits whose budgets have gone from, you know, $1 to $2 million a year max to getting $55, $60, $70 million grants from the Biden administration to essentially make these children go away. Just make him disappear. Just get rid of him. That's their job. Clean him up and get rid of him. We don't want anyone to see the true nature of this problem. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I would say that that's largely true in some cases, and I think what bothers us the most is the unaccountability for where these kids are. You know, I ask the question all the time, where are the children? Where are the children? I mean, I'm like a little repeater. And they can't answer that question for me. They can't tell me where they're at, where they've gone, who they're with. You know, just give us a percentage. You know, how many went into adoptive homes? How many went into other families' homes? How many went to go live with neighbors? How many do you have in these refugee camps or these sanctuaries or safe houses? We just get a big vet zero. Nobody's going to respond to that. And I'm not comfortable with that. You know, I'm not comfortable with the fact that I've, you know, even before we were talking about the threat assessment, I was calling other NGO groups to try to see what their stats were when it came to the border traffic affecting trafficking. And I was shocked at these organizations that were multi-million dollars, you know, in nonprofits. They won't even answer that question for me. I'm like, I don't understand. So you're this organization that's this big, right? Even does some global work, but you're not going to touch the topic of an open border affecting trafficking in your area. That is bizarre to me. I do not get that at all. Because if our law enforcement sees it, and your grassroots organizations see it, and these guys that are supposed to be the expert that have been together for, you know, 10, 12 years, they should be seeing it, and they should be reporting on it.
So here, it's laid out in the assessment, and you can definitely get some of the ammunition that you need to back it up. I want to tell you two quick things. One is that I have a friend who was in Homeland Security investigations for many, many years, and through many different administrations, both Democrat and Republican. He retired and went and joined a private company. He told me a story not that long after the Biden administration came into office, maybe about 6-8 months into it, and he said, we were given $32 million contract, our company. We were told to go down to Texas, and we were given an old unused barn. We had to clean it up, and we had to process just over 2,000 children. Our job was to get them in, clean them up, and get them out. He said, I was carrying kids with broken bones, with COVID, with leukemia, kids with all kinds of diseases. I was carrying them to the ER. The hospitals are patching them up, and I'm taking them back. Someone there is there from Catholic Charities giving them a plastic rosary, and we're handing them over to people. They're showing up. They don't show ID. Right. They don't prove that they're related to the child. They don't show that they know the child, and they're taking 1, 2, 3, 4 kids at a time. He said, I know what trafficking looks like, and what I'm looking at is government-sponsored trafficking.
Absolutely.
And he said it made him sick, so he quit. He couldn't do it. And they were asked, before even the end of that contract, they were asked if they could take 2,500 more.
It's insane. And, you know, it makes your stomach turn to think about what a lot of these kids have gone through and what they've survived. And again, I go back to saying, I mean, if we were looking for pit bulls, if we were looking for beagles, if we were looking, I mean, your Facebook and social media posts blow up about missing dogs, cats, whatever. Where are the children? Why aren't we talking about this? Where have they gone? That's correct.
So tell us what it's like.
Well, I will say this for the people that are working in this field, mad respect for you because, like me, I know you don't sleep a lot of nights. We're used to 5-hour schedules. I'll be honest with you, I've been up since 3:30 this morning. I will say that there are times when it's like the movies because life imitates movies and movies imitate life. And there are times when you sit there and you think to yourself about your day that you can't explain to somebody because there's just no way that they could handle it. They couldn't handle that massive amount of information. It's so troubling. But the one thing that I've seen in my line is that it's gotten increasingly more dangerous. One of the cases that I had within the last year and a half, we suspected that this woman had smuggled and been caught, arrested. I called for a Freedom of Information Act because it was originally a 2012 charge, and I was told that I could not have that piece of information. I said, well, you know, I don't see any conviction on my database, so this is 2012. I mean, why can't I have that arrest information? And I asked who was blocking it, and they told me DHS. So I knew right then that she definitely had smuggled people in. And I was on this case. I was sitting in court with an attorney. And about that time, it was pretrial, so the DA came walking over and handed a piece of paper to that attorney, and he turned white, and he said, I need to talk to you outside. So we went all the way down the courthouse steps, and he said, look at this, and he said, you were right. Well, she had been arrested for smuggling, and it was disposition unknown, so we knew she'd flipped. The only reason why she was still alive, or probably not killed by the cartel, is she hadn't made it on their radar in a court case. So what we also saw is that she had gotten popped again for the manufacture and intent to deliver methamphetamine. This woman was 52 years old, and she was out of Bexar County. And the saddest part about this is that all three of her girls were trafficked. And we had trafficking going on in that house, and there was a 13-year-old child living in that house, and I was seeing video online where the trafficking videos, even the ones on OnlyFans, were in this child's bedroom. The kid was also, she was taking selfies in the same bathroom that her aunt had been taking these videos in. So it was in the same house. It was just a matter of time before they were trafficking this 13-year-old. You know, it's cases like that that wrench your gut. The other problem to that is, too, cartel is involved in so many different things. You know, right about that time, we had a story that came out of Bexar County again where the U.S. Attorney's Office had a paralegal that had gotten busted for feeding information back to the cartel. Well, that scared the bejesus out of me and everybody on that case, because any case that has any federal touch to it at all is going to go through that U.S. Attorney's Office. That means that they have the ability to see the forensic psychologists, the NGOs, the attorneys. Your name is out there all of a sudden with the bad guys. So that case, unfortunately, I was able to get off that case. Unfortunately, I still think that little girl's in trouble. We've reported it to CPS numerous times. I'm not sure that she's been rescued out of that situation yet. But that's kind of some of the cases that we work on. It doesn't always have a happy ending, guys. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a lot of kids that have slipped through the system, a lot of kids that we've pursued that get by us. And please don't blame law enforcement. If you've got a case that's reported and it gets by them, it's because they're moving them so quickly, and there's so many of these cases out there. These guys are working their tail ends off, and they're overburdened, and they're under-resourced, and they need our help. They do care. They have families. They have children. I've watched grown men cry, and I've cried with them. I've had detectives standing on the side of the road with CPS at 11:30 at night on their day off, on the phone with me, trying to figure out placement for a kid. Where's this kid going to go? CPS won't take her.
Why not?
She's 16, too close to being 17.
What about all the children who've gone missing in the custody of CPS?
Boy, oh boy, wouldn't we like to have that answer? And the sad part about it is, when you start reaching out into the rural areas, that's what you have to do. You are forced by law to call CPS on any case that deals with a minor.
And what about organizations like the Catholic Charities?
I knew you were going to bring that up. That's a touchy one, isn't it? I will say this. The question that I would pose to everybody here is, why are we not investigating that more? Where is the money coming from?
And where's it going?
And where is it going? I doubt it's to the Vatican.
And who's making all the money out of this? So this is one of the things that I'm talking about. Your federal tax dollars are paying for this, right? That's what your taxpayer money is going to. Why? Why, Governor Abbott and all of your other Texas politicians, why do you keep doing it? And you can literally apply that to every aspect of your life. If you've got a Facebook page, why? These kids are being trafficked on Facebook, right?
Oh, yeah.
Trafficked on Twitter, trafficked on Instagram, and they know it. These platforms know it.
They sure do.
It's not a shock. It's not something unknown. Victims of trafficking are on there begging for help, trying to do lawsuits, trying to dismantle it, and they don't care. These companies don't care. But you say you like Donald Trump, and you watch how fast you'll be shut down, right? That's easy to do. But actually standing up for the people who are being trafficked, that apparently is difficult. So I want to tell you what a Mexican investigator told me one night. We were driving back from a city in Mexico where we'd been filming all day. It was late at night. Everyone in the van was asleep. And he'd gotten used to me at that point. And so I asked him, I had to understand, because we'd been in a city all day that was built on the back of generations of sex traffickers. Generations. And I'd done one of the hardest interviews of my life with two women who were being trafficked. Their pimp allowed them to come and meet us in a nearby town and to sit with me. But I knew that they were going to walk out of that interview that night and be raped within hours of sitting there with me. There was nothing I could do. Nothing. And so I asked the Mexican investigator, what happens to their children? Because in this city, these women often give birth. And they're taken from their families at 12, 13 years old. They never have a day of freedom again in their lives, ever. They work 7 days a week. They don't get days off for being sick. They don't get holidays off. They're never free again. Some of them become traffickers just as a way out in desperation. They never have an education. Their future is taken from them. Their dreams are taken from them. Their hope is taken from them. And when you ask them, do you want to go to the U.S.? You know, would you want to go to America? They don't say yes. What both girls told me is no. And they looked horrified. Right. They said, I said, why not? They said, well, no, the girls who go to America, they never come back. They see America as the place you go to die. They don't see it as the land of milk and honey or of hopes and dreams and a better life and all that stuff that we're sold over and over and over again, right? Especially in the media. They see it as the place you go to die, where the last thing you have is being taken from you, which is your national identity, a place at least where you speak the language. I mean, that is a black hole for them, America. And it doesn't represent hope. And so I asked this investigator, tell me about the pornography, the child pornography. Where's the biggest market? And he said, Europe and then the U.S. And I said, is it girls, boys, both, you know? He said, no, girls and boys, just in case you're under any illusions about child pornography. It's not just little girls, it's little boys too. And I said to him, because I was haunted by the violence in Mexico, and I said, are they very violent with these children in the videos? And he said, he thought about it a little while and he paused, and then he said to me, mostly with the boys. Not only, mostly with the boys. And it was hard to talk at that point, but I said to him, how old are they normally, on average? Because this is all he's been doing for 30 years. And so he'd seen it a lot, this man. And he said, usually around 5 years old. And those are the ones that are killed on camera a lot of the time. Snuff videos, snuff porn. It's not just normal pornography. The average age that a child survives once they're sex trafficked is 2 years. So what I want you to think about is the fact that we've all accepted that sex trafficking is inevitable. It's just a fact of life. Kids are trafficked, right? Every day. It's just a fact of life. Okay, so no. So then what are you doing about it? What are you doing about it? Are you still on Facebook? Are you still on Instagram? Are you still on Twitter? Are you? Why do they still have Section 230 protection? Why? Why do we allow our elected officials to say, well, I can't, you know, if I get off Facebook, I can't win my campaign. Really? You can't go door to door? That's not possible anymore? You can't use your local papers? I mean, they're still in business. People are still reading them, right? Can't use your local radio stations? You have to have social media. Is that right? No, it's not right. There's plenty of things that you can do. And by the way, you want to know what you can do? Help this woman with emergency shelters. Create a place for these kids to go. You want to feel like your dollars are actually doing something and you can monitor it and it's not just going into some black hole. And by the way, tell your governor you don't want to pay federal taxes anymore. You're going to pay your taxes into an escrow account. And you have more decision over where those taxes go. There's many things that we can do. You don't have to have federal drones and federal overflights of the state. State of Texas has its own powers. And that's what is in this assessment is too, is under the 391 Commission laws in the state of Texas, there are many things that counties can do. There are many things that local sheriffs can do. There are many things that Texas DPS can do. Arizona's worse off because they don't have a Department of Public Safety, right? And everything that's happening here is happening there too. And I want to ask you, Kelly, you've talked a little bit, touched on a little bit about the girls, but about how have things changed in terms of what you have seen since this administration opened up the border?
Well, definitely we've seen more migrant children, you know, in the ads. We've also seen the brutality that you were kind of referencing to as far as like the videos and porn. It's not the soft porn, professional, you know, stuff that you're seeing. You're seeing rape porn. It's disgusting, and that person is not having a good time. They're being brutalized on film, and people are paying to see this. I will say this, you know, from what we know from dealing with certain officials, that the horrific situations that we have going across the border and how they treat children in regards to trafficking, why would we ever think that they would stop doing that once they hit U.S. soil? We've got an open border right now, guys. We don't know who's crossing it. We don't know who they are previously. It's a logistical nightmare for law enforcement and private investigators when you try to pull a record on these people, because if that's their real name, you don't have any idea who they were or what they did 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Listen, a predator is a predator. A pedophile is a pedophile. A child rapist is a child rapist. The people that are into producing these types of films, that are making this production, they're here. And they use the same grotesque methods here that they're using over there. They have not changed. And I got this note asking me, you know, what happens to used up children? I will tell you this, that's the saddest question I've had, but I will tell you this right now. What I've been told by people that deal with the aftermath of this is that there's organ harvesting that does take place, or they're killed. And when I showed the photo the morning that I did to that CID detective of that little girl in the dirty shoes, that case is going to haunt me forever. And it wasn't law enforcement's fault that we didn't get him. It's just they moved too quick and she disappeared. But
what is it about the dirty shoes? What does it tell you?
That she's not going to make it.
Why?
That's what he told me, because they didn't bother cleaning her up. Nobody wants to mess with a dirty kid. Can you hear me? Yeah, there you go. They didn't clean her up. They didn't clean the little girl up. She had on dirty shoes, and unfortunately, that to us meant death sentence. And I asked the question, do you think she'll make it to the Louisiana border? His answer was, probably not. And if she does, she definitely won't make it back across Texas. They're not going to keep her. And that's because they didn't even bother cleaning the kid up. And that's how rampant it is. So you can tell the photos on the sites between the ones that are dressed up, that are professional looking, to the ones that are amateur. And most of the amateur photos where you have the one-piece bathing suits or the dirty kids, those are border kids. And it's not going to be up very long, and they're expendable. Look, guys, they're not missing. They're not going to make National Centers for Missing and Exploited Children database. Why? Because they're nobody's kids, and they're not missing. So they're not going to meet that statistical bar right here where we can talk about it.
Do they even have names?
If they do, nobody's talking about it. I name them every once in a while on cases that I've got. I name them. Because is it the saddest thing ever? Absolutely. It haunts me. But you know what? It keeps me motivated to get up the next day to try to make a difference.
198,000 unaccompanied minors at the southern border, I think in this year alone, is that right? 198,000. It's close to 200,000 kids without their parents. And no one is asking this administration, where are these children going? We have Border Patrol agents whose job was to try to figure out when a family showed up at the border, their job was to interrogate them and watch them and figure out, those chain link fences that were, damned by the media as cages? One of the reasons they had chain link fences is so that the Border Patrol agents could observe what was happening inside over time. Because a father or a mother who doesn't know how to change a diaper or doesn't know how to feed a child, they're not their real parent. And so that's why it was so important to be able to observe and to see. You know what one Border Patrol agent told me? He said, "Ma'am, you've never asked me what keeps me up at night." And I said, "Well, because everyone asks that question." And he said, "But I want to tell you." I said, "Okay, tell me what keeps you up at night." He said, "My job is to figure out if you're family or not family, or are you being trafficked?" And he said, "And all I can think about all night long is I'm this kid's last hope. After me, it's over. I know they're going to be raped until they're killed." And we've taken that job away. You know what happened to his job after Biden came into power? They stopped doing it. Every agent who did that, they just stopped doing it. They don't even bother. They don't even bother. Instead, they're shipping them off to Health and Human Services, cleaning them up, and sending them all over the country. In the middle of the night sometimes, sometimes not, putting them into shelters in different places from where they disappear. I had an investigator follow 2 busloads that landed in Tennessee. They went to different places. They broke the speed limit. So I want to tell you, what is a bus traveling 30, 40, 50 miles above the speed limit and never gets no fear of being pulled over, that bus driver? What does that tell you? That there's elements of local law enforcement that are involved. And these buses went to different places, pulled into rest stops, and just handed over kids. Trucks were pulling up, cars were pulling up, 2, 3 kids at a time coming off the buses. No identity checks whatsoever. So that's what your tax dollars are paying for. That's what our leaders are doing. That's what every member of Congress has the ability to learn about. And as Jason told you earlier, they're not even getting briefed. And how does that relate? We're told unaccompanied minors are coming here to reunite with their families. That's the purpose, right? If that's not the purpose, why are we letting in unaccompanied minors? Why are they not going back to Guatemala or wherever they came from to their families? Why? And why are we not asking that question? I know you have a question, sir.
Yeah, just on the data collection, I mean, it sounds like, why couldn't the state of Texas be on the forefront of that, regardless of administration or whatever? And, one congressman can introduce a bill to say, listen, we're going to start keeping records of all this. Why is there so apathetic about that? It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, that's human nature. So my question to that is, someone like you who sees it every day on the front lines, why can't you get a coalition of congressmen to introduce, like, hey, let's do logistics here and figure out where these kids are going? I mean, it just takes one person, as you say. So I don't understand, like, if it's not, it doesn't seem like it's administrative, right? It seems like they just don't do it at all. And for that reason, why is that reason?
You'd be surprised how many legislators are willing to answer that question, and how many legislators we've spoken to that kind of dodge that ball because they've got other topics that are on the hotbed that they're going to jump on. We do have a few right now that we are working with that want to make legislation changes, and hats off to them. I think that hopefully they'll be doing press releases here shortly, but it is a question that we have too. I mean, why are we not giving the total cumulative amount of kids that are coming across, and where in the heck are they going, and who's got them? I mean, this is a question that once they hit Texas soil, we're responsible for them, right? I mean, if I've got a case where I've got 2 parents that are picked up for drug offenses, right? And my law enforcement friends in here, I'm sure that you'd agree with this. You've got 2 parents picked up for drugs. You've got 2 minor kids. Well, you got to call CPS. Because you can't just let children go into the middle of the night, right? You can't do it, they're minors. But when it comes to this situation, they're not doing that. These kids are going in the middle of the night. Where are they going? And why aren't we asking that question? That doesn't seem right.
I know Joel wants to take on this answer.
I can actually explain part of that. Under the Obama administration, we had... Oh, I'm sorry.
Step forward, Joel.
Under the Obama administration, we attempted to gather data on minors.
They can't hear you.
It's on, but just talk into it. Talk into it.
Don't hit mics. Under the Obama administration, I think I've got it. Under the Obama administration, we attempted this in Texas. We were blocked by a federal judge from gathering data on minors as a violation of their privacy.
That's what they use all the time.
That didn't matter to the judge.
Doesn't matter. And that's what they use all the time. And the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations do it too. I have approached countless numbers of them, and their answer for never giving access to the victims is that they have to protect their privacy. They say it over and over again. They use it as a shield. And just the same way the federal government uses, classified information, hides behind classification, hides behind secrecy, they do the same thing. They hide behind the Fourth Amendment. It's the most convenient shield you can imagine. Okay, Joel is our next speaker, and I know we have time for one more question, sir. Yes.
I talk loud, so I don't need the mic. You may think I'm crazy, but the other things that they do with children is they cannibalize them after they've sold their body parts and taken their adrenochrome out of their pineal gland for the wonderful makeup that women buy that makes Cindy Crawford look like she's 35 years old. Do you really believe that? Read Alex Jones' book. He's out there, but he's got the #1 selling book in the United States this year. Read.
So this is the controversial side of trafficking, right? That they don't want us to talk about, because if you talk about it, you're insane or you're crazy or this and you're that. And this is the kind of stuff that's very difficult to prove, because it's hard for some people to believe that things of this nature could be, the harvesting of adrenochrome and things like that are real, because we don't have any evidence. However, when Hunter S. Thompson wrote about adrenochrome in his book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and when Hollywood made a big Johnny Depp movie out of it, in which they refer to using adrenochrome as a drug. Adrenochrome, for those of you who don't know it, is an actual substance, a biological substance that is released from the adrenal glands in a human being. Any doctor can tell you this. Released in a human being when they're in an extreme state of terror and sexual arousal, the two things at the same time. And there's evidence that I have from white-hat hackers of adrenochrome harvested from penguins in Antarctica being shipped to the U.S. There's documentation from the State Department that shows that is real. And it's not hard actually to find videos on the dark web which show horrific things. I've spoken to special operators who've been on underground operations inside the U.S. and unexpectedly come upon cages and cages and cages of children who've been underground all of their lives, some of them. Special operators who've served in places like Bangladesh, who've described being down at the ports and seeing rows and rows and rows of cages of kids being put into shipping containers. There are, companies that have pioneered technology like flying sniffer planes over these shipping containers where they can pick up certain hormones that are released from humans in fear in order to detect which shipping containers have kids in them, right? I mean, the Chinese send their own people over from China that way in shipping containers to then be trafficked over the border. So this stuff is happening all around you. Do you want to touch that subject of the reality of the darker side? I mean, you touched on it with organ harvesting. I can tell you, take a look on Facebook at all the Nigerians who've had their organs removed, traveling from Nigeria through Libya, trying to get into Europe. And there's tons of videos of people with scars. You can see they've been split open, some of it even filmed. And how does this relate back to what we were talking about earlier? Well, if you look at where transhumanism and all these people who believe in transhumanism believe that we're headed, they talk about using supercomputers and attaching those to the certain nodes in the human brain, neural nodes and so on, to enhance the mind. Well, if you're going to enhance the mind and become like gods and be able to hack DNA, you're going to need the body parts to keep up with that, right? And so that's why they take out the mother and the father out of the equation. That's why they're funding experiments where they're transplanting wombs into male bodies, and why they want birthing person, because they want the human body to just be reduced to an incubator. It's an incubator of the blood that you need in order to stay young, of the organs that you need in case yours fail when you have this longer life, right? And so on. It's about the body parts. It's about taking away any sense of spirituality and religion and God and any sense of a mother-child bond or a father-child bond, replacing the parent with a state. So that, and if you think that I'm crazy and I'm making this up, listen to the words of Yuval Noah Harari and the people that inspired him, right? Look at the man who inspired him, who have spoken about this and written books about transhumanism. They can hack into your DNA now, right? So why wouldn't they? They can decide what color eyes your baby will have, right? So what are the personality traits? Well, I can tell you from what some of the special operators who've seen this with their own eyes, they talked about finding children in these cages that had been bred for certain types of sex. A little girl with giant breasts and things like that. I mean, it sounds crazy, and it makes it easy for them to turn around and say that I'm crazy. But I've spoke to people who've seen it with their own eyes, who've seen it with their own eyes firsthand. And so where are all the doctors and the psychologists and the people who put these children back together, who put these women and these girls back together? Where are all the law enforcement officers and the frontline people? That's why you're so brave for stepping up and talking about this, because I know it's extreme risk for you. But those people need to come forward now. It's time for the whole truth to come out. We need to know where those missing children are. And I know I'm going to be attacked. You'll be attacked. This forum will be attacked. Everybody who's come here will be attacked. But you know what? Like Jim Caviezel is a good friend of ours. Myself and my husband, and Jim was being attacked for talking about this kind of stuff. And there's a lot of people who will say to you, no, we're trying to bring along people from both sides, and we don't want to appear crazy, and we want to help with this issue, and you know, and I hear that argument all the time. And fair enough, you want as many people as you can to come along. But I only know one thing. I was born for one purpose, and that was to figure out the truth and to tell the truth, and to share that with other people so people can make up their own minds. So what I told Jim Caviezel, because he's lost his agent, he's lost his attorney, he's lost contracts. I mean, he's been on a long and lonely road in Hollywood, you know, hammered by friends, hammered by all kinds of people. And what I said to him is, Jim, one day you're going to stand before God. And he's going to ask you, what did you do once you knew? And that's the only thing you got to worry about. The rest of it doesn't matter. And you know, you hear a lot of infighting with these organizations. Sound of Freedom is a wonderful movie that's going to be coming out, and it tells the story of Tim Ballard and Operation Underground Railroad. 2.5 years of an FBI investigation that just ended with no charges being filed against them. Now, does that mean they do everything perfectly because they're different organizations, have different styles? They've been criticized, because kids they've rescued have gone back onto the street. You know what I tell people? What if it were your child? Do you give a shit who's coming through that door as long as somebody's going to rescue them? Do you? Because I don't care. I don't care. And let me tell you, when you see the surveillance footage of how fast it can happen, it's like this. That's how fast they take your child. Not on my watch. I'm sorry. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you write about me. We want to know the whole truth. And if the adrenochrome stuff isn't true, then let's see it. Let's see the evidence. Let's find out where those missing children go. Let's let CPS be accountable. Let this administration be accountable. If you don't ask the questions, they'll never have to answer them. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for being so brave. Thank you for being there for those girls and those children.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll take a short break, and then we'll come back for our last speaker.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Everyone's asking what they can do for the border kids. They can become a sponsor, because sponsors are no longer checked out. They don't have background checks. They have nothing. They go to whoever paid for them to come over that border. Become a sponsor. get yourself in a position that you can sponsor a child so this doesn't happen to them, because they're going to whoever can pay a little under $600 for them.
Wow. Be a sponsor. So there's lots of practical things that you can do, right? And they're not hard. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll be right back after the break. Walter, stop gabbing and take your seat. Okay. So thank you for hanging in there. Those who are still here are most committed, and it is appreciated. Our next speaker was actually part of the assessment, and putting the assessment together provided a lot of the raw intelligence and information that went into building the assessment. And that should really come as no surprise, because Joel's, in a previous life, Joel was really responsible, one of the people most responsible for setting up our eyes and ears on the Texas border. And so that means our technology, really. The drawbridge camera system that is monitored out of a command center. I think, is that still in Austin, Joe? So in Austin, Texas, there's a command center, and this technology is used to pick up. There's a sort of an unknown category in the Border Patrol statistics, which is called gotaways, and it is one of the systems that is used when you pick up on the sensors and on the cameras, you pick up movement. That's one of the ways that we know about people who are not captured, whose presence is not documented in the number of apprehensions, but we get a sense of how many people have slipped through the net, if you like, using these cameras and camera systems. Having been on the ground with Border Patrol agents and with law enforcement and with Texas DPS as well, local law enforcement, I have experienced firsthand the role that this technology plays. And I can tell you that in the gotaways, if they get one hit on a camera, it's counted as one person. But agents will tell you that often when you respond to those calls, you'll find a group of 17, 18, 19, 20 people. So even the gotaway statistics are vastly underestimated. And so that should tell you, if the government is acknowledging 1.8 million apprehensions, you can at least double that for gotaways. And then there are other categories such as unknown, another category undetermined, another category turnbacks, and so on and so on. So it all, adds up to create a picture where you're seeing much more than you know and understand. And so that's where a guy like Joel Out comes in, right? Because Joel, he's been working on this for a very long time. He has been part of the solutions. He has been part of setting up this drawbridge camera system that was so important to the cartels to know where these cameras are so they can avoid them, to know where the sensors are so they can avoid them, that they have been trying to infiltrate and corrupt the ranks of Border Patrol. One agent was actually arrested and I believe charged with selling the locations of some of those sensors to the cartels. And so it's a constantly evolving process. And we had a question earlier, that was presented to Jason was, was the wall, just a ruse? Was it just fake news? No, really, anyone who is involved in border security will tell you it's part of a multi-step process. You need the wall to make it more difficult. Because if you don't have a wall, it's easy. Go to El Paso and step across the Rio Grande. All right, it's not even this deep. Not even this deep. So if the cartels cared about the well-being of the people they're trafficking, they would all be coming through El Paso, wouldn't they? They wouldn't be swimming across the Rio Grande, drowning along, or going through Arizona. I can tell you I've run through those canyons and climbed those mountains, and it's hard. New Mexico, it's hard. And a lot of people die along the way, and that's because the cartels choose to channel those people through there. It's their choice. They have, as Jason said, as you will read in the assessment, they have operational control of the border. That means on both sides of the border. They have their scouts 30 miles into the U.S., onto U.S. soil. That's how far their scout network extends. And we know that because law enforcement has mapped that. That's one of the ways you shut down the border. You shut down their surveillance network, but we don't do it. So Joel is able to come up here. He can shed some light on parts of the assessment. He can shed some light on the real picture on the ground. He's been, you don't often get to hear from people like this, right? That's the exceptional part about what you're being given access to here. He has been the technology architect and systems engineer for one of the most significant pieces, well, the most significant piece of technology on the southern border. And so we really are fortunate to go right to the, people who are at the heart of this issue. You're not hearing it secondhand. You're hearing it from the people who've done more than anyone else has done. And after that, I'm going to, after this, we'll talk briefly about the next stage of what is happening here. It begins with the assessment, identifying the scope of the problem, hearing from the people on the ground, and then in a couple weeks will be the Border Hackathon, which is really a system that the State Department and Special Operations Command and others got from Stanford University. When some of the people involved in putting all of this together are not able to be here today because their well-being is under threat, or they've been ordered not to participate by their employers. And so, you know, what everyone was frustrated with was the fact that nothing is being done. And just relying on your elected officials to get it done is a failed model. It's a failed model because your elected officials are not doing it. So how can we take that power back and put it back into the hands of the people where it belongs? That is what the hackathon is about. Stanford University pioneered this as a means of problem solving, and so that's why there's now hacking for defense, hacking for democracy, and so on and so on. So we've, you know, people have taken that model and they're applying it to this problem, and then there's a plan for implementing that at the local level and at the state level if our state leaders are willing, and certainly they're able. But are they willing to assist? So Joel is going to bring this whole conversation back to the assessment and to the intelligence picture and tell you about the role of technology. He's an extraordinary man with a formidable background in this area, and it's my great pleasure to ask him and welcome him to the stage. Joel, please join us.
First of all, I'll try to, okay, is this the right range, Mrs. Odd? Better? 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 All right. You can tell I'm married. In the pantheon of personalities and types, I'm that person that people are warned not to sit next to at conferences for a lot of reasons. At one point, I actually made a comment about a speaker that caused a woman to laugh loud enough and hard enough she wet herself. She has never forgiven me to this day. My background is a bit varied. Started in engineering. Got fascinated about how engineers made decisions about projects and technology. Started studying the ethics of decision process. How do people make decisions? That led me to seminary. Not the best environment for me. Not the best for the seminary either. And I kept studying the decision process and do so to this day. My work, I run a solution shop. People come to us with problems, and I have to do this to follow my outline. And we solve those problems. My clients include the national border security architecture of the nation of Kazakhstan, the Garda in Shahana, that's the police force of Ireland, the Rastafarian Church of the Caribbean. I'm dead serious. That is one of my clients. I have a witness. I hosted the first Zoom meeting for the Rastafarian Church of the Caribbean. So my work varies. I went from studying decision process to cybersecurity, and in 2006 I came back from Iraq after solving a problem there for a client, and my boss's boss's boss invited me to his office, and he said, "Great job you did in Iraq. Very impressed. You're fired. But I have a job for you. John Abrams, Creighton Abrams' son of the Abram tank, wants you to go to the border and solve the border problem. It's about a 6-month contract." That was a decade of my life. Worked with Jason Jones, We set up the first Border Security Operations Center. We set up, in 2006, late 2006, we put 14 cameras on the border, live video feed cameras, and we invited the world, come and watch. Steve McCraw at that point was working for the governor. He wasn't director of DPS at that time. Leaked the address early. In 28 days, we had 27.5 million hits. We were the #1 website on the planet for 4 days. Didn't get a lot of sleep. But we learned something. There is an intense interest on the border. Second thing we learned, if you give the ability to see something happen, people will make the right decision. They'll hit the button. And we learned some other things. If you give a camera that captures an image and people can evaluate that camera, all over the world, people will look at that image. So I could tell you when the sun went down in Japan. I could tell you when it went down in India or Europe, simply by the people that were logging on to watch. Okay, so what? How did you know? Because I would have somebody in Paris, France, Paris, Texas, Southern Illinois, Kentucky, all at the same time say, hey, look at this camera. There is this on this camera. And the messages came in at the same time with the same detail. Now, in my world, that's self-verifying technology. If messages from all over the planet come in at the same time saying the same thing, you don't have to check that camera. What they're saying is true on that camera. Now, where does that figure in everything else? In the decision process, most decisions are made on the basis of symbols. I know that's hard to believe. We're rational creatures. But we make decisions on the basis of symbols. Next slide. Yeah, there it is. Okay. A symbol is a combination, and we will get to technology eventually, I promise. But technology is about decisions. Decisions are made on the basis of symbols. Symbols are the artifact, the thing you can taste, feel, touch, the image you see on a camera. And wrapped around that symbol is a metafact. It's not the artifact, it's the metafact. That's a piece of cloth. It's an artifact. People will not, it's an artifact. This one needs ironing. People won't do much for this. But when you take this artifact and wrap a metafact around it, it becomes a flag. People will die for a flag. Now, I'm going to tell you a decision process, and I'm going to show you where that fits in technology and where it fits on the border. And this is kind of strange. And I got to give you the preamble to that. The left believes we're evil. The right believes the left is wrong. That's the conflict in what we're doing. And because we make decisions on the basis of symbols, to get the left to change their mind is very, very hard. We won't be able to. But between the far left and the far right and us is the middle ground. We have a chance of changing the left middle more to the center. And that's how we'll win this argument. But to do that, we have to change the symbols. Most of the left's symbols are wrapped around taboos. The border is a taboo for them. Any kind of wall, any kind of impediment to free traffic. That's a symbol to them. The cages, the fences, even the men and women are all symbols. And they're taboo. Now, Victor Davis Hanson, great writer, I don't know if you follow him or not, captured this. He said, the right believes the left is wrong, the left believes the right is evil. And they base this on the taboos of evil. So how do you change a taboo? Taboos can be changed. And I will jump into my seminarian here a bit. Leviticus 11:7 talks about if you eat a pig, it's forbidden. You can't eat a pig. And there's a reason for it. You kill a pig in the desert, it rots before it's fit to eat. So they had a village over there, somebody ate the pig, and they all died. So somebody else said, we ought to write that down. So they wrote it down, and they said, we're not going to eat pig in the desert anymore. That's not going to work. Islamists came up with the same thing, probably for the same reason. Those guys over there ate the pig, they all died. And a taboo got wrapped around the artifact of a dead pig. Joel, you're going a long way from border technology here. What's going on? Okay. That's a taboo. Taboo is a metafact wrapped around that whole symbol. Okay? Polynesians had the same dead pig. They said, well, let's cook it whole and have a party. They took a taboo and turned it into a luau. If we're going to win the hearts and minds of the middle on the border, if we're going to take the middle left and maybe some of the far left and move them into our camp, we have to translate the taboos into luau's. And now you're wondering why you didn't leave earlier. And it's too late to go pee. Everybody will watch you. We have to create luau's. And that's a matter of changing the taboos into luau's. Now, have I kind of got your attention and maybe you can get there? All right, I got to get the right page to look at because I can't remember half this stuff now. Actually, I was on the right page. Interesting. My wife will fuss about this later. Okay, 2 luau's coming up, as promised. Okay, found it. And I'm like this the most of my life anyway. Okay, I want to repatriate every person that comes across the border. Every one of them. And I want to do it at 0 cost to the United States. How are you going to do that? Here's what I want to do. If you come to the United States from, let's pick a country, Guatemala. You come to the United States from Guatemala, I want to repatriate you back to Guatemala. You say, well, I can't go back to Guatemala. They'll kill me. Okay, we'll repatriate you back to Colombia. Well, that's going to cost money. I want to take the money we're sending Guatemala from USAID and other agencies and pay for the repatriation. Cost the United States? 0. Why? We're already giving money to Guatemala. Let's take the money we're giving to Guatemala and pay for the repatriation. Well, they're just going to come back. Well, we'll charge Guatemala again. We're taking the money from the aid we're giving Guatemala and we're sending that person back to if not Guatemala, someplace else. What's our cost? Well, if we're already giving aid, all we're doing is moving it from one column to another. Now, and we'll add something to it. For every 1,000 people we repatriate, we take 1 diplomatic visa or 1 student visa away from Guatemala. Suddenly, it does not do any good for the dictator or politico or thug that's running the country to get rid of his people. And they're not going to be sending him money back anymore. Instead, it's going to cost him aid money. Every time we send somebody back, it costs him a little more money. But there's one exception. Instead of just sending them back, we'll let them stay here a year or even 2 years. and we'll run them to the trade school. Electrician, medical, education, plumbing, anything like that. And then when we send them back, we'll give them a micro loan to Colombia or someplace else, and we'll take that money from the aid we're giving Guatemala. Suddenly, we're sending people back to Colombia or other places, taking money from Guatemala, then we'd give them as aid, but now we're paying for someone to go to someplace else with a skill set that's valuable and the ability to set up a small business, because we're going to give them a micro loan. We're going to take the money from Guatemala, train them, send them to Colombia with a micro loan so that they can set up a business. Well, why would we want to do that? Well, they don't stay here, and they start to build the foundation for a middle class in that country. And what that does, it helps Colombia, it helps the person we're sending back, and it builds a bridge for democracy in Colombia. By doing that, we've changed a taboo. Repatriation's a taboo to the left. Now suddenly we've made a luau out of it. We're training, we're building democracy in another country. That is, we are a famously generous people. We give money to everybody. That money, if we're giving money away, it should be money that builds democracy in other countries. And we can do that. That's changing a taboo into a luau. And by the way, I really thought about wearing a Hawaiian shirt today. I honestly did. I didn't do it. So that's one example. That's a very simple example of a policy. But it is the backbone of what we need for technology. Here's the next one. This one is even a little wilder, if that's possible. If you're an illegal alien and you come over from any place in the United States, you are not going to stay at the border, especially if you're on a wanted list, because that's the highest concentration of federal, state, and local law enforcement you're going to find on the border, is right there. So you're going to get out of there. So we've got a pretty good border stick. Not under the Biden administration, but we had a pretty good border stick. I'm going to talk to you about a border carrot. Remember my business of changing taboos into luau's? Here's how you turn the border into a carrot, not a stick. I want to build a prosperity wall, and here's how you do it. And first I have to set the context of why we have to do it. If you took all the states, counties that face the border, every county on the border, and put it in one state, it would be poorer than any other state in the Union. Poorer than Mississippi, West Virginia, any of them. It would have the lowest average income, highest rate of illiteracy, highest rate of unwed mothers, shortest average lifespan, and the greatest cumulative tax burden on the United States. Those counties on the border in one state would be a hopeless, miserable place to live. Talking about that's a taboo. Let's change it into a luau. Here's what we do. We set up green cards that only work in those counties. You come over from Mexico, you can only work in those counties. Okay, so. Secondly, if you're over the age of 65 living in those counties, or a company that employs less than 1,000 people, you're tax exempt from federal tax. So if you're over 65 and you live in one of those counties, you don't pay any federal income tax. Wait a second. The counties already cost us money. They're not paying taxes anyway. Okay, let's make it so that if you live there, you don't pay any taxes. And then the companies that are tax exempt have to take half of what their normal tax burden is, and they have to build clinics and hospitals on the Mexican side of the border, within 30 miles of the border. Now, what's that get us? That means that old geezers like me can retire to a border county, not pay income tax, have low-cost labor, low-cost health care, great service at a restaurant. I'm just telling it like it is. It means the guy coming across and the woman coming across from Mexico to work during the day in a border county can go home at night. they can live in Mexico off of very good wages in the United States. It means their kids are going to have good medical care. Their kids are going to have good school. Okay? We do this. I probably should advance the slide, please. Not yet. Yeah. Go past that one. Yeah, go past that one. Go past that one. Forgot I had these things. Go past that one. Go past that one. Here we are. Within a decade, you'd be able to get in a golf cart in Brownsville and drive to San Diego. You would not lose sight of a Denny's, a Cracker Barrel, a Walmart. We could change the border into a wall of prosperity. Now, say you're a guy coming out of central Mexico, okay? And you can leave your village and go to someplace exotic and beautiful like Cleveland or Detroit in the wintertime and work in drywall or landscaping, okay? Or you can stay within 30 miles of your hometown, go home to mom and your kids every night, and make a good living. Which are you going to do? Are you going to go to Paducah, Kentucky and freeze? Or are you going to stay down there? A wall made of prosperity could change the taboo of the border into a luau. And we can do that. Now, these are the sort of things that have to be available to us if we're going to advance, if we're going to move forward on the border. Now, with those things in place, or things like that in place, with policies like that in place, we can begin to change things. Lara gave a very generous introduction to me about technology. I'll go through some of them and things that need to be done. But first, next slide, I guess. Yeah, the awkward part. Border technology right now comes from one of two sources. It was developed for the military, or it was developed for law enforcement. Okay? Why does that matter? If it was developed for the military, it is horrendously expensive. It is probably painted green or brown. It's covered in Velcro, at least on two sides. And it takes 9 people to do what 3 people should be able to do. And the maintenance contract on it costs more than a thing. And I'm not joking about that. If it was developed for law enforcement, it's black or blue, has Velcro on 2 sides, has a forensic chain of evidence attached to it, and it has all kinds of CYA features. That's a technical term. Those 2 things cost money. We are not thinking outside of the box. And there are 2 reasons for it. DHS lacks imagination, and I'm being very kind when I say that. I will not say which division, but one of the major divisions in DHS is in general recognized by innovators as where ideas go to die. That's the first problem. The second is, for any idea to get into DHS, somebody has to make a lot of money on it in the Beltway. Those are the 2 big staggering problems we face. Now, next slide. We talk a lot about border. Let me talk about the border road as well as the border wall. The most dangerous part of DPS officers, or DHS officers, the CBP or ICE officers' job is getting to work. We lose more guys getting to work and getting home than any other time. And if they don't get killed there, they get killed driving on horrible roads along the border. There's a section between Laredo and up to Eagle Pass called Mines Road. I think I'm a fairly prudent driver. My wife doesn't agree, but I think I'm a fairly prudent driver. I broke the frame on a Hummer driving that road. And when you break the frame on a Hummer, everything in the Hummer comes loose. The ceiling panels, everything in the vehicle starts falling off. I was lucky. The Border Patrol vehicle I was following in the dust and dirt, they bent the frame that I had, so I had to pull around and tow them in. We were both leaving a little trail of oil as we went. We are killing Border Patrol agents by bad road. If we're going to have a border wall, by all means we should complete it. Otherwise they're going to come around the end, it's going to shape traffic. But we should include with it a border road. It will save lives. The Chinese built a great wall. And people think, well, that was to keep people out. Why didn't... It was not to keep people out. The Great Wall of China was to move troops very quickly from point to point to defend the wall. We could do the same thing with our border. But you cannot drive 90 miles an hour on the Mines Road between Laredo and Eagle Pass. You will die. Do you still live on the solid rock part or the gravel part? Am I exaggerating the road? About 4 miles about 4 miles where it comes off the gravel and hits the solid rock is where we broke the Hummer. Yep, the road left. We were driving along great. I was following Border Patrol. They went over, broke the frame. I was following the Hummer. I went over, broke the frame. Yep. We kill Border Patrol agents. Some guys live in a town where their kids can go to school, their wife can get a job, because we don't pay them enough. And they drive 90 miles every day to work and 90 miles home at night after a 12 or 16-hour shift. And they're beat to death in these vehicles. We don't have a good road on the border, and that's reality. That's the first. If I had God in my kingdom and had the power, I'd finish the wall and I'd put a decent road beside it. I'll tell you something else I'd do that doesn't sound intuitive. I'd put wildlife passages under the road, because hitting a deer is bad. Hitting a nilgai is worse. I've done both. Putting a passage under there, well, illegal aliens would come under that. Maybe they would, maybe wouldn't. But being a sensor guy, if you give me a place where I know they're going to come and concentrate and pass under, that's my happy hunting ground. I can park there and gather them as they come through, give them a number. Sign here, here's your number. Now they're going to repatriate you back to Colombia. We can do that. See why people don't like to sit next to me in conference? Next thing I would do. Native planting. Next slide. Everything. These were all taken in my yard. Everything in Texas stabs, sticks, stings, or bites you. The second week in working the border in Texas, 2006, I stepped on a cactus that is euphemistically called a horse crippler. The spine went through the bottom of my boot, through the meat of my big toe, stuck through the top of my toenail. I took a pair of pliers, pulled the spine off the bottom of my boot, and walked 1.5 miles back to my Jeep with blood squirting out. And I thought, I love this place. We have things we can plant on the border that I guarantee you people will not come through. And I'll give you the luau side of that. It will be a wildlife paradise. There are things that need shelter, that live in those shelters, and have adapted to those shelters. If we provide them that home, they'll use it. Tarantulas? Yeah. Rattlesnakes? Yeah. Javelinas? Yeah. Wildcats? Yeah. Bobcats? Yeah. They'll all live there. Largest wildlife preserve in Asia. Anybody guess where it is? The largest, most successful wildlife preserve in Asia. It is the DMZ between North and South Korea. There is wildlife there that is nowhere else on the planet, because people don't go there because they'll step on landmines. if we let the things that are native to Texas and encourage the things that are native to Texas on the land between the river and the wall, we will have a 270-mile long wildlife preserve. That's a hell of a luau. Drawbridge. That's kind of what I'm famous for in border protection. That's what got me to go to Kazakhstan in lower Siberia and freeze. And it's a real simple idea. You take a wildlife camera and you put it in a tree or under a cactus thicket or someplace where you put it below the line of sight and above the line of sight, one or the other. And I've fallen out of half the trees in Texas putting these things up. And what it does, it takes a picture, day or night, it transmits the picture within 30 to 90 seconds, and you have a real life picture of somebody. Next slide. Yeah. Now, we knew it could kind of work, but I put them on Doc Vickers Ranch near Falfurrias, Texas, and got a hit at about 3 o'clock in the morning, got up, looked at it, and said, I got to call Doc. So I called Doc, and he said, who the hell is this? I'm the guy that put the camera on it. What do you want? You got people at this location. How do you know? I got a picture. Call Border Patrol. So I called Border Patrol. We got people at this location on the Vickers Ranch. How do you know this? I got pictures. Where'd you get the pictures? The camera just took them and sent me the picture. What? It took a little bit to get Border Patrol to understand this process. But finally, I'll show you something kind of fascinating. First column over, the top one, that's a group of about 60 Chinese. We didn't know there were 60 Chinese when we started. The bottom picture down here, second column lower group, you can clearly see they're Chinese. When the Border Patrol showed up there, they were expecting Hispanics. No, they were all Chinese. Okay, Border Patrol agents speak pretty good Spanish. They're not much on Mandarin. And Border Patrol said, does anybody here speak English? Half the hands went up. Okay, good. That's when we knew we had cracked the code, because they were using unattended ground sensors that were developed in Vietnam. That's what Border Patrol uses. And these sensors will tell you the ground is vibrating, but they won't tell you if it's vibrating because of a deer, cow, javelina, badger, or anything else. Now, a skilled operator, allegedly, can tell you that's 2 men, one has a slight lisp, the other one's carrying a backpack, one's chewing Red Man. No, they're not that good. But with a wildlife camera, I can tell you what jacket he's wearing, and I can tell you if there's a guy I've seen before. The guy down here with the blue sweater tied the blue shirt and the sweater tied around him is with a known coyote. The one right above him has a telltale backpack. That guy was spotted wearing that backpack and leading 2 little girls with leashes around their neck. We didn't get him the first time. We didn't get him the second time. We got him the third time. When we started, the first camera I bought, I won't tell my wife what I paid for it, but I paid for it. It was about the size of a suitcase, ran on a tractor battery. To lug it around with you, it was almost impossible. But we put it out. They are now the size of a Coke can, cost less than $200. There are 5,000 of them on the border. They could be a lot better. They need to be modernized. They're not very smart cameras. All they see is heat and motion. Every one of you have cell phones that you can hold up, take a picture, and it puts a square on somebody's face. We should have that technology in these cameras. We don't yet. And part of that is because if it works, don't change it. we could make it a lot better. You need to know this. Texas is the largest consumer of AA batteries in North America because these cameras run, and I'm dead serious about this. These cameras run on AA batteries. And I have literally signed off a receipt for a truckload, a semi-trailer truckload of AA batteries, and then got them delivered to the border. We go through a bunch of batteries. These things can be powered by solar now. We're not doing that yet. These things are smart enough they could pick out a human from a cow or a javelina. We're not doing that yet. Helpful point if you're ever putting out one of these cameras, if you eat a meal, wash your hands after you eat. Wash before you eat, but wash your hands after you eat. Because if you touch that camera after you eat, a javelina will find it. I have more cheek-to-jowl pictures of javelinas than I want to talk about. Let's see, where am I? Next slide. Okay. That is a Harris H6HL up the top. It will carry 100 pounds, 300 miles at 40 miles an hour. It has an onboard gas turbine engine driving a dynamo that drives the electric lift engines. Right now, the cartel are using drones. We can't follow them because we are not permitted by FAA to do out of line of sight following. Oddly enough, the cartels do not obey that rule. So we can't chase them. We have to chase them in helicopters or light planes. That bird right there will deliver, 100 pounds, 6 kilos, 100 miles in from the border. How are you going to stop that? Now, that might be dope. It might be explosives. It might be contagion elements. It might be any number of disasters. But we can't pursue them because we can't follow line of sight. We can't fly out of line of sight. That needs to change. And it needs to change yesterday. And it doesn't have to be a law. It's just the signing of a pen. Down below it is a Huawei heavy lift drone. That bird, it costs $250,000, which is nothing in drug trade. It will lift a flat ton. It's made in China. You don't think the Chinese will supply it to the cartels for the right price? That's what's coming. And I guarantee you the cartels will have no problem stuffing one of those boxes full of people. And we can't pursue them out of line of sight. Next slide, please. That is the current. Remember I told you all the technology on the border is derived from military and law enforcement? These were used in Afghanistan and Iraq. They're real handy, they're real good. What they do, we call it shaping traffic, because when you run them up, they stick up there and everybody looks at them and goes, we're not going over there. And so people avoid them. Why? Because they don't want to get caught. That's not the right answer. It's a good answer for stopping aircraft that are low-flying carrying cocaine. And back when we had cocaine cowboys, guys who'd overload a plane full of cocaine and fly at 60 feet over the water and just barely clear the buildings as they came in across the coast, that was a good idea. These things would look down and see it. But they don't report human trafficking, even when the human trafficking walks underneath them. Don't tell the cartels that. They already know it. Next slide. These are tethered drones. It's a kind of a conventional drone, but it's on a tether. And when you run it up, the tether goes with it to about 300 feet, which means you can see out 20 miles. How long can they stay up? They can stay up for hours or days at a time. And you don't have to have a FAA certified operator. You hit one button, the bird launches, and it stays up. And it carries cameras, and it carries thermal cameras, and it presents the image in the car with you. So you can sit in your truck in the air conditioning and pan around and watch out 20 miles with this bird. One of these birds you can pay for 1 day of operation time of a helicopter. These things ought to be they ought to be in every other vehicle on the border. They're not. I'm working a project right now with a former Border Patrol agent. He's actually technically still a Border Patrol agent, but he's second into the State Department, counter-poaching in Africa. Because you can set one of these things up, and at a mile you can't see them, and at 100 feet you can't hear them. But they can see you 20 miles out, day or night. We need to have these on the border, and they need to be there now. Okay, this is kind of the technology I'm seeing that ought to be there. And you understand why I had to talk about decision beforehand? The aerostat, previous slide please, can I do that? This is real big for the military and for the contractor that supplies it. I actually know the company and have worked for the company that supplies these things. They're real impressive and they're a big show. They don't do much. Next slide. This is every man's tool. I can teach somebody how to run one of these in about 12 minutes. Why? When you hit the button, that clamshell pops open and the bird goes up to 300 feet. That's pretty easy, but it's not in the Pentagon's box. It's not in law enforcement's box yet, but it's getting there. They're starting to put these on squad cars. So that's a change. Now talk about decision. That blimp is kind of a sacred, we can't get rid of it, taboo because we can't have coverage. These are luau's. Everybody gets to come to the party. I didn't tell you the best part about these guys. While they're up there looking around, they broadcast in Wi-Fi so you can look at it on your cell phone. And all your team on the ground can look at it while you're on cell phone. So now you've got God's eye view in everybody's hand. One last thing. I think, next slide. Yeah, digital exhaust. You don't want to admit it, but all you people are giving off digital exhaust. I can smell it from here. Digital exhaust is anything that happens that's secondary to what your primary function is. And I'll give you the most famous one that cost me a small fortune. You all know what Yelp is? Okay, how am I doing on time? I have no idea. You have about 5 minutes left. Okay. Using Yelp, I can run a bot to crawl the Yelp site in a city. I can take the occupancy of a restaurant or home and garden store or whatever, and I can calibrate Yelp, and it will tell me the parking pattern in that city. It will tell me the traffic pattern in that city. It will tell me where I should have more patrol cars, more ambulances during a marathon. It'll tell me all the things I need to do to make the city working better. Now, Yelp did not do that for my benefit. Yelp did not do that for me to build a parking pattern, but I can do it by scraping off their digital exhaust. The cartels have digital exhaust. Don't tell them. I'll give you an example of using their digital exhaust. You take all the seizures in a state, guns, money, drugs, humans, and you compare it to the number of vehicles sold. Okay? So, CarMax, they sell 40,000 vehicles a year in Texas. They generate about 24 seizures on the list. There's a tow yard in a small town in southern Texas, that I won't tell you which one it is. They sell about 20 vehicles a year. They generated 16 vehicles on the seizure list. In my world, we call that a clue. So, now I've got a tow yard that's selling vehicles. If I take all the license plates that tow yard sold and run it through a license plate database that gives me locations, Let me tell you how that works. Imagine you are a bank and you have a car that has gone missing in a Scudsy neighborhood because the guy is not paying the bill. You send a tow truck out and they drive back and forth in the Scudsy neighborhood looking for that car. That's how they used to do it. Now they have side-facing license plate reader cameras that ding when they get that plate. And they record the data. There's a company, I won't say which one or how we're using it, but they have 7.3 billion images. That's with a B. And the images show license plate, location, time, and date. So I've got the license plates from that Scudsy dealership down in that small town. I can run it against this database, and I can show you every place those plates have been. From the Rio Grande Valley, up through San Antonio, Dallas, up into Kansas, over to Kansas City, over to St. Louis. I now have a mapping architecture for cartel traffic because they're leaving digital exhaust. We ought to be mining the wad out of this. This is something we need to chase hard and fast. We tried an experiment with it in 2012, something like that, maybe 10. And it worked. We located stash houses in a major metropolitan area successfully. And we were informed by the DEA, we don't do that. And we were informed by DPS, that's not how we operate. That should probably change. Next slide, please. Now, there's a Beltway bandit saying, without bucks, no Buck Rogers. Without luau's, you don't get technology. If you can't show something that's acceptable to the left, or at least the middle left, they won't buy into it. And it has to be compelling to them. They can look out and say, oh, this is a good idea, and it's the right, humane thing to do. I'll tell you right now, bundling people up in aircraft and flying them up, if you take a guy from, say, Somalia, or Honduras, or some other, Brazil, you bundle them into an airplane and fly them to upstate New York, that's a war crime. Have you been in upstate New York in the wintertime? That is not a humane thing to do to somebody from the tropics. If we can do that, and the taboo says, well, you can't repatriate them. If we can turn the repatriation into a luau, they'll start backing the technology that helps us catch these people and get them back to a safe place. And I'll tell you how I know this. I cheat. I take an idea and I run it out on social media. And I keep tuning the idea, adjusting the knobs on it, till the people on the left like it. And it still pleases the right. That's how you get to luau's. Next slide, I think. That's it. Questions? By the way, you need to know this is the first time I've spoken in public in a very long time.
Well done, Joel. That was great. Thank you.
Does this mean I get a Malinois puppy?
We have 8 puppies at home. Yes. If you're a very good boy, you can get a puppy.
Tell my wife that.
No, that's your job. I'm not suicidal. Okay, so now we have time for 1 or 2 questions. If anybody has one for Joel, it's well, thank you so much, Joel. It was so interesting to hear about some of those things.
What can we do as citizens to try to get the law changed to where we can fly our drones over there and watch what's going on, since they can do that on our side?
Great question. Getting the FAA to do anything is a matter of political pressure. If everyone in this room wrote a letter saying we need this done, it would probably happen in a few months. If everybody in this room wrote 2 letters, it would probably happen in a month. Huh? Your politician, who represents you, your representative and your Senate. Say, here's the problem. We can't follow the cartel drones. We can't pursue them. We can't fly free out of, and the technology's there. I know the people who are running the technology for DPS. They are screaming for the permission to do it. All we have to do is write the letter, make the phone call. And if you don't know how to do that, you can go online, you can say, who is my representative in Google? It will show you who they are. It's dirt simple.
Joel, thank you so, so much. We really appreciate that. Great knowledge and insight. Okay, everybody, this is the final portion. It won't be 30 minutes, but it will be, to wrap up this event, there is a purpose to all of this that goes beyond just sitting here and learning and wondering what you can do. And unfortunately, the mastermind and the brain behind this part of the event cannot be here. So I'm having to fill in for him, and I'm never going to be able to do justice to this because this is a young man who has spent countless hours and effort in his life, blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this. He has risked everything. He has a young family, and there is nothing that he wouldn't do to stand up for this country and to save the nation that he believes in. So I'm going to do my best. And unfortunately, I'm not disciplined enough to use slides. But out of respect for him, I'm going to try to do that. And what I really want to leave you with is that there is no such thing as an unsolvable problem. Every problem can be solved, and they can. What we need is solutions that are faster than what government has to offer. It's not always a failure of government that's responsible. It's not always a failure of leadership. Sometimes it's a failure of the length of time that it takes to do this. And so what I would urge you to do is, when it's available, to please read the assessment. We have a gentleman sitting right here who was very much involved in putting all of that together. Who has been a big part of that, Kevin Clement, and has led this effort. And so you have that resource that's available to you, and you can talk to him. I'm offering your services, forgive me. And then also, this is the action part of it, right? This is about not leaving it up to your elected officials, not having a passive role in this. This is something that every single one of us can be part of. And I just want to begin by reminding everybody of these words. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. Those obviously are not my words. Those are Abraham Lincoln's words in 1862. That's what he said in 1862. And what I love about that quote is that it speaks to the principles that govern our lives. They stand the test of time, don't they? They never leave us. Everything that has gotten me through my life was handed to me from my mother, and it was handed to her by her mother. And those are called principles, right? And they're absolute. You can't pick them up, you can't chip away at them. They're absolute principles. And so we see that, even in 1862, they faced what they thought was unprecedented times, right? These are uncharted waters and unprecedented times, and it seemed overwhelming. But look at what they overcame. As a result of people having the courage to stand up then, we have lived with the freedoms that we have known all of our lives, that we still enjoy today. And those are freedoms, that people believe in them and they live them all across the world because of what you do here, right here. And so they really do matter. And that's what this hackathon is about. Okay, it's going to start on October 1st. It's really 3 weeks. And it's an opportunity to crowdsource, to bring together people, whatever aspect of this problem. As you can see, it's a problem that has many faces and many heads, and it needs many solutions. And so you don't have to try, I'm an African. I may have the wrong skin color for, the woke world, but I'm still an African at heart. And I want to tell you what the animals do. I learned this from a runner from Kenya who lost both his legs to frostbite in the snow in, I think it was South Dakota. And when he was recovering, the doctor said to him, because he was having real trouble even learning to walk again, the doctor said to him, when you see yourself running, what animal do you see? And he said, I see the zebra. I know you know it is a zebra, but they're native to South Africa, and we say zebra. So you got zebras. And he said, how do they run? And this man said to him, they sprint. And when they reach their destination, they stop. And then when they need to, they sprint to the next one and to the next one. And he said, that's what I want you to do. And so this man, who with no legs has won the New York Marathon several times in the paraplegic section, he said, I thought of myself as the zebra. So what I did was I didn't try to win the marathon. I looked at the next marker, just like the zebra does. And I ran to there. And when I got there, I ran to the next one. And then I ran to the next one. And then I ran to the next one until I reached the end. And then I looked around me and discovered I had won. And that's what all of us can do. It can be overwhelming if you try to win the marathon. Right? You don't have to run a marathon every time. You can just run to the next mile marker. And if we all running to the next mile marker and the next one and the next one, that's how we can change it all. And we can make this happen. And that's what this hackathon is really about. It's about getting us to the next mile marker. It's about taking power back and exercising that power in the hands of the people at every level of government. Depending on what it is you do best and what you're passionate about, it's about taking that, but it starts with the 391 commissions and the 391 commission laws in the state of Texas, which give extraordinary power to the people that you can come together in the counties and you can take resolutions, and the state has to listen to you. The state has to act. So that's a really important resource that you have at your fingertips in the state of Texas. And anyone who wants to can contribute to the hackathon, which will last 3 weeks from the 1st of October. And it will break then into working groups that will take those solutions to local sheriffs and local counties and will work with local people. So it doesn't matter what community you come from. It doesn't matter which part of this affects you. The hackathon is an opportunity to test those ideas, to bring them forward, to work with other people. As it originated at Stanford University. And this has been implemented by government agencies, as I mentioned, Hacking for Democracy by the State Department, Hacking for Defense by the Department of Defense, and others. And so it's never been done before. It's another first, and it comes hand in hand with the assessment, which you will have by that time, and you'll be able to have read, and you'll see many of the suggestions in there. But if you're concerned about any aspect of the border, this is your opportunity. There will also be prizes, first, second, and third prizes, cash prizes for the people whose solutions are adopted. And I believe the first prize is $1,000, second prize, gosh, I'm going to mess that up, but it could be 500 and then down to the third prize. And so, you know, that is hopefully going to incentivize some people to come forward with their ideas and solutions. And I don't want to talk about it too much because it's been a long day, but I'm going to leave you with the words of Thomas Paine, who said on December 23rd, 1776, right, 200 years ago. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. The people who put this together, who paid for this assessment, who have brought us together today, both in person and online, they're standing now, and we give them our thanks. Thank you so much for coming. Yes. Uh-oh. Sorry, your time's expired. No. Nope. I'm kidding.
For combating human trafficking, September 20th through 22nd.
Can everybody hear that? There's a conference for combating human trafficking. Joel, if you don't mind coming to the microphone.
There is a conference for combating human trafficking, September 20th through the 22nd, Harris County Department of Education, free admission. I would encourage you to come. And if you need more information about it, talk to that man.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here.